Hey everybody, welcome back to the ECS Finals. We just saw an incredible performance by FaZe, one of the stars of which is Kerrigan. But Kerrigan, you guys have a star-studded roster. How do you feel playing with all these guys?
It's just amazing. I mean, it's an incredible story when FaZe first contacted me, and now we're here. We are in a semi-final once again, and it's just amazing to play with these guys. They are very talented, and I'm just proud to be part of the whole legacy we're trying to build with the FaZe clan.
So tell me a little bit about the chemistry all you guys have and how you prepared for this event in particular.
Unluckily, we didn't qualify for the Pro League, so that meant we had 7 weeks at home. And I can't recall practicing that much and having that much time with a team. So we feel very prepared on all matches for this tournament, and I'm just happy that we actually had this time to prepare for the next 3 tournaments that are coming up, because we don't have much time.
Well, once you got going in this match today, that preparation really showed. You guys were incredibly strong from a little after the start and all the way up to the finish with only one other place in between. So what happened at the beginning and what happened halfway through the match that kind of made you guys stumble?
I think we got a pretty rough start on the T side on train as well. We were behind 3-2, we lost a stupid round, I think. And then we just kept rolling on the T side. Once we hit the C side, I think we let some gas off the pedal. I mean, maybe we're just playing a little too loose. I have to see it when I get home, but I think J2 played very well in the end, and they fought it with all their heart, and it was getting very tight in the end. I'm just lucky and glad we made out the finish line.
Were you worried at all that they were going to come back, take you guys out?
I was very worried the 14-11 round when I just died with 1 second after I defused, and if he would have killed me there, they would have won that round, and that would have been a heartbreaking round to lose. So it was pretty tight, but I'm glad we finished it.
Well, it was a heart-pounding match, so I'll let you go backstage and relax because you've got a lot of preparation to do before tomorrow. Let's give it back to our analysts and see what they thought.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Diz, and we got Thorin and Yanko to analyze this match. So G2 versus FaZe, we had a great game. FaZe looked pretty convincing, though, on both maps, really. Do you think this was, like, even really that close?
No, I mean, even though the score kind of was run up at the end there by G2, that was like a foregone conclusion at that point in time. You were just waiting for the round where it was secured for FaZe, I think. I mean, the very fact that, like, FaZe got that many on T side of train in the modern meta, you know, is like, that's almost game over right there, I think.
I think it's a great comparison to the SK game, right? Because there you could see FaZe did end up losing the game, but in the little time that we saw them play the T side, they did look very well organized. It looked like they, you know, were very well prepared on the map, and they've shown that here against G2, where they get to play out the whole half action. They pretty much got the job done in that first half.
And I feel like the fact that the pick from G2 was Overpass, like they were thinking that's where they're going to be comfortable. Well, that was one of the original maps as soon as Kerrigan came into FaZe that he like got sorted first of all. It was like Mirage, Overpass, then they started to work on the other maps. So the fact that we've barely seen Overpass from FaZe in a long time now, that most teams avoid it, you know, and they can still smash a team like G2, who's one of the best in the world on the map, just shows like this team's pretty deep as well.
Yeah, they are. And one of the players that played really well, you know, Kerrigan, you don't really expect him to be at the top of the scoreboard. Obviously, Nico played great on Overpass. On Train, they kind of did it by committee. Yeah. But on Overpass, Kerrigan really held his weight, played very, very well. When he's on that level, do you think, like, how difficult does it make FaZe to beat?
Well, they already have enough stars. They already have enough firepower elsewhere. And obviously, Overpass has always been his map. Like in Astralis, they were one of the first to really lock that map down. So I feel like he just has a great intuitive feel for where to go. And so if he's rolling like that, it is going to be nigh on impossible to beat them.
Usually it's a situation where, you know, where someone like Kerrigan or MSL is on the top of the scoreboard, you say there's something wrong. Like this is not how it's supposed to be. He's just supposed to enable his teammates. But especially Kerrigan, in the way he plays for FaZe, his role is. At times he just goes by himself to sacrifice himself, to sell a fake perhaps, you know, those types of things. So him having a good game means when he's basically just going to throw away his life and he's able to get a kill or two, that just does a lot more for the strat to actually work.
Now we're going to look at some highlights here. You know, FaZe just pretty dominant performance. I think we can all agree. Do you think there's anything like G2 just didn't do well or could have capitalized?
I mean, I have to say, one thing that was really disappointing to me was they did get a lot of bombs down, a lot of post-plant situations, but they never looked like they were in good position in those. Like, they gave away kills really easily. People like Apex Body sometimes misplayed those. And also, just in general, even when G2's been good, I've noticed Shox doesn't really have, like, fragging impact now. He wins clutches because he's got an amazing mind for the game, but he's not the player that you rely to kind of dig you out of a hole and drop 30 and like have a crazy impact. So I feel like, yeah, they really rely on Kenny S and they rely on Apex to go crazy entrying. So T-side's left a bit to read.
Yeah, also as a matter of, like, on overpass, they were up 5-0 on the T side, and it ended up being an 8-7. Usually you see a bigger difference in that situation, and overpass really was just a scrappy map, as it usually is these days, because you have a lot of early engagement. So, you know, most of the time, after 20-30 seconds in the round, it is going to be a 4v4, 4v3, 3v3, and then it comes down to those mid-round calls. How do teams react in clutches? How do they approach rotations, aggressions? That was the case on overpass here between FaZe and G2 as well.
And if you just look how many of these clips are just Nico, it doesn't matter if he has the AWP, if he has the rifle. Like, that's actually one of the differences. Like, even though Kenny S is an amazing player right now, I do think he is the star player at G2. Because he has to have the AWP to be able to do that magic, you know, it actually puts a big limitation. And since they are a team that force buy, this is something where when they were winning, I was worried about. Like, what happens when they get in games where they can't get him an AWP, where he's just stuck without it? Because the difference is, like, yeah, Nico can be the star player every game on FaZe because he's with pistols, he's with rifles. He only buys the AWP if they have to. So I feel like actually the win conditions for G2 when it comes to the elite teams, a little bit more limited. Whereas FaZe, yeah, they have so many directions they can go to get wins.
Yeah, just because of multiple players who could just step up like that. So we saw Kerrigan do really well, obviously, in those matches. Kind of like a bit of an X factor. On G2, do you think there's one player that does really well besides, obviously, like Kenny S or Shocks, that just makes them that much better, that much more difficult to beat?
I mean, I have to say at the moment, I would usually go with Body, actually. He's been the guy who you expect, from when he was in the old G2 with the RPK and Scream, you know, he just kind of played a role and then occasionally he would have the big game. Whereas now it feels like he's actually like right up there in the middle of the pack most of the times. He has big, high impact rounds. Like we all know, he gets multi-kill rounds. So I feel like, I mean, he's a very young player still. Admittedly, you don't have to put as much pressure on him as a Shocks or a Kenny S. But in general, he has been delivering. This one, I thought was a bit more off. You know, maybe some of his reads were off or something.
Yeah, it did feel like G2 just, as a team, were underwhelming in this matchup against FaZe. And it depends, like, which player steps up besides Kenny S. It's going to impact their game. Obviously, Shocks does a lot of solo plays, you know, a lot of clutches for him as well. Someone like MBK or Body, they're more supportive players. So again, you're going to see them in clutch situations. Someone like Apex, obviously the entry fragger, when he has a great game, that's usually when G2 runs over people, because as the first guy coming in, you know, you get 2 kills, that pretty much seals the deal right there.
But I mean, to touch on what you said, when they smashed Optic and you were like, this team might have the highest ceiling, okay, I think there's definitely something to that. Like the free-flowing way they play, they really like get insane momentum against most teams and it's tough to break them. But it's like Janko was saying, that they just don't grind out wins. And so when you put them in tough spots like this, it's like, yeah, if that's the high point, you know, we put a little X there and then we put the worst game down here, where's the line in the middle? Because I don't feel like it's as high at the bar as an Astralis, an SK, even a FaZe here.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely saw like what we were talking about earlier with G2 as well, where when they're doing great, when they're on a run, they're great. But then they really only had one run, right?
Yep.
Really winning a lot of rounds was on the start of Overpass. And then on Train, they won a little bit, you know, put up a fight at the end. But then obviously just throughout the game, I mean, they couldn't just string rounds together.
This is one of the factors, though, that I think in terms of FaZe, though, that's impressed me, is when FaZe first had their rise, like, I ignore the Katowice one because they'd only just got Nico in. When they had the Star Series run, there was still some patchy times in that, like, they could have just outright lost the final. So I was kind of like, oh, maybe this is overperformance, you know, maybe they needed one player to do super well. There is a line of consistency in FaZe's play, though. Now, they've made top 4 every event now. They're actually going for, like, 4 straight finals, you know. All of a sudden, a team that you would expect them to be the one where when you got the All-Stars, like, oh, it depends if 2 of those turn up if you can win. They're the team now that are getting some kind of consistency at a high level every game, it feels like.
I agree. I mean, I actually thought that the level of play they displayed in Kiev, their second tournament, was lower than in Katowice, their first tournament. Still, they managed to actually win the whole tournament. So it shows you that's something that's very, very important in today's landscape. You need to be able to win games when you're not playing your best. You need to be able to grind out games, and that's something that we haven't seen from G2 yet.
So on Train specifically, do you think there was any like real standout player by FaZe? Do you think anybody kind of didn't play too well on G2 or anything like that?
This is why I actually do think that Train is the best map for the guys from FaZe, because I feel like it's one, usually for me, if you're an all-time great team and you have like a dominant home map, it's usually because in a way you locked out and at least like say 3 players are all like perfectly suited for their spots, you know, like Rain we know is amazing at the outside side, but he swaps it up with Eco sometimes. I think some of the inside players are pretty shrewd, you know, like Kiyoshi Jimrachi plays that spot at the upper, and then the kind of taco spot pretty well. So I think they've got that right mix of players where that's just their comfort spots anyway. And then you add in the firepower of a team like FaZe, and you can see how I think this really could be their home map. You know, no one else has really claimed it at the moment. You know, Astralis backing away from it. Optic, obviously, RIP too soon. Versus Pro, non-existent. You know.
So we're gonna have a clip that Yanko is gonna go over and analyze.
Yeah, like I picked out because we were talking about how FaZe had a lot of time to practice and prepare, and they did show that yesterday against SK, and here in particular against G2 early on, even though they won the pistol, they lost the third round anti-eco, right? But early on when it came to gun rounds, they actually had a great planning set, especially when it came to that B bomb site execute. You could see how they're set up, like this is a pretty standard setup, but the pop flashes are really on point. You can see that G2 even has 2 players inside of the site, but they just can't work off of each other. They can't set up a crossfire because they are being forced away by the flashes. You know, Shox is pulling out the nade and Body is left by himself to fight. They both get traded, and FaZe just does a great job of pushing towards the side. Now in the second half, you can see one of the problems for G2 is when they go back to those force buys. Despite them getting 1 kill here, they push towards the back of B, but FaZe has so much utility that they just flush them out with incendiaries, with HEs, and despite them getting a very, very early kill on Keo and being able to push towards back of B, they're still not able to take advantage of that. I think that's where it's very important for G2 to have someone who's going to realize that and say, okay guys, we need to eco here. It doesn't matter how close we are to winning the round, like we need that utility, because even if we get a great entry kill like this, it's not enough. Like we go for the Galils and AKs, you don't have the smokes or Molotovs to buy time, and you're just eventually going to get pushed out by the CTs.
Yeah, so even if the round kind of starts out good, you just don't have anything behind it to really, you know, continue in.
To finish it, basically.
Yeah, and your win condition kind of becomes, they have to have a really, really slow rotate or something like that. 4 committed outside, maybe pushed up towards team mid.
This is the thing I'm concerned about with G2 going forwards as well. It's like too many of the rounds are just on fragging. Like what happens is, yeah, if Apex runs in the site, kills the first 2 guys, and then Body comes in and Kenny S gets the first pick, yeah, obviously you win the site, you win the round, it's over. You killed so many of the enemies, but they don't have those tactics that like get you on a site with 1 kill and then you have everything primed for you and then you play off each other intelligently. Like they really just gamble that like the individual players will get it done. And crucially to me, that's why on T-side they don't grind. Because when what they're trying doesn't work, they don't have anything to fall back to. It's like, right, just keep doing it. Let's hope it works.
I mean, they fall back to the old thing of like force buying and, you know, hoping for the best. I think they're actually in a similar position as Fnatic is, right? That they are struggling to have those strategies and more developed playstyle. Maybe not to the same extent that Fnatic is, but there are similarities there for sure.
So final thoughts real quick before we head to a break and watch Liquid versus Astralis after that. Did we really learn anything from this match? Anything new?
I think, first of all, it showed that as much as everyone wanted to be hyped about G2, it was very exciting the way they won EPL. They beat SK Gaming in a best of 3 and in 2-0. Like, great stuff. I think it's kind of to tie back into what you said again. That just showed the heights they can go to. And when it really works, it's fantastic to watch. It's really exciting Counter-Strike. The problem they have is, part of being a champion is you've got to be able to play and win on the day when you're only at like a 7 out of a 10 level. You know, you're not hitting the peak. Everyone's not playing great. But you can get that consistent win that still gets you over the hump sometimes. And in this game here, they really were pretty much blown out no matter what the score says.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for G2, the inconsistency continues for them. They definitely need to work on that, find a way to be more consistent in their performance. But for FaZe, I think it's pretty obvious that they've done a lot of work in the time off that they've had since IEM Sydney, polished their play on pretty much all the maps that we've seen them on so far. And I think still that they are the main contender to walk away with the title here.
All right, well, that is it. We're going to go over to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have Liquid versus Astralis.
used a scale ruler before?
No, actually. To be honest, I don't
Be
have
honest,
memories of
Dan.
rulers, generally.
What's
People
up,
used to use them as
guys?
weapons
James and Dave, what's up? How are you guys doing?
Dave. Good
Great to
afternoon,
see you
sir.
guys.
How you doing?
James, the man.
in my- How's it going, dude?
Good to see you. I need to talk to you guys real quick. It won't take a second, but I've been thinking, I've been doing what I do for a long time, and I want to switch it up, add another thing to the repertoire, casting. With you.
With me?
Yes.
All right.
You don't have a partner at the moment, so I think it's a perfect time for me to jump in. I can give you a little impression. Well, I can actually show you a recording of myself. This is the famous Hiko, Are You Kidding Me? And yeah, just tell me what you think.
The movement is amazing. Hiko, are you
come up
kidding
down a
me?
bit.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, over to you, James. Oh, my name's James. That was a really goddamn brilliant play. Polly, you're fantastic at this job. Nice work.
That's really good.
Are you kidding me? Hiko, are you kidding?
That's really good. I can see some potential there.
Like that. You know, I'm trying my best. And I'd love to give it a go at this show, if that's possible. You guys are, well, you're like, big deal. Face it, ECS, you know?
Yeah? Yeah, we can
So I'm
certainly...
just going to take a call real quick. Hello? Yeah, I'm just backstage. You need me on stage? Yeah, I'll come in a second. The casters want me to work with them, so James, yeah, exactly. I'm going to be his new casting duo. Yeah, I'll be there in a second. Thank you. Bye. All right, so I'll see you later.
Yes.
Nice one, James. Pleasure.
Cheers.
Pleasure. Best of luck out there. If you need any tips or anything, I can give you a shout, okay? Just going to call James, my new duo, my main man. We're going to do some practice, and so let me see where he is. He's running a bit late. It's funny. You can't make it right now? Yeah, sure. Well, hello? Hello, James? All right, sure. Yeah. I will see you later tonight. The reception drops. It's the low ceilings in here, the underground. He's going to get back to me on that one, so yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
If you're a fan of crutches, then get your hands on this. But now let's focus on an even greater product, Taser.com, a competitive gaming platform.
Wow, James, that sure sounds amazing.
It is amazing, Dan. On Taser, you can find the toughest dudes in the galaxy.
I heard it's got all these great features for real gaming.
Yes, it has, Dan. Like a voice communication system. Just post one to your friends.
Wow, James, that sure is cutting-edge technology.
Radios must be within a 10-metre straight line with clear line of sight and sunny weather with no wind.
Do you keep getting wrecked by hacker noobs online? Introducing new Taser security system.
Wow, it's so lightweight. It feels like there's nothing inside.
That's correct, Dan, but there's more.
Behavioural index to keep you from playing with idiots. An easy way to send in your results. Multiple game titles. And here you can see a happy customer.
It's great!
If you sign up within the next 4 minutes, you will get these items for free. James White's best Christmas songs. Watermelon signed by Dan Black.
Fan är det här?
What is going on, London? How are we doing this evening? I have major anxiety right now. I have not seen a chair like this in about 3 years. Luckily, it's not for me. Can we please put our hands together for Tom? Get on out here, Tom. Replace me. Come and sit down. We have something very special planned right now. Because of all of you and the awesome support that we have had from the community, we have met multiple stretch goals thanks to all of you selling out this stadium. And one of those goals was, if we met it, someone from the crowd was going to get a haircut. Is Tom backed out? Tom, where are you? Hello, Tom? Please come in. There he is. Put your hands together once more. Good to see you, Tom. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Very, very well. I'm happy that it's not me in the hot seat. How did this come about?
Well, some lady gave me a form and I filled it out. And then that was it.
Legally, we're safe, guys. Go on, take a seat, take a seat. Now, I'm not the one doing the haircut either. I have a very special treat for all of you. Please welcome to the stage, Fallen and Coldzera. Oh, Gabriel and Marcelo, what is going on?
Hello, everybody. Today we're gonna make a piece of art on Tom Harris here. And we're very excited to do it. Coldzera is gonna be the artist today.
Marcelo, very nervous backstage. Is this scarier than playing a match on this stage?
Yeah, I'm scared.
All right, so you guys have an idea of what you're going to do to Tom, correct?
First, you have to show, because apparently he has no hair, right? That's surprise.
Look at the surprise under there. How long have you been growing that for, Tom?
Oh, about a year and a half.
I know the hard work it takes, my friend. And what are you going to be doing to that hair?
I really would prefer to not say anything before it happens, but we have a very specific idea on mind. I'm pretty sure everyone on the audience is going to recognize which haircut it is.
All right, so the surprise, the final surprise will be kept until the very end, but it will be a haircut that you all know very well. Should we just show everybody here and at home that these are real implements? So, for instance, right here we have one of our wireless shavers. Would you like to do the honors? Can you hear that? Is that going out over the stadium? Just trust me, it's buzzing slightly. These are real things. You'll see them put into action anytime now. Any final words, Tom?
Nah, I'd like to thank my mum.
Shout out Mother. Gabriel, our first barber, sir. Any final words from you?
Good luck.
Marcelo?
Good luck.
Well, we are going to start this haircut off, so anytime you guys are ready. Should we start a clap before we do this? Let's get a clap going. Okay, wait, we'll do a slow clap. Anytime you're ready, guys, go for it. The stage is yours, the floor is yours, the hair will soon be yours also. Oh, Cole going for the official barber dress. Watch out for his face, Fallen, all right? It's not Kenny S on the other end of a server, come on. Tom, initial fears coming in?
I mean, they can't tie it up very well, but it will be okay.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, what are we switching aprons now, all right? Oh, okay, Cole, maybe, oh, I see. Have you done this before, Cole? Do you look quite at home?
No.
All right. Maybe need some shaving cream, I don't know, but Gabriel, you've got to get it started. Come on, we've got to see.
Ready.
Are you ready?
No, we're ready to start. We would like to do things right. Sorry, guys.
All right, guys, get a clap going in, a slow clap. Thank you, guys. Here we go. Tom, you're a legend. Oh, Cole, you're doing this like it's the real thing.
I know what he wants to do. I don't know if I give him this scissor or not. Should I?
Gabriel, I think you should. Oh, we need to get an angle round the back so you can see the length here that's about to be chopped off. Unceremoniously. Oh my God, there we go. Oh! Hey! Tom, those are just the scissors, mate. You're still looking pretty fresh. Just wait until they get the razor. What are you looking for, a hair tie? I can lend you one. No. Okay. Gabriel, what are we going for right now? Like the man bun look?
No, we're just starting slowly, just to make he regret his decision to come here on the stage. And then we're going to start with our technique, because right now we're not showing anything. Code Zero has a very specific technique he's going to use with his hair.
I see, it sounds almost like a strategic play from Counter-Strike itself. Tom, right now, what are you feeling?
You know, I can't really feel anything. I feel like a weight off my shoulders.
All right, sure. Keep your spirits high. I've got hair on my hand. For now, we will head over to the analyst desk, and then you guys can check in with us shortly to see how the progress is going. Alex and the guys, take it away.
Well, what do you say about that one? I honestly don't know how many people in the world can claim they've had their hair cut by SK, but Tom is one of them. So, I mean, that's something. That's a special gift.
I would guess not many. Then again, I mean, Cold Zero looked like he had some technique
I feel
there.
like he knows what he's doing.
So maybe he has some practice. I don't know.
When he puts the apron on, it does feel kind of Sweeney Todd-esque, though. We get some nice pies in the ECS shop after this. Tom-shaped pies. What am I talking about?
I don't know. Just he felt very comfortable pulling that hair back.
Oh, goodness me. Yanko, everybody. There he is. Yeah, round of applause for Yanko. We all love him. Sometimes. 50% of the time. 45, maybe. Either way, there is some Counter-Strike going on. While this haircut is transpiring on the stage, we should probably remind you that we do have one more best of 3 today. You guys have been hooting and hollering both here and at home. And if you're at home, hashtag ECS3. That's the magical hashtag to let us know what you're doing. And if you want your hair cut by SK, I'm sure you're jealous. I certainly would be if I had any hair to cut. But let's go ahead and start this one off by discussing who SK on the stage will be playing against tomorrow. It is a battle of Astralis taking on Team Liquid. And Liquid have already impressed us once, Yanko.
Absolutely. In the game against Fnatic, beating them on their 2 best maps. Neither Tommy or I expected that to happen. When we saw the veto, we thought that Fnatic had the upper hand. And sure, you might do it on one of the maps, but doing it on both, it seems highly, highly unlikely. But they have proven to be very capable. Like the maps that they do play, it seems like they are capable of playing them against anyone. You know, we saw in the Stanislaw interview, even Inferno against Astralis, they did meet up in the opening matchup, and they said, we just think it was the small mistakes. We don't think we were outplayed by Astralis. We, felt pretty good after the game. We went back, looked at it, and, we are feeling pretty comfortable coming into this one.
Yeah, they're looking quite intimidating. And Astralis, actually, on the other hand, haven't looked wonderful. In fact, Cloud9 are sitting in the semi-final courtesy of the Danes.
No, I mean, that was very uncharacteristic for Astralis, the way they lost that game. They had a big lead going at least 8-0, I think, in the beginning on the easier side of Mirage, and then somehow they just got completely outplayed after that. I mean, it wasn't even close if you just look at the score from that point onwards.
But can we hear that word again? Outplayed. It was not. It was. So we're not saying Astralis messed up to per se.
No. I mean, they didn't necessarily play poorly. Cloud9 played really well. They earned that win. But like Yanko said, I mean, Liquid really has impressed me this tournament. It seems like they're finally reaching that next level that we've been kind of waiting for them. Because they've always had a good mixture of players, unlike some of the other American teams where it seems like they don't have an in-game leader, they don't really have an opper, doesn't really know who's doing what. But they're the one team that seems to have everything together, except that the results haven't been there.
Absolutely. I'm just checking, and I thought we had a little kind of closer look at Liquid. I'm not sure whether we want to show the gang once. Oh my lord, what is happening here? Anyway, we're talking about Liquid. Let's bring them up once more. These are the North Americans that continue to surprise here in London.
This team proved their worth in gold by securing not only a spot in the ESL Pro League Season 5, but also a spot here at ECS.
I'm pretty confident in our team right now. We've been putting in a lot of practice, we've been improving, and I think we can definitely go far in this tournament.
I think that NA teams are really close to just being able to break out, but we just historically never been able to consistently do that. I think that we can definitely win for sure.
Hopefully, Team Liquid's re-energized gameplay will prove to themselves and the world that they belong with the best.
Lige says it there. We're so close to breaking through, breaking into the higher echelons of competitive Counter-Strike. And it's going to be interesting, of course, just to see, if they can do that and if that can become a reality. It does feel so weird that we've already seen, the juxtaposition between how Cloud9 and SK are sitting in the semifinals and how much Liquid are going to have to go through just to get there. Should they get through? I mean, Fnatic, Astralis, SK would all stand in their way if they wanted to get to that final stage, Janko. There is undisputed evidence that this would be the biggest win for Liquid should they pick this one up with this at least 5-man roster.
Absolutely, and a great sign for Liquid is that they seem to be very realistic about their, not just chances, but in general, like for Pro League finals, their goal was to get out of groups. They managed to get all the way to the semis. Here they have the same goal and they go one game at a time. The same interview Stanislav gave to HLTV, he said even the game against Fnatic, especially on Inferno, he said that's one of those rare occasions where everything goes perfect. Like every idea you have in a round, it works that particular round. You were always like one step ahead of them. I wasn't sure, him saying, I wasn't sure what was going on for Fnatic, but whatever we tried to do, it works. So that's not going to happen very often, but we're glad it did that one time.
Stanislaw, JDM, Lige, Nitro, and Twists. They have really just gone shopping and found everything for every role. They've got the leader, they have the sniper, they have that entry duo, and then you've got the young blood of Twists, who are taking on the old guard, the Danes, who have been battling for that top spot for quite a while now. They've been on your radar. We saw them in Atlanta lifting that trophy after a blood, sweat, and tears battle versus Virtus Pro. And now Astralis are on the ramp up ahead of that major, looking to do what only the Brazilians have done before. With that said, let's meet them. This is Astralis.
As former ECS champs, Astralis has fire in their eyes and are hell-bent on leaving these finals with back-to-back titles.
It's all about showing up and maybe also facing a team.
Definitely hope that we're going to see at least some great CS this tournament.
Sipix, Device, Careby, Dupree, and Glaive show a combination of finesse and intensity in their gameplay that makes them one of the most feared teams in all of esports.
Defending their title, Astralis, they need to get to that grand final to have a chance. Your Season 2 champions of ECS are up against Liquid. I'm looking forward to finding out how this one's going to go down, but as always, best of 3 maps mean an awful lot here, Tommy. And so if we talk expectations, where is this battle going to be done? This is going to be duked out.
I'm very interested to see how Astralis approaches this, because 2 times now in best of 3s, Liquid is not forced to play either cash or overpass. People pick against them and they go for a map that is in Liquid's pool. Mirage, that was the case for Fnatic initially. So I want to see whether Astralis, who's obviously going to feel confident versus Liquid no matter the map, are they actually going to force them out of their comfort zone? Will they go for that cash or overpass, which are definitely one of the 2 is going to be available.
Anything to add to the pile, Tommy, of question marks surrounding this Vita draft?
Well, I think that's the key thing what Janko said is Astralis has the map pool where they can pick against their opponent. They don't have to pick for themselves, especially knowing they're the favorites. They can put Liquid in an uncomfortable position, playing a map that they haven't had success on, haven't been as good on, and that's what I fully expect Glaive to do here. But very curious to see how the video unfolds.
Refresh my memory. What have we seen Liquid find the real success on? We saw Inferno, of course. That was how they closed out the series.
In this tournament, yes, it was Inferno and Mirage against Fnatic. But generally, Cobble is, in my opinion, their strongest map. They look really, really strong on that map. Unfortunately, that's Astralis' permaban unless they play against FaZe. So that map is going to be out of the equation. And then they played a lot of Nuke with mixed success. Again, you're playing the world's best teams on the map, so naturally you're not going to have a very strong record early on as a team. So I think either Nuke or Train are going to be Liquid's pick here. I don't think they're going to get carried away by that Mirage performance and go for a Mirage pick, because Astralis, despite what happened versus Cloud9, they are a very strong team, and now their backs are against the wall. I think in more than anything else, they got a little bit complacent in that Cloud9 game, and as we said, Astralis never 3-0 in the Swiss stages, right? This lineup is known to struggle a little bit in the opening stages of the tournament.
They've already had a trip versus a North American. We'll see if it's going to be a full stumble as we do bring up those vetoes for you. FaZe have chosen to remove Cash immediately. I just want to wait, what the hell? I'm just getting messed up.
Of course, they're not playing in the match, so that's the first stumble.
Well, it's not really my fault there. Gonna go ahead and apologize.
Let's assume that was Team Liquid and they decide to veto Cash once again and leave Overpass in. I would be very, very surprised if Astralis doesn't pick it, because historically they've been a very strong team on the map. You know, you need to have faith in your team play and not think about, oh, maybe they have like anti-strated us on this map because they left it in.
No, that has to be Astralis' pick, I think. I don't think there's any way. I don't think Liquid would go for Train, though. I think that would be a mistake against Astralis.
So bye-bye Cobble, as we've already outlined. Nothing seems to change for Astralis in their 6-map pool. But in terms of picks, you've already highlighted.
I think Nuke for Liquid will make sense. I think Overpass for Astralis will be the obvious choice. I think he could go to Inferno for the third. That wouldn't surprise me.
That's the thing for Liquid. It's difficult. I think it's going to depend on their just preference, what they are
Basically
going to prepare
their mindset,
for.
how they feel.
Exactly, because for Nuke, yes, Astralis tends to lose now and then on Nuke, but they lose to FaZe and they lose to Virtus Pro, both teams who are very, very strong on the map, right? They lose only to the best teams in the world.
But I think the problem with Train is, like we always say, the T side actually is very hard to win if you're just pugging. And I think Astralis is the one team that you don't want to be playing against unless you really feel very comfortable on the terrorist side. I mean, I think they're probably the gods of Train nowadays, even though they don't get to play it as much. Most people veto it against them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is going to be interesting to see what their thought process is behind it. Obviously, it is curious that Astralis themselves kind of shy away from Train. That there was a period where it was their first pick even. So even for a team that constantly has a 6-map pool, the priority or the depth chart changes constantly.
But it looks like Liquid actually do go for Train. That's a little surprising, because I've always thought that, well, Liquid got the win against Fnatic. That's a map that Fnatic was never consistent on.
They did have incredible Train games.
They have, but that's the thing about Fnatic. They can have incredible games on any map, or could at least when they were at their peak. It's a bit like the Overpass win against SK in the grand final of DreamHack Summer. They always have the incredible ability to just elevate their level of play so high up.
Which exacerbates.
But the problem is, on Train, you need consistency, because it's a very one-sided map generally. And on maps like that, you just can't afford to make mistakes.
And now we see Mirage removed, which does leave us with a toss-up. Do we get to see another Inferno game from Liquid, or did Astralis choose to take it elsewhere? What else are we missing? It's going to be, it was Nuke taken away from them. We do get Inferno as a third. Whether we get to see it will be the next question. Nice and quickly then, gentlemen. Astralis, clear favourites. We've doubted Liquid in the past. Do we get to see Inferno? I'd like to. I'll say that much.
I mean, obviously you would like to see Inferno because they had such a dominating performance against Fnatic. You want to see how they fare against Astralis. The problem is that Train pick, right? You lose it against Fnatic where you pick it. I think they have the same mindset as FaZe had against G2, right? In that game against Fnatic, early on the CT side, Liquid didn't really get things rolling, and maybe they feel that just because of a bad start and not having good economy on that CT side, that was the main reason of them having a bad half rather than being outplayed. Maybe they feel like against Astralis, if we only get a better start, maybe that's all we need, and we can actually, we are very confident on this map despite the result in the tournament.
The problem with both Overpass and Train is they're both very off-friendly maps, and that puts a lot of pressure on JDM to basically outplay Device. I think based on what we've seen today, I think Twist and Elige can match the rest of Astralis in a series, but I think the opping department is where they're potentially going to face problems.
I mean, when we'd outlined win conditions before, and when we saw them in action from Liquid, it was just a case of 4, if not 5 names firing on all cylinders. I guess that's the same checklist we're outlining for Astralis. It's a battle versus Astralis.
Yeah, I agree, but I think more than anything else, if you're Liquid, you're probably going to stylistically be more comfortable against a team like Astralis than you are against Fnatic, because Fnatic, hyper-aggression everywhere, they're going to disrupt your game plan and you're going to struggle. But if you're playing against Astralis, they have that slow, methodical play style. They're not going to be crazy aggressive on CT side. They are going to switch things up. So, if you're Stanislaw, maybe you want to be in that position where you can try and outsmart them.
Sure. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because word on the street is casters, players, and haircuts are ready to go. We're going to go ahead and check in with Parla one final time before we do jump into our final best of 3. One more team has a spot in the semi-finals. Will it be Liquid or will it be Astralis? We've already waved goodbye to some titans of Counter-Strike. The likes of G2, Fnatic will not be on the stage tomorrow. And let's see if Astralis fall into that same trap. Liquid have the opportunity to throw that knockout blow. Let's check in with Parla, though, as word on the street is the Brazilians, SK, are already doing something rather hair-raising.
Thank you, guys on the desk. Whoa, whoa. Who in the crowd is ready to see what Tom has done for all of you? A braver man than I. Gabriel, what do you think of the job you've done?
Looks the same.
All right, let's get a clap going, and Marcelo, we can spin him around. Here we go. Gabriel, Marcelo, in 3, 2, 1. They went for the Ronaldo, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Tom, Marcelo, and of course, Gabriel. Marcelo, how do you rate your handiwork?
Amazing, man. I'm really glad.
Tom, let me get you a mirror so you can react to it exactly as you see it. Please do. Take a look.
I like it. I like it. I want to thank them a lot. I appreciate it.
He can score every single goal he wants right now. You guys should be afraid of him in soccer.
Well, there we go. Thank you guys for getting involved, and thank all of you for making this possible. You know, it would not have happened without the stretch goals. And so, give it up for Tom, give it up for Gabriel, Marcelo, one more time. Any final words?
So we have a game tomorrow, so cheer for us.
I'm glad I got a hat with me. That's all I can say.
I have a question, Tom. After everything we've done, you're going to be cheering for a skate tomorrow?
I'll try.
And there we go, guys. That will be it for now. We are going to head into the final game of the day. It will be one not to miss, so do not go anywhere, and we will head right over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Parla, and I'm here with Henry G. We live in a strange world, Henry, don't we?
We do. We're just kind of descending into madness each and every event, aren't we?
Slightly further. We're discovering, on a journey of discovery to see how deep it really goes.
Well,
Interesting.
hopefully we can go a few steps deeper with this next game. That's a nice little segue. Should we move on to the Counter-Strike?
Let's do that.
Okay.
I mean, the ultimate level of madness, at least for today, would surely be Liquid beating Astralis in a best-of-3 on LAN.
That would be your worst nightmare, I think.
Yeah, it's high up there. For one thing, Moses is thrown in heavily behind Liquid, so he's gone full Moses, which is his thing.
So
anyway.
what was he saying that they're a top 5 team in the world now? Is that what
He's saying that they're a top 10 team, and if they keep going, they'll be a top 5 team.
I was just trying to know his record before, you know.
Yeah,
It's got to be done.
The thing is, he's just setting himself up for disappointment, isn't he?
Every time.
It's rough.
Well, we kicked things off on Train, and we've already seen that a couple of times in this tournament. Obviously, Liquid playing it earlier, actually looking pretty decent, I have to say. Overall, I'm actually happy with the package they're bringing to the table right now. Like, this lineup of Elige and Twist, that's pretty deadly, you have to say.
No, I think they've been looking solid, and there's some really fresh gameplay in there as well. Don't seem to be too scared of playing some legendary players in Fnatic. They were just doing it.
Absolutely. You've got some current legends right now. They're currently, like, obviously, 2 years ago, Fnatic were the sensation, but right now, Astralis current major champions. This is a different kettle of fish, I would say, at this point. Astralis, maybe not in the absolute best form right now, but still, they're winning tournaments. They're still getting deep there, and looking forward to, I guess, the majors, their next stop after this one. They're not going to ES1 Cologne. Obviously, they're focusing on getting the double like SK did.
Yeah, I think this is a hard balance to run, because I think you can make the argument that leading into a major, you don't want to spend too much sort of mental energy. But the problem is, if you relax too much and you start losing games you shouldn't be losing, then that will impact your mentality anyway. So
do we put any kind of weight into the idea of, like, they're saving certain things for the majors?
No,
so?
I actually don't. I find that to be very hard to do. For one, I mean, one of the reasons anyway is also, if you save something that means you've never shown anyone else. Because once you practice against even one team, that team will know, and word will spread pretty quickly, right? So it'd have to be something really unlikely. I think the only thing you possibly could save would be in the category of, say, we figured out a timing against the other team that they don't know that we figured out yet. Sure. We hope that they don't change it before the tournament.
Or maybe some, like, god tier one-way smoke, you know?
Something of that order, right? Where you
But either way, going into this matchup, Liquid definitely the underdogs, but we saw some amazing form from them, especially on the maps like Mirage earlier today. Inferno was looking sensational as well. So 16-7, 16-6s, like, big results. And I guess Liquid, they've always been this up and down team. It's always been a complete roller coaster. It seems to be like a 6-month kind of transition period each and every time. I sort of have like 6 months of like decent performances and on one great performance. Obviously, the majors come to mind with those couple of second places and stuff. But then they go into a huge slump, and then obviously removal of players, like a revolving door for a while. But now this is actually looking like a pretty solid unit overall, I would say. I think Twist is an addition. I actually really like him as a player. Like, obviously, he was in TSM before and always very talented, but never really set the world on fire, you know. But obviously, quite early days. But in this tournament, I think he's looked great. He's kept on par with Elige, and he's arguably the best player in North America right now. So you've got two players hitting that level. Now that kind of Nitro, he's still very good, but he's not kind of what he used to be. I don't think it's not the tag team duo of Elige and Nitro anymore. I think it's Elige and Twists.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. I mean, one thing that I think can be dangerous if you pick up a duo from a different team and sort of put it into your team is that you don't manage to integrate them properly into the team structure. And for a while that can be fine, but eventually you will have to sort of remix the whole team and make sure everyone really works well together. And I think they've done that. I'm impressed with Twist as well. I think he's been playing really well.
He's confident, isn't he, for a young guy like with not that much top-tier competitive experience, playing in this sort of crowd as well. Packed stadium, like you'd feel like it'd be intimidating, but he seems every clutch he's making wise and informed decisions, like looking really calm and not like shaking or anything. He actually looks like he's a veteran in terms of his style, so that's really cool to see. But and I just want to talk to you about the maps, right?
Yes.
Astralis, their map pool is sensational, right? And luckily for them, it's Cash is vetoed by Liquid. That's one of their weaker maps, arguably. They get rid of Cobblestone, and this is actually looking very promising for them. Like this right now, you've got coming into it, Train, Overpass, and Inferno, right? These are three great Astralis maps. I mean, Inferno is kind of like a little bit inconsistent, I would say, but they're still very strong on that map. I'm not even sure we'll get to the third.
No, I mean, I would be impressed if Liquid could get us to a third map, and I don't want to rule anything out. As we said, Astralis, it's not, I think, clear where their focus lies right now.
Yeah.
They're in a weird situation. They just won that 250,000 show match over at E-League, and now they're here playing, and the major's right around the corner. I feel like it might be a little bit difficult, I think, for them to keep the focus where it needs to be. And right now, where it needs to be is, on this stage. And
that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be good.
You see teams, I think even top-level teams, fail at that every once in a while. You can sort of tell they show up and they're just mentally not there. So that can't be the case for Astralis here.
We noticed Glaive was missing in earlier games in this tournament, right? He seemed like he was having a really rough time. He's not actually celebrated as one of those in-game leaders that doesn't fit the mold of, you're in-game leader, you can't really frag. He's actually, at some points, one of the stars, a really solid player for Astralis overall. I feel like he has to turn up today. Considering the firepower we see from Liquid right now, they seem to be kind of turning up as a complete package. If Glaive drops off again, I think maybe we do get to a third now. I think that's going to be one of the key factors here.
I think even some of the games we saw, Device he wasn't sort of missing, but he wasn't the, 30-kill Device that we've seen every once in a while. No, and the way that Elige has been playing and Twist has been playing, I don't know. For sure, they have to all wake up before we get into this game.
Sure. What do we feel like JDM versus Device? I think JDM's he's had a bit of a resurgence recently, I would say. The last few tournaments, he's actually looked decent. Assertive seems to be the operative word for his current play style. He's finding picks at the start of the round and actually opening things up on both sides, T and CK side as well. But that's Device's bread and butter, as we know. He actually experiments and watches kind of his opponent's demos and knows what he's up against and what their tendencies are. So is that going to be a problem for JDM? Is he going to be intimidated by that fact? Do we feel like he can be himself? I feel like up against Fnatic, right, we kind of discussed this idea earlier. They do have JW as an AWPer, right? But he's very erratic, and I guess at that point you're kind of expecting him to push you all the time.
Yeah.
Device is very explosive and very assertive, but he's very disciplined as well. He knows what he has to do at the start of each round. He doesn't do crazy plays like through smokes or anything like that. So I'm not sure. This could be one of the most interesting AWP duels I think we've had in this tournament.
Yeah, if I had to put my money on it, I probably would throw down with Device in the end. To me, he seems like a very determined, I guess is the best word that I can come up with when it comes to the AWP, especially against other against other AWPers. He seems to be willing to take that battle against anybody in the world. And it's kind of interesting. I feel like actually you can almost, sometimes it seems like there's a moment right before he peaks where he's almost, it looks to me like he's replaying the scenario of what's about to happen in his mind, and then he just sort of fully executes on that idea, and it looks really interesting. Not everyone does that. It seems like some people sort of end up playing more on routine. Sometimes it feels like Device is sort of, just thinking about things for a little bit before it actually happens.
Well, we are almost ready to get into it. I can see we can't be live because Device and Co are still in a huddle. So this can't be live. So let's not get there. We're going to bring the hype soon, don't worry. I want you guys to blow the roof off of this last game. But right now, they are still huddling, which is fine. I'm watching the in-game server, right? I'm seeing them saying, good luck, have fun. Liquid are super ready to go. And actually, it looks like Elige is actually still playing. He's not, I don't think they know it's not live. Has anyone said anything? Has anyone told them? They're still actually dancing around the server. Okay, now we have. Now we've actually worked out. So, yeah, now Elige has moved. Oh my god, this team chat is so cool right now. They were actually playing a full pistol around there, trying to getting the first pick, pushing into T-spawn, and they were actually just huddling in the other booth.
Luckily, we haven't said anything about what they bought or anything, so that nothing would have been given away.
That's good. We know what we're doing now, don't we?
Yes.
We're getting the hang of this.
Try and be professional, Hank.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
All right. Well, I think they've all sat down again, so we should be getting fairly close to ready here. I think this is going to be a really exciting game. I mean, if you told me this matchup before coming into the tournament, Liquid versus Astralis, I would have said, well, that could be one of those blowover games that doesn't maybe offer too much. Now, I don't know. I've changed my mind a bit. I'd love to see Liquid surprise us here. That could be exciting.
Absolutely. Liquids, I think they've been, in terms of the tournament kind of landscape, one of the more interesting teams for sure. Like the way they've come back in, we've discussed the idea of Zeus joining this team. He's had a few months to work with them now. They seem to be getting better and better. They're kind of defining their roles, and the stars are starting to align in terms of who's going to be the big name players for them. Like we said, Twist, unbelievably good at the moment. And it's kind of nuts to see how good he potentially can be against top tier opposition. And we're still discussing on the server as to what's going on. I think we're almost ready to go live, but it will be Astralis starting on the T side here on train. Liquid, of course, on the CT side, and we should be underway imminently. There's the coach we just mentioned as well, Zeus, former SK coach, Anders. A lot of big results, I guess you could say, with 2 times major back-to-back championships.
Yeah, and I think if you speak to him outside of the server, you get a sense for why maybe he carries a bit of authority. He certainly carries himself that way in a conversation. You feel like, you should listen to what he says, which is good news, I think.
All right.
Especially for this Liquid team. We're ready, Henry.
Let's go. Last best at 3 of the day, Astralis versus Liquid. T-side start for the Danes. Couple of smokes and a Molotov as well, which has been deployed already. We'll see where they decide to end up there. It looks like an outside take device by the Pop Dog, 3 players by main entrance.
And this is the thing that I didn't want to mention with regards to the buy. They are hoping for Astralis to go and plant the bomb and to double grenade them at the B-bomb side, I'm sure of it. But it looks like instead it's going to be a full rush out into the yard. Nitro is interestingly in this corner. No one's checked it out yet. He's looking for the shot. Elish will get it mid-air on Sipex. And Nitro comes in, stopping the bomb plant. Up on the ladder, jumps down, looking for the headshot. McClave will take him down. That would have been such a good kill for Nitro. Maybe would have sealed the round. Now instead, Astralis, they're going to have to fall back for a moment here. Great defense from Liquid so far.
It's actually looking very good for them. Still a minute remaining though, and Glaive with the USP does boost their chances somewhat. He can go for these long-range frags. It's going to be KRB though by E-Box, struggling to get near that bomb site. CT still with the HE grenade and a flashbang as well, so they're looking quite comfortable. Defuse kit on the back of Stannis door as well. Glaive, like we said, with the USP, he's been given the task to try and find this next frag, an opportunity, and he strikes, takes down Elise. Now it's a 3-on-3.
Man, that was a dirty shot. Just 2 clicks with the USP. Moving in is KRB. He's already been tagged up fairly heavily, down to 25 health, but clock is running down here. 30 seconds. He's planting under that train. They're trying to grenade him. They will get the grenade, but he got the bomb plant in, and that's a really important part of their normal. Oh, actually, there's a smoke left on JDM. That's massive in this kind of an alpha plant situation. That could actually win them the round. The smoke has already been put up right on the bomb. Now they have to peek it, and JDM is ready. Going to take the headshot device, picking up the USP, trying to shoot through at the angle. He's getting a shot. Stan goes down. The bomb is still ticking in front. Another defuse attempt, and JDM will take care of business. A double kill, and then comes the win, and Team Liquid picking it up.
We said this is going to be an exciting game. That pistol certainly sets the tone for the map. Very, very cool stuff there. Astralis in the end in the 2 versus 3 situation. An interesting choice to have both players in the Pop Dog. Once that smoke was deployed, absolutely right. That was a nightmare to deal with. They somehow pick up 1 kill, but overall, JDM doing a very good job there with the USP. Some great frags there. This is going to be an exciting one. I can feel it already. JDM striking there from the bomb train itself and finishing off the job as well. Full defuse coming in. And it was cool to mention as well, it's HE grenades. I'm glad you spotted that. You're absolutely right. Both those HE players were in the inside area, ready to drop the airstrike on the bomb, but actually worked out on the other side of the map as well, so that's quite nice to spot. But either way, round number 2, bomb down, so Astralis here pretty much fully can get P250s, and we discussed this earlier in depth. The idea, go towards B with a chance to trade frags here. If you get that 1 kill and the CT player is waiting for them, then you obviously got a very good chance of getting the bomb down. If you get that bomb down, you can actually get an AWP on the 3rd round as a terrorist, which is kind of nuts when you think about it like that. CTs win both rounds, they can't get AWPs.
Oh, it's very true. Stanislaw, talking about his ability to hold the inside bomb site earlier on train, and he was pretty good at it. Grenade, oh, it's going to be mistimed. That would have been great. They had almost all been there. There's still a grenade left on JDM, and he's at the same bomb site with a scout trying to pick it up. Grenade going to rain in. Will it drop the bomb? No, not quite. Kyebu, the one putting it down. I think the grenade bounced off the side of the train there. So 3 versus 4 with a bomb plant. They've already got 1 kill. This is essentially mission accomplished, as you were pointing out, Henry. They've got the bomb and the kill. That's really all they needed here. But now this is big news. A kill, the UMP, the extra $600.
That's massive. As already said, they have enough just alone from those 2 bomb plants in the first 2 rounds. Now he gets a $600 kill as well. Device has got almost 6 $1,000, right?
My God.
No one on the Liquid side can afford the AWP. He can get a full buy. He doesn't go for it, interesting enough. You'd think, hands down, they're definitely not going to have the AWP. I'll bring it out. He could get AWP, armor, and a couple of nades as well. That's interesting for me. He didn't purchase that weapon. I'd be getting that straight away as the main AWP at the side. So they obviously have something in mind here to try and counter maybe the Scout to JDM, the Famis and UMP they've got left up here on the Team Liquid side. But this is where the game really begins now. Astralis, full buy, looking this right back in round number 3. And we'll have a look at the setup at the start of the round. Looking pretty standard for now. Some fast smokes at the start though, so not so much of a default. This could be a very explosive round coming in.
Stan pushing up in the smoke. He was doing this earlier and he got found once, and I think it worked another couple of times. Just spraying through, and Sip will easily find him. And that's a bit of a shame. Gotta be careful, Liquid, that they don't play too predictably, given that they have already played this map earlier in the day. That's a big risk, because Astralis will surely have been watching that.
We discussed Stanislaus' role in this team in depth earlier. The fact he plays that anchor position, likes to be aggressive on lower ramp as well. Zipex, I don't think he had a proper vision of him there, but spraying through the smoke, it's a very tight angle, and this is the reaction play now. Unleash has to make something happen. Famis in hand, pushing into A main. At least that's something, some positional control of the map here. He has to do very well. Smokes towards outside, suggests that's where they'll finish up as well. 2 players at Ivy. It's up to Unleash now. If he can find this kill on Device, we might have a real chance, but can't execute the kill. It's going to be Device taking him down, and now 5-3.
Twist will pick up 1. Reloading, maybe not at the correct time. That Molotov going to force it back, and Kirby will get the kill. Nitro and JDM are now left 2 versus 4, trying to stop the bomb from going down, but that just won't happen. It looks like Astralis just pretty much got this round easily enough. Once they got the first kill and they were 5 versus 4, Elijah, I think you're right though, he was the only hope of getting anything back. That's what you have to do on the CT side though. If you lose that first pick, someone needs to be stepping up. Stanislaus going down his side. Weak in the outside defense. Obviously, someone has to rotate into that area. So naturally, Elijah has to push into A man. He needs to find that kill. I think he had a chance as well. Device was hardly pre-firing that. It was just a missed shot with that foul. It's not an ideal weapon, sure, but definitely gifted an opportunity to find it. Doesn't happen for him, and then Astralis run away with the round. It's going to be the outside plant. 1 player in the form of Dupree going down. Just up to Nitro now to save his weapon. Have a look at the money for next round for Liquid. That's if Nitro saves it as well. We have to work out what kind of money he has. It looks like he will be surviving indeed. Certainly can buy into this round. Nitro can drop a UMP, maybe 2 if he wants to, and then we'll have a little mishmash of a buy around that. So M4's coming out as well. You can see there was sense that Stanislaus potentially pushed that lower ramp, and Zipex takes him down. I want to see the shot. It was pretty good from Device. It wasn't exactly like the instant execute. There was a chance there for the frag coming from the CT side, but still, Astralis, as expected, after getting 2 bombs down in the pistol and the second round, looking great. And Device now does bring out the AWP. Yeah, there it is. So even less of a reason, it seems, why he didn't buy it the first time around, because it could have just been that he wasn't interested in having it. So I'm not really sure what that's about. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it work. I feel like if you have like a confident AWP on T side here, it's so nice to use them to pick the first kill. Just get it somewhere, either in main or down towards Ivy. Again, another slightly aggressive move coming in from Liquid, just getting a peek into main there, not really spotting anyone out. It seems like Astralis, they're
aware, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely know, and they're making their move down towards Ivy instead. Bit of a grenade coming in. Smoke towards the back of Ivy, and now Twist's moved into the corner. Elijah going to be there to help him out. That's really good teamwork. There is a refrag and another one coming in as well. Now Elijah in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to go big, and he's been so good today. They need him early on in this map. Device will take him down. Stanislaus and JDM once again alone.
Yeah, this aggression doesn't seem to be working out for Liquid this time. Losing the first few picks. To be fair, they were under-equipped in the sense of they had UMPs and Famises, but it seems like a pretty simple procedure generally. But Stanislaus, he could be a bit of a nuisance here. That's a nice shot. Denies the bomb pun as well. 30 seconds remaining. Up to JDM. He's coming in from Pop Dog right now. Smoked out. It doesn't seem to be 100%. There's a pre-fire now. It should be quite simple. Frag for Zipex, of course it is. Stanislaus definitely throws a span in the works there. Keeps Astralis modest, but this has to be the eco now for Liquid. And we saw the start that when you do have the lesser weaponry, let's say like the SMGs, the Famises, for example, it's one of those similar situations. Quite similar to when you lose the first pick of the game. You need to be hunting for the frag for this other round. You need to be working the body a little bit more and trying to get something going in your favor in terms of an advantage, right? That's the only way you're going to win those rounds. Knowing they've got a full buy of AWPs, you need to find a pick at the start. Didn't really work out for them. As we said, Astralis, very aware as to that possibility. Didn't give them anything to work with. They actually expended most of their utility trying to get that first pick and had to fall back. So, bit of a shame in that respect. But Dupree now reading the economic situation nicely. He brings out the Mac 10. That just signifies he knows that it's a full eco at this point, farm some cash and throw himself into bomb sites first, and going to be Glaive to open things up though, taking down a leash. At this point, they can just buy their time. Don't need to do anything really. 5 and 4, wait for that reaction to come out once again and find the lead here. Should be 3-2 after this round here.
Man, it's so rough when you're playing the CT side and you lose that third round because your economy is just completely wrecked for a very long time. You just have no way to actually get it back unless you win even more rounds right away. But Liquid are in a strange hole right now. Like, even the next round up, they're not going to have that much money to work with. They
won't have AWPs next round unless we get a few kills now. They're going to get $2,400 on top, right? So, yeah, maybe they get a couple of frags, just about squeeze one out. That's about as good as it gets, and it's not even worth at that point because we have Glass Cannon, all no nades. It's not like it's going to save the day for you, but we'll see what they can do as we get into the final commitment here from Astralis towards the outside bomb site. Very simple, couple of Molotovs, a smoke deployed in the bomb train itself, and just looking to guarantee the plan. Once the bomb's down, that's pretty much round over, and you can see the inside stack coming from Liquid here. 4 players there, and as we discussed, there's not really much you can do in these sort of rounds, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to be hoping, take a gamble, they make a mistake and come into you without investigating outside, maybe get a few kills. At this point, though, round's over, of course, and they'll be coming towards Connector. They've got nothing to lose, right? PT50, so might as well see if you can get a frag or two. If you find one, that pays off the depth of the PT50 at least.
I'm trying to decide in my mind if we should credit Liquid with sticking with the game plan that they've already had. They've obviously had a game plan with this tournament that sort of says, you know, we are trying to push aggressively. We want information early on. Right. But there, the problem is, you could also look at it the other way and say, well, is it becoming too predictable? And I think one of the worst things to have to do as a team is to try and reinvent yourself in the middle of a tournament. That's so hard.
Oh, absolutely, right. Now they've had a few kind of series so far. We've seen how they want to play and what they're doing to find frags, and it's worked great. But it looked like the teams weren't really prepared for it when they're doing it. That's the kind of classic kind of curse of a team on the ascendant, right? If you start having great tournaments and start having a great few games, people start paying attention to you and what you actually do and what your tendencies are. And they'll download that and actually work out counters to it. What are your weaknesses? Yeah, this stuff you do is great, but we can actually shut it down quite easily as well. And as soon as you shut it down a few rounds in a row, they start to adjust and maybe doing stuff they're not comfortable with, and then the whole game can fall apart. So this is looking good from Astralis. Still early days, of course, but like we said, no AWP available for Liquid, no kits available, and a lack of utility as well. This third round situation, as you mentioned before, is starting to be a little bit scary for them generally. 3-2 now in favour of Astralis, and another big round. You can see them hunting for frags towards Ivy once again. Went for the initial phase, that was Twist, but didn't get anything from it. Zipek spraying the smoke once again. Not going to find anything this time. I think there's a lot of decoy in there from the CT side as well, from what I can see. So that's quite a cool idea. Just to kind of bait out some utility, maybe to spam the smoke. Stannis Store, though, like we said, a solid anchor. He will be backed up by JDM this time, but no AWP. Not a great rifler. We'll see what he can do.
There's potential for a really fast rotation here for Liquid if they're good about it. Grenades are raining in, forcing Stan to move out of that position. He's actually already down to half health before they're even on the bomb site. But if you can tell, there's 3 people rotating into B. There's also a flank coming in from Elige here. They've got to hit some shots right away on Astralis. But look at that, 2 for 1. What happened?
No. You got to pick before.
All right, you got to pick. Well, I'm just messing that up then. Status
did. It was nice
getting that one. I was getting worried. Maybe my brain just lagged for a minute. Elige ends up going down as well, and Twist now in a 1-on-4. And I mean, what could he really do at this point in time? Called in the Magician earlier, but this is just too much. He's trying to read back, but not going to happen. Dupree will be there. And I think, is that the first kill for Dupree, or am I just making that out? Yeah.
It is the first kill for Dupree.
My brain is still working a little bit, Henry.
You recovered it. You were ruined, then saved.
I brought it back.
Unbelievable, you know? But still, round number 7. This is a great round from Astralis. What a great play that is. They make it look like the full execution of the start, right? They've dropped all those Molotovs in the smokes. They wait for the reactions to come in. CTs will drop absolutely everything at that point. Wait for it to quiet them down. Got the AWP in there. Device doing what he does best, opening the bomb site up completely. Finds 2 picks, and it's going to be 4-2. Now they're getting to the real groove of things. Liquid has to be another eco, I'm afraid. PT50s, rush outside. It's the airstrike with a grenade doing a ton of damage. This is why you don't rush on these anti-eco rounds, because you couldn't run into the lion's den. Now it's going to be a 3-on-3. Low HP players in this Astralis side, and it's falling apart as JDM finds yet another frag.
I mean, this is the perfect example of why not to do this.
How many times do I have to talk about this?
Yeah, every day, Henry, it seems, and they're just not listening, are they?
They're just not.
Going for a bit of a shot there, Kiebu, trying to see if he could force them out. He knows there's a guy by E-Box, so they know where both the Liquid players are, but they have the bomb, and they're going aggressively. He's going to find a headshot, taking down Device. And that will leave Kiebu rotating all the way around here in a 1 versus 2. Liquid. I mean, if you're going to jumpstart this half and get back into it real quick, then it can't get better than this. Twist will take down Kiebu. And it's 4-3. What a mistake from Astralis.
Yeah, you love to see that work for Liquid, though. We call that the airstrike. You get 5 grenades, focusing on towards the connector. You see how much damage is inflicted. This is why I say it almost every cast I do. It's when you're up against guaranteed pistol, you know that money's completely wrecked. Take a full default. Then you can do a play like this. There's no point to rush into what potentially could be a full-on stack outside, not let alone grenade strike you're running into it as well. It's a great tactic by Liquid, don't get me wrong, but still so avoidable by Astralis. It doesn't have to be that way, you know? Still have plenty of money, though. They can bounce back from this. A double AWP setup, though, for Team Liquid, and JDM getting into position. Some AWPers like to take the risk and stay there more than they should do, just to maybe get that first pick and go down to 10 HP and still have the advantage in that sense. But Device flashed off, has to take the shot now, and it will be falling back. But Zipex, on the other hand, he finds the AWPer. Somehow JDM goes down.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Where was he? Was he up around still?
I'm not sure. I think he was up, actually. Up by,
Yeah, he was. He went to go reface.
So I think there's such a big difference in the game of Counter-Strike. When you get that first pick on the T side, it really makes a big difference if you get it, you know, before the minute mark or really late. You get it this early, you've just so many options.
The CTs have to do something about it because they know they can't handle a full execution up on a map like Train as well, where you're spread so thinly already. A player going down inside, that's a nightmare. So someone has to step up, and once again, it's Elise this time. Doesn't seem to be playing as lights out as he was earlier on Mirage. These are long days, and he's losing the duels now. Zipex low HP there, finds 2. This is perfect. You've got 45 seconds remaining, a 5-on-3. CTs, once again, they have to get information. They can't just sit back here. Dupree finds yet another pick, and both CT players now towards Ivy. I said both, make it one, is Dupree. It's just absolutely wrecking them here. Nitro giving his position away. Sure, it's quite a nice kill, but he should be dealt with momentarily. And Dupree, he finds his 3rd kill of the round. Beautiful stuff from him. Like we said, a quiet entry to the game, but now he seems to be getting into the swing of things.
Don't want to be making too many excuses for Liquid, but I feel like they're in one of those positions where, due to a sort of a mix of economy and good play from Astralis, they're being made to look much worse than maybe they actually are playing right now.
This was a bit sloppy. When you see that from Dupree's POV, there's a lack of communication there from the CT side. They don't know what's being covered, and the angles are wrong as well. We've got one player on the backtrack looking towards Ivy, but he's not covering main at all. So his teammates seem oblivious to that fact as well. Got their asses facing towards the Ivy area and is getting shot in the back, and then it seems to just all fall apart. That's how the bickering begins. These are the big rounds, right? Sure, it's not the best of buys, but they had 5 M4s and lack of diffuse kits and nades and stuff. You need to be like trying to win those rounds. If you lose it to mistakes like that, you're thinking, well, we're just almost throwing this game at this stage.
So help us out, Henry. You're a former CGS star yourself.
Yeah,
you know
course,
how this game is played. That's still relevant. People know what that is.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, you've tried the aggressive play early on as a CT. That isn't working out now.
Well,
what's plan B?
Let's be fair. They have not had the advantage really as of yet in the gun runs. They haven't been fully established and controlled and knocked Astralis down to a full eco at this stage. When you get that going, when you have like M4s up and you have all the nades, you can be aggressive. You can go towards lower ramp and do that sort of stuff. And they've tried it once properly and it hasn't worked out for them, right? It doesn't mean it's not going to work going forward. Yeah, sure, Astralis seem aware, but I think a few more defaults, chuck it in again. That's how you really kind of shut them down when you know the execution's coming. But for now, let's have a look at this. Towards Ali, I think you have to run back there, boys. That's not even, run away. Not worth it. And T-Spawn waiting for us. So they got 5.7 PD50s this time. Twist has got the UMP, some body armor for him as well. In terms of their investment into this one, this was actually a force by Anders. They went all in on this one. And it's a full reset, so why not? You would have been double eco on the CT side anyway. So the idea is you snatch the lost bonus away from Astralis and manage to reset yourself with whatever you have. But now 5-3 and everyone's still alive. 1 minute remaining and such a strong position for Astralis here. They know it. They know the pistols are out, but somehow, what is that? Nitro fully blind. Manages to get 1 kill. It should be the double frag out forward Zipex. Unfortunately there for Liquid, caught reloading. And that's going to be the advantage gifted back.
It's a real shame that they can't also pick up the kill on Sip, because you're right. Trying to get more bullets into those pistols. There is a flank coming in from Twist, but he's not quite sure where to strike. And now the bomb is being planted right in front of Stanislaw. Go for the kill, but he can't pick it up. Dupree instead will get the frag. And JDM waiting in C connector. It'd be nice if Twist could get a couple of kills with his UMP, at least make some money from it. But right now, Astralis are really confident in their play style. Like, they don't seem to be rattled at all. They're just
There's nothing
punching
to
in
be
the rounds.
rattled about, really.
Yeah.
Like, they lost the pistol, right? That's 2 rounds gone. So since then, Liquid have won an eco round. So in terms of the actual gun rounds itself, there he is, illustrated on the screen right now. So in terms of that, the gun round's going very well for them. That's the bread and butter of Counter-Strike in itself. That's what we're working towards. The AK rounds and the AWPs going up against it. They haven't really lost one of those yet. So why be that worried? And Twist, does he steal the AWP away? I don't think he does. It's available. He knows it's probably not worth it. Considering he has body armor and the money's not great in his team, he might as well save it. It's going to be 6-3. And Astralis now really running away with this one. And it's on the T side. This is probably one of the most CT-sided maps we still have in the pool. And this is not looking good for Liquid at this stage, I would say. But
once again, I mean, you brought this point up, and I think it's perfectly valid. You know, once again, they just don't really have the money to work with.
It's a nightmare.
I mean, this is obviously all hindsight, but it feels like now Liquid should have done the hard thing earlier and went for like a double eco, maybe even, and then
well, the
thing
is that they win ecos, right? Which is great. Like winning an eco sounds amazing. But then if you lose the subsequent round after that, you have just enough to squeeze out a buy. Then you'll do that. Then you lose that round. Then the nightmare continues. You'll keep force buying anything, or you might as well just double force into this because this is what we've got like $2,000 left. We're not going to be able to buy next round regardless. And you can find yourself in complete dire straits. You need to be stringing rounds together, right? Like we said, no gun round coming in their favor so far. A fully go win and then losing that round. It's just a bit of a blunder so far. But overall, still recoverable, right? This is not over by any imaginations. Zipx did a good job once again. He must be top fragging right now. Yeah, 12 kills, 4 deaths. To be fair, a lot of those have been eco kills, but at the same time, still doing a good job. Very efficient with it. 7-3 now. Let's hope we can bring some hype back in because Liquid now do have another buy available. Definitely can't get the double AWPs out, but we'll see whether they do get it on JDM. They do indeed. Wants to play. I'd like to see him mix it up a bit. We haven't seen him maybe. He's tried upper ramp, he's tried outside, maybe like pushes towards Ivy, at the end of that, gets that first pick. We've talked about him being that assertive player now. Maybe that's what needs to come in.
Something has to work out. They've got that AWP, you're right.
Where does he go? He's going inside. Let's have a look at it. He can do the fallen play, go up the lower ramp itself and try and find that first pick. That's kind of nuts sometimes. He's just going to be playing that kind of shotgun style AWP at the lower ramp, just waiting for anyone to cross over and try to take them down.
We saw him do this earlier where he's only sort of peeking half the time. Flashbang going to only force him back a bit, but Sip still picks up the headshot. He can't be stopped right now.
Yeah, that's sick. What a drive-by.
And how many of his openings have been on this, just on this, still on the brown hole area, where he's just either side the JDM or Stanislaw who has to face him, and they just can't.
Not really much you can do about that. You even dodged the flash, you knew it was coming, and he still outreacts you there. So that's a little bit disappointing for JDM there. 5-on-4 once again. Like we said, that reaction has to come in, and Stanislaw pushes in A main, tries to get something back, but Astralis so disciplined. They're not giving anything to Liquid here. Holding the angles, and Dupree, once again, does he give another free kill? Of course he does. They're not watching it. Twist is just wrecking his teammates right now by not covering this area. Where's the communication? How are they dying like that?
Yeah, this is really far back on the map. They're trying to get through the smoke. He's waiting. You only have 20 bullets. That's the M4A1 for you. And he ends up going down. Dupree picking up a second kill of the round here. Nitro tapping away really calmly, long range. I like that he's not getting panicked at all, but maybe he should be. His team is in a lot of trouble right now. Nitro goes down, and Elysian a 1-on-3. Sip is low on health. I mean, this is one of those 1-on-3s that could technically be done, but he's going to have to be quick, because if he lets them escape from the bomb side, and Device is waiting, so just scratch all of that, really.
How many times, well, it's happened twice now in 2 key rounds, right? Device has come to the end of Ivy, and he's had a free kill, and someone's back. That shouldn't be happening. Let's just have a replay of this before we kind of get into that. That's so sick, isn't it? See you later, JDM. So this kill here, why is this kill happening? Why is there no cover? That surely information is gifted to the team saying, Twist, like he needs to be saying, I'm not watching Ivy, you can be killed here. You shouldn't be walking around in that particular area. That's just a nightmare, right? Like he needs to be either more aggressive there and trying to take the angles and stop them making that play, but this is looking sloppy now from Liquid. They seem a little bit out of their depth. But here we go, another eco, unfortunately, for Liquid at 8-3 and rushing inside. It's something to work with, and they get the first kill. It actually work out for them as well. They do not steal the weapon away, so it's up to KLB to recover the situation. I think when you spot that many players inside, you just rush out and try and lock them in, connect it. But they actually maybe thinking the exact opposite. I guess at that point, if you're CT, you've shown that much presence inside, you're thinking, well, they've already seen us, let's try and meet them outside before they get there. So that's quite a cool idea from Astralis, just to commit to this.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, we talked about this, the lack of panic on the Astralis side. We also talked about this boost earlier that's looking in towards the B, but it doesn't really get a kill this round at least. Still more than a minute left. And this slow style from Astralis has been paying off just fine up until this point, so I don't see any reason why they really would try and change it. Or almost get caught then. Could have been a bit risky. Kirby makes his way back around the corner, but he very nearly got killed. And if he had, that would suddenly be interesting. I think Astralis still have a pretty good chance of winning this round. They just need to continue with this style here. Glaive walking out into the yard, but the bomb is still further back. Is he going to be able to pick up a frag? He's no idea there's a guy right behind him. He isn't checked yet. Now the flashes are raining in. Dupree will pick up the kill on Stanislaw, and that's going to open up absolutely everything. Now Glaive is turning around, but now the backup is there. There was an opening here, Henry, but the timing just not working for them.
But just recovering it nicely, not panicking. Like Astralis could have ran down the lower ramp and chased them and thought, okay, let's try and get these kills before they fall back here. But very calculated. They know they've got the considerably more firepower in that situation as well. Fall back, get some map control, a couple of smokes down there, and just trade together. That's looking very good. Actually, the 4 remaining players are getting a kill each, so that's looking very good for them generally. So JDM, the last remaining player here, has got an AK-47. Maximum loss bonus next round, and JDM, we said, it's a very AWP-centric Mac, hasn't really rise to the occasion just yet. 5 to 8 twists. No one's really fragging on the Liquid team. No one's stepping up. Like we haven't seen a superstar level from Elige that we did earlier. He seems to have calmed down slightly. 7 for 11 for him. Round number 13, 9-3. This map, unfortunately for me, does feel like it might be over already. They're not really turning up to this at all.
No, they're not. And this is where you'd want, you know, a good tactical timeout.
Well,
and
they're taking it now, at least.
All right, they are. And that's good news. And then some sort of rallying call from Zeus, you know, to get everyone fired up here. Admittedly, they played the game earlier today against Fnatic. Then they had a bit of a break in the last game, and now they're back and playing again. If you're not used to that kind of a tournament format, maybe, you know, your brain cools down a bit and you need to be woken up again.
I guess beating a team like Fnatic as well, it's a massive dump of adrenaline. Those kind of high-octane rounds they are having, it actually is so mentally draining. Like the fatigue can set in after one of the games. Sure, you might win it, you might feel fired up then, but then after you've expended all that energy and adrenaline, like I said, you have a 3-hour break, right? And then the brain kind of switches itself off. You're not really ready to do that all over again. It's very difficult to get back in that zone when you were kind of fresh, ready to go, you've been warmed up all day, and then you don't really want to be sit there on deathmatch as well after a massive series like that. So you can understand why the level drops off some, but maybe not to this extent. We'll see where they can recover that. They get 9-6, that's still possible, Anders. They're still back in this game. Let's just be clear there. But for now, I just don't see that happening from what I've seen so far. JDM boosts up the connector. Zipex, he's just a man possessed right now, isn't he? Just pushing everywhere, trying to get this first pick and looking so aggressive with it as well. Takes a nade to the face, so that should calm him down somewhat.
I feel like this is maybe the first round for Liquid we've seen that actually has rifles and grenades and everything. Like, I mean, that's
everything they need to actually win a round.
Yeah, because other than that, it's been compromises all over the board for the CT side, which is so disappointing. That's really how you don't want to play this this first half. But I think you are right. They unintentionally lured themselves into buying a lot of times because they were close to making it work, and then that just kept on rolling for a while. And Astralis, no change of pace for them either. They tried that one round where they rushed into all the grenades, and that was enough to convince them we shouldn't do that again.
Yeah, that would be good advice. We're coming up with some good rules of thumb for Counter-Strike generally, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we've got it going on. Standing in fire, which Glaive just did.
Yeah, don't want to do that. That's one of the rules.
Can't be doing any of that. And we've got no team kills yet, at least. We've managed to avoid that trap. They are moving up towards the yard here. 30 seconds on the clock, Team Liquid. You said it, now would be the time to strike back. If they want anything out of this game here, they need to make an impression in the first half. Kierbu gets a kill on Nitro, but there's an interesting refrag. At least there's one of them. JDM has gone down in the meantime, and it's all falling apart. Glaive getting a double kill, leaving Twist. This kind of a flag is great if there are still people alive on the bomb side.
It's just too little too late, isn't it? They've shown so much pressure towards Ivy so far, Astralis as well. Now there's nothing. He's like finally watching it and getting something done on that side of the map, but unfortunately no one there whatsoever. Showing some presence inside of the start, back towards outside, and you could see Elige up there, blind so much in heaven. He thought he'd have a chance to maybe rain down some death from above, but unfortunately not meant to be. And Twists, it's one kill, I think that's all he'll be getting here. Falling back to the flashbang, Glaive deals with him. And it's going to be 10-3. It's going to be 6 rounds in a row now going in favor of Astralis. No money once again, but you pretty much have to force all these round-handers. You need these last 2. CT side of train, this is not good enough. And Astralis is not they're outclassing them, unfortunately. This is not the same team we saw earlier. That's just the bottom line. They're not looking like as dynamic. They're not finding the frags. The individual performances aren't there. And sometimes this could be the difference maker. If you've got a player like Elige who's firing at 110%, right? Who's just outjording everyone in Fnatic one-on-one. He's going everywhere he wanted to start around and finding a pick. That seems amazing, but that's not consistent. That's not going to win you games every tournament, right? Like, it's kind of like you probably have to Cloud9 at Sao Paulo. That's what's happening to them every single game. And since then, it's difficult to replicate that sort of form, right?
No, you're right. I mean, I'm getting really worried here. They're trying to rush into main, and it doesn't work out, but I actually appreciate the effort anyway. I think this wasn't a bad idea for Liquid at all. In a round like this, you've got C-Sense, you've got a Max 7, you know, you've got to try something. Just doing like a default spread with those kind of pistols, I don't think would have been worth it anyway, so I'll give them some credit for it, even though it didn't really work out. But
well, they got some damage in there, so
they got a little bit.
a bit of damage, Anders. Yeah, I'll give you that.
What I'm really interested in, since we're on the path of learning about Liquid, and sort of, you know, they've shown some real strength in this tournament, but it's always hard to know how is a team going to respond to being beat up like this.
It's also one of those things. In particular matchups, like the play styles just collide. It doesn't really work out, right? So some teams, there's kind of Stanzo showing earlier could be amazing, right? But Astralis, like you said, they've had the chance to watch them in a best of 3, and it seems like they're very aware how to shut it down.
Yeah, and actually, in some ways, finally a kill coming in from Stan, but
yeah, it's not really good.
Molotovs are all around him. I think one of the strengths and one of the really scary things for almost any team in the world is that one of the things Astralis is so good at is actually shutting down star players. Like they make the map very constricted for people who want to sort of unfold and just, you know, throw their skill around.
This is why they're made a champions. If you can take down the strongest assets of a certain team, that's how you shut teams like this down. Like teams that aren't necessarily the best units overall, but they've got a couple of stars at any point could step up and shut you down. If you can handle them and tame them, then why not? Why could they do anything to you? Like if you know how they're playing and what the particular tendencies of a player like Elige is, then I guess at that point you can just kind of stifle him. We've seen him look quite cagey in this particular map.
Nitro's down here with the AWP. Are we going to see a jump from a teammate? Flashbang is in, and now if he re-peeks it, he's going to be the one in trouble. Smoke is up anyway, doesn't buy them that much.
Well, a much needed round here for Team Liquid. Just to reiterate, Anders, they won the pistol. Liquid got 2-0. Then they won a little force by pistols as well. They have not won a single gun round here. That's kind of shocking. They didn't win that pistol. This is like almost a 14-1 scoreline coming in, but we'll see what they can do here. They get this last round. We still have a possibility of pulling it back with the pistol in the second half. 11-4 is still doable, believe it or not.
Some grenades are raining in towards the B-bomb site. Stanislaw looking the wrong way. JDM not really covering him. He will pick up a kill on Glaive anyway. That's the bomb now, down on the site. Let's see if he can get one more before the rest of the team shows up. Trying to get out of C-Connector, but Dupree covering from the back. And that must be awful, because surely at that point, Elige is on the radio saying, listen, I'll get the backstabbing, we'll get the retake, and it's all going to work out. And then he's gone the very next second. Device, he's got the AWP and looking exactly the right way. I mean, Liquid, there's no saving in the 15th round, so count to 3 and then let everyone go. And Dupree's actually determined to make their lives even worse right here. Nitro goes down to Device. They get one refrag in, but I still think Dupree's going to be able to do this. JDM with a smoke, and that's it. 12-3 for the first half in favor of Astralis. Yeah. They don't even look all that excited, Henry. They look like this is what they came here to do.
It's difficult to get that hyped up when it's that kind of half. Like we said, a single gun round against you, it feels a little bit too easy, right? You just think to yourself, well, we won that pistol, that's almost a whitewash. And it was a masterclass from Astralis, don't get me wrong. It seems like they've done their homework, they've shut down this play style we've been seeing all day from Liquid, but unfortunately, none of the big names of Liquid really arriving. JDM, a player we've been praising all tournament and how he could step up here and be maybe going head-to-head with Device. He finishes that half right with 6 kills after 15 rounds. It's not really good enough. You need someone like him to step up. Same story for Elige as well. 8 for him. Not the performances we were seeing earlier, and we'll see where they can bring it back. Like I said, win the pistol, maybe there's some sort of a chance here. T-side though, 3 sets of armor, 2 smokes, a little decoy as well, looks like a fast play towards outside. I'm sure the smokes will be deployed imminently, but he gets that first pick and takes down JDM once again.
Life is hard right now, and even worse for Stanislaw. He's going to be going down. Dupree's very low on health, so maybe they can get close enough with the Glocks to make a difference. They are certainly making an effort of it. Jumping Dupree, they're going to get the kill, but Kirby's back with 2 big ones, and now it's just Elige, 1 versus 2, and he's trapped in the corner with this bomb. I don't think he can get out of here without getting spotted right now. That in itself is a bit of an issue. He's trying to see if he can sneak back, but there's the first peek in, going for a bit more. He's done slight damage onto Kirby, but more than a minute left still. He's going to have to play some pretty deep mind games to get out of this situation. And there's the shot, headshot in fact, taking down Sipnix. That's not at all bad. He's currently got a triple kill, and so does Kirby. And one of these two is going to have to walk away with it. And if it's Astralis, you have to assume that's pretty much the map. Maybe Liquid could spawn some sort of comeback. If not, Elige, 40 seconds. He's going to make his way back, but does get spotted.
Well, now the mind games begin. Does he fully commit towards inside? Kiabi doesn't seem to think so. Looking back towards Popdog here. Now we have got a really interesting scenario. At least he's going to be walking out. Kiabi waiting for him as well. There's a lot of damage, but can't find a headshot. Somehow, Elise wins that exchange. Kiabi is ready for him as well. Low HP on Elise. You can see a sigh of relief there from Zeus. Now we have something to work with. Not much, Anders, but something. As we go into the second half here. Great round by Elise. That's what we've been wanting to see from him throughout this first map, and finally delivering here. Kiabi with a world-class performance himself. I'm sure we're going to see a force fight from Astralis, all things considered. I would say traditionally you don't want to do that with this sort of lead on the CT side. Just close it out in the gun rounds, have everything you need, get the AWP out, defuse kits, the nades, but it's a conservative approach. Only 2 players going all in with armor, and we've got a scout as well, so we'll still have a decent amount of money. Scout for the device, of course, and doing some damage towards Nitro there, taking him down to 53 HP.
I mean, the great thing for Astralis, if you shut this game down right now, if you can somehow win this round, is that you don't give really Liquid any chance to warm up on this map. Whereas, you know, if they make it back now, and even if it ends in Astralis' favor, like 16-11, you've still, you know, you've got them a bit warmed up. They feel like they could do it. But if you just close it out, they're going to feel absolutely miserable. A lot of damage onto Elise as well. Now they've got to be really careful here. The pistols could do a lot when you've got 2 players that are just 1 bullet away from death. A bit more for the smoke. I think that was JDM getting tagged up. Now they're on their sight, but a headshot to take down Stan. That was Sip in charge of that one. The bomb is down as well, and Kirby trying his best. Device picked up 2 with the scout. It's all falling apart. Kirby with a headshot on Twiston. That leaves Nitro out in the open there, every which angle. He's going to get a second kill in now. He's still trying for more, but how does he get the bomb down without getting tagged up?
He's doing a pretty good job so far, and there's 2 kills, and they seem a little bit tentative to face him once again. It's Nitro with the AK-47, probably his bread and butter weapon, and he's going to get the bomb down now. It gives the position away somewhat. CTs have 1 player on the back tracks, and then Dupree coming from the connector as well. They obviously do not have kits here, so you can bide his time and maybe get towards a position like Heaven. That could be very interesting. They obviously haven't got the nade to shut him down. This is looking perfect for Nitro. I think he wins this.
He's in a very good position, and you're right. By the time they realize it'll probably be a one-on-one, and then all he has to do is connect with 1 more bullet. Oh no, but Device peeks it perfectly. I thought he could have had that one too, but ultimately will be a 13th round coming in here for the Astralis team. And if it wasn't already devastating for Team Liquid, I mean, how do you rally the troops behind this kind of a situation?
Yeah, and you've won both pistols now in this map, and
you've got 4 rounds.
You've got 4 rounds in this 13-4. It's not great. I think in my head, obviously you don't want to admit defeat. If I'm the in-game leader right now, I'm thinking, what's going on next map? Like, we've been absolutely wrecked here. Yeah, there's no coming back from this.
But that's what I'm wondering, is if you could at least drag it out, maybe you can...
That's the one good thing, right? The players who, like, if you can admit that this one's over, let's just concentrate on, like, kind of getting in the zone and getting some frags on the board. Like, obviously, like, not going to try and be cringy with it and say, oh, definitely we can pull this one back. Just try and get in the zone a bit more, get some frags going, like, try and, like, get warmed up somewhat and, like, see if you can get back in that place you were in. Maybe that's something, but for now, it's looking like Device mowing them down, gets a couple there. Nitro does get 1 frag, but that might be all he gets. Obviously, trying to get the bomb down here would be great. That will be planted, so something to work with there. Sanastor JDM will be dropped in the end. It's going to be 14-4 after this one. But Sanastor still fighting back. 9 HP, eventually dealt with.
Another round in for the Astralis team. 10-round lead for them currently, and I'll see what happens. I've seen some Danish flags in the audience, at least one of them in the audience, so...
Okay, so you've gone from Danish flags to... I've seen a flag.
I've seen a flag, listen.
I've seen a flag.
Have you ever noticed already, Henry? I just make stuff up.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I appreciate it, though. No one seems to notice.
2 for 1s in the middle of stuff like that.
That was great stuff. And would you believe it? That's 2 for 1. No, Andy.
It's not happened at all.
No.
19th round here. We're going to have to get some 2 for 1s out of Liquid if they need to sort of make this happen here.
Yeah.
I still think there's a value in delaying the win for Astralis so that your teammates start to believe in themselves just a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's difficult to do that, like when you're only getting Tech 9s and Scouts and a couple of AKs. Like, it's difficult to go, right, we've got definitely win this round. There's only so much you can do today, right? But we'll see what they can do. Round number 19, 14-4. 1 player already going down to the grenades towards main entrance. Stanastor's dropped. And it's up to JDM with the Scout. Elise with that Tech 9. A couple of AKs we mentioned before. Twist is one of them. And here we go. That looks like a Scout shot landed. Actually didn't do any damage, interesting enough. obviously Glaive and Dupree chiming in.
Why did it not, though?
I don't know. A bit of magic going on in server?
Yeah, apparently so. Because did they change that with the models on the ladders?
I think it was fixed, as far as I know.
It was fixed, wasn't it? Someone made a really good in-depth video. Was that 3 clicks, Philip? Yeah, I remember. Someone did. Device will end up getting a kill on Nitro, and that leaves JDM with the scout. That seems to fire only blanks, apparently. Looking around the corner, and he's going to go down to Glaive. 15-4. What a brutal beating they're receiving here, Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, it's just one of those games they haven't turned up to. Nothing's excited me. They haven't won a gun round yet, so it's difficult for me to really analyze for you and like tell you what they could be doing, what's going wrong, and just simply not really finding. Is that through the legs? Was it a bit of a nutmeg going on?
No, I mean, I don't even trust my own eyes anymore, Henry, but I feel like that was dead on him.
To me, I was like, oh, I didn't even look at the HP. I was like, well, that's definitely a hit. At least he's getting some tags in, but not meant to be. To be fair, not really that much of an interest. Even if he got the tag, they weren't winning that round.
To be fair, I can hear myself in matchmaking screen. That was right on him.
Yeah.
I swear it was right on him.
I swear to God.
Why didn't I hit him? Well then. Some grenades raining in, trying to see if they can force Device back, and he will actually use some utility fairly early on here. Sometimes you want to try and be brave and hold on to that Molotov as long as you can if you're holding that ramp, but he just throws it out.
Well, at this point, map points and Liquid with Tech9s, a couple of deagles, some smokes. I think it's just a set piece play. Just hope for the best, pull out one of the strats from the book and see what can be done here. Astralis to look dominant throughout, not giving away a single gun round. That's impressive. I don't think I've said that in a very long time, on a single gun round going against a team.
Yeah, very unusual, and as you pointed out, especially in a map like Train, where usually you could get something to work, even if you just run the defaults, you should be able to sort of get a couple of good rounds in. That just wasn't the case here. They've made their way down Pop Dog. Astralis are so far back on the map, they're saying, listen, you can have the bomb hunt if you want, but we know you're not going to have the utility to hold on to it, so just come get it. Bit of a long-range smoke landing from all the way in white holes towards Ivy. Not really going to help too much this time. Dupree will get a kill. Instantly refragged by Twist, who picks up a second one with a Tech9. That's finally some good news going in the way of Team Liquid. And Dupree, Kirby can certainly hear the bomb being planted. And he's re-smoked, actually. That's not bad at all. They still have a Molotov on JDM. Maybe this could be done.
Maybe. We'll find out momentarily. It'll be something to work with at least, so we'll need 12 rounds in a row still. But we'll see what happens. As we get into it, a 3-on-4 begins. It's going to be Device to find the first frag there. Bomb ticking away now. Molotov deployed, as you said, but all the frags can be in favor of Astralis. This could be a lead position given away. 2 kills to hold on to here. The defuse starts to come in, but I still think he can win this.
He's crouching down and gets the headshot, turning around. And I think there might have been just enough time for it here. Device picking up the double, getting the defuse, and making it 16-4 in favor of Astralis on the first map in this best of 3. I don't know what to say. How can we put a nice soft spin on this, Henry? Explain to me why it's not so bad.
A clinical performance there from Astralis. They are the current major champions, one of the absolute best teams, if not the best team we have in the world right now. Liquid, not the same team we saw earlier, right? But they still can bounce back from this. It's the wake-up call, I guess, and you can see the names we were expecting to turn up really didn't there. Twist seemed to be making some blunders towards the Ivy position, lack of communication. It seems like the players are getting caught with their pants down left, right and centre. At least he had a couple of good rounds there, but didn't really step up to the levels or the kind of dizzy heights he was earlier in the tournament, right? JDM, we kind of speculated, could he go toe-to-toe with Device? Not in that game, unfortunately. I think he definitely has the potential to, but they need to step up going forward to the next map. The problem is this veto, right? They went with Train and Overpass. These are 2 of the best maps for Astralis, right? It's going to be a really rough ride for them going forward here. I'm not sure they can recover, particularly on that map, where Astralis, that's arguably one of the absolute best. They define the way that map should be played, right? And with that kind of performance, the level I'm seeing right now from Liquid, not picking up a single gun run on their pick, I'm not sure this is going to be changing anytime soon. I'm hoping for a better game, but 2-0 is still where my money is.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about as well. That map is just so strong for the Astralis team. We'll see how it all plays out. Map 2 is coming up. We'll be right back after a quick break.
If you're a fan of crutches, then get your hands on this. But now let's focus on an even greater product, Taser.com, a competitive gaming platform.
Wow, James, that sure sounds amazing.
It is amazing, Dan. On Taste you can find the toughest dudes in the galaxy.
I heard it's got all these great features for real gaming.
Yes, it has, Dan. Like a voice communication system. Just post one to your friends.
Well, James, that sure is cutting-edge technology.
Radios must be within a 10-metre straight line with clear line of sight and sunny weather with no wind.
Do you keep getting wrecked by hacker noobs online? Introducing new Taste security system.
Wow, it's so lightweight. It feels like there's nothing inside.
That's correct, Dan. But there's more.
Behavioural index to keep you from playing with idiots. An easy way to send in your results. Multiple game titles. And here you can see a happy customer.
It's great!
If you sign up within the next 4 minutes, you will get these items for free. James White's best Christmas songs. Watermelon signed by Dan Black.
Fan är det här?
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's map 2 coming up here. The last game of the day between Astralis and Team Liquid.
You're getting there.
My brain is
It's just falling apart as the last
It's weird. I think it's because we've been talking about fidget spinners all day, and that's just I just can't keep up with that. It's occupying my mind.
Spinners
no more?
No, I think we need to ban them from the event.
Getting into the market.
They're getting dangerous now, so we're going to leave it out.
All right, map 2 is going to be on Overpass. That was such a struggle for Team Liquid on that first map on Train. That was the map they picked as well. It didn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the veto is looking rough, but I thought, you know what? If it's the Liquid we saw earlier in the tournament, maybe they've got a chance, right? Maybe they find that kind of firepower, that tenacity. We'll see something impressive from them, but it just didn't turn up, did it? Still, it's a best of 3, Anders, so we go on. It doesn't matter. Everything is reset. We go to the second map, and it's Overpass the only problem. And this is Astralis. This is probably, I would say, indisputably their best map right now. Like, they've defined the way it should be played. I think this is Device's best map by far. At the AWP, he's looking to absolutely wreck this opposition, and the man who's good there, Liege, didn't really turn up to the previous map. Same story for JDM as well. Those are the two kind of key pieces. Sure, Tortoise has been good, but you need the AWP to be there, and you need the Liege to be firing on all cylinders to have a real chance of taking down one of the world's absolute best. And to be fair, this tournament, we have seen some great signs of life here, and we know that performance earlier, as we were talking about it, that was a world-class performance. That was good enough to get really deep in tournaments, but if you can't keep that level up, then it's very difficult to see that being consistent going forward.
No, I absolutely agree, and I mean, they're going to need an incredibly strong start, and that is probably the most tragic thing about what happened on Train is they actually won the pistol rounds, and they still never got an economy that was worth talking about.
And they got 4 rounds. That's pretty unheard of.
Yeah, that actually almost never happens, does it?
Yeah, if you win both pistols, like in an even match, at least you're statistically supposed to be winning the game like pretty cleanly. Like that should be a win, right? But that didn't even equate to a gun round. So that's why I'm just going to disregard that map. I'm going to just leave that as an anomaly and hope we can rectify things here. Oh, back. I was like kind of casting, getting ready to jump in the game.
Ready.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are almost ready. I think the teams are as well. I'm really interested in this. I feel like if we had to sort of, conjure up a scenario in which maybe Liquid could be more impressive here, you did point out that like some of their stars just weren't even showing up, so the level could be quite different, if they do.
The thing is, like the play style was shut down pretty early on. With that, like we discussed it in depth earlier. The fact is they love to go for that really aggressive stuff and pushing in. At least, you think back to Mirage, right? Let's think back to some of the plays he was making on the CT side of Mirage. Picking a position on the map, anywhere he went, underpass, top middle, palace, B, he was just going everywhere, right? And finding the first pick. No one could out-duel him, no one could out-aim him. And that's sure great. He still might have that confidence to go for this pick, but he's not finding the frags and take it down. They're then consistently losing their first pick instead of actually picking it up every single time. So that's a problem. If he's not on that, if he's like maybe 30% beneath what he was before, then that's a real issue. And then you have to fall back onto the basics of Counter-Strike. You have to go to the classic gameplay of saying, okay, we can't push every round now. We're going to have to sit back in, defaults and crossfires. And the crossfires, I hate to say it, they looked pretty abysmal. I'm sure you'll agree. Some of those rounds where Dupree was coming out of Ivy, right? How is he shooting players in the back with no response whatsoever? That just shouldn't be a thing. There's no way that should be going down. I guess that's some of the weaknesses in the Liquid game right now. Sure, they're having an amazing game. That's why I made that kind of reference maybe to the Cloud9 performance in Sao Paulo. That was like a godlike tournament for them, right? Where everyone looked amazing, right? And then it's difficult to continue that kind of, I guess, strategic approach and having to lose very fast stuff, which Cloud9 is still doing very well, I can give them that. But it doesn't seem like it's consistent to keep going on for an entire tournament and have success with that. But still, like you said, Liquid definitely can bounce back here. Still looking quite jovial. See a few smiles on their faces. Not so much of the Liege or Stanislaw, but...
No, but you're right. They're trying their best, certainly. I think they're going to be starting on the CT side. They won the knife, and that means Astralis are going to be starting on the terrorist side instead. That could be good. Again, if they build the economy, I want to see Liquid win the first 4 rounds here. Get a stable start, put Astralis a little bit low, and then start building from there. This is going to be a real uphill battle for them, I can already tell. We are headed into the game, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here it's map 2, final game of the day. Astralis versus Team Liquid.
Here we go. 4 sets of armor for Astralis, 1 smoke and a flashbang for Glaive as well, and it's normally the B side that's favoured. And the problem is we've got an A side of focus from Liquid. Only Stan waiting in the B side here. He's got his work cut out for him. It will be a fast commitment, and this is looking very good for Astralis, I have to say. They've got players watching Connector as well, and the first frag should be coming in imminently. Here we go. Device can hit, and this is what I'm talking about. But he's actually whiffed, and Twist takes him down.
Oh man, that's a rare sight. Now Glaive is doing all the work. He's going to get the headshot in at the end on Elise. That's 3 kills. They just walk right into that. And JDM, he takes down Kirby, but you have to think this might not be enough. And Stan jumping right in down the stairwell, going to be dropped by Sipex. And JDM, 1 versus 3 here. Walking out of the L bend. They know where he's coming from, and he's just going to make it back. He's got no chance at all. This is a shocking turn of events.
Well, I know which replay we'll be seeing now. It's going to be Glaive there. After Device, it definitely wasn't a highlight moment for him. He had the information, he had the footstep above him, they were going to drop down for that ladder, couldn't hit the shot. He thought, okay, now we have a chance for Liquid here. They push through the squeaky door. Glaive lines them all up, mows them down. He's had a rough tournament, actually, to be fair to him. So we'll see whether we can have another look at that. And that actually looked very quick and impressive and shut down Team Liquid there. He said they needed a pistol move those first 4 rounds. That's not going to be happening. And we'll see how cool this looked. Glaive, times it to perfection here. The way he gets his first kill as well. It's so crisp, doesn't it? That's really, really nice stuff. That is not easy to do, although he makes it look quite simple, I have to say. Anyway, we get into round number 2. This is a full commitment, Anders. We're going to have JDM with the scout and body armor as well.
Yeah.
And CZ's armor all in. So no AWP in the first round. If they lose it, he still obviously can win this round, which has been a trend in this tournament, it seems. And here we go, man. We've got another chance here. Equal exchange for now, though. Nitro takes down Kiabi. Dupree answers back, and do they keep their foot on the pedal, or do they ease off a little bit? We'll find out.
A bit of grenade damage, but not really too much. And the reason we sound so hesitant about this buy is that if they lose this round again, they will have risked the future economy.
I guess it's probably worth the risk at this point, considering what just happened to them. Like, I guess you just like, look, let's just get on the board quickly. Let's do what we can here. There's 2 arguments to it. Everyone knows I prefer the more conservative approach, at least having your AWPer without a full commitment. But JDM, let's see if he can step up here.
He needs to hit one of these shots, just try and do the damage. Astralis realized, listen, if there's a scout in that bomb site, at the most there could be 2 people on the other side, and probably they only have pistols, so if we just all go there quick, it's going to be fine, and they're not wrong either. Twist holding close with the C-set. 75 is going to pick up a kill on Device, so that's some good news to work off of, but still just a 3-on-3 here, and a retake going to be almost impossible, you have to assume.
Yeah, I would say at this point around the kill as well, jumping out 1 by 1, that's not really going to help them out too much or do much for them at all, really. Falling back at this point, JDM with the scout, he's got armor as well, and he gets dealt with as well. Final kill with Twists. He seems like he's dropping off a little bit here in this big game for Team Liquid. That's the force buy, not really bringing anything too exciting now, Anders. And we're going to round number 3. It has to be the full eco here, and almost certainly no chance of the AWP coming in now after JDM made such a large investment to that round. He's at 2K, like the rest of his team. We'll get 2,400 on top of this.
I just have to point out now, just because Twist buys the 1 flashbang, I would love to see them all go in one spot with the USPs and try and lure Astralis in, you know.
You can go towards Monster Tunnel and flash over from the B side itself. That's something you can do. Or top and middle. It's also, okay, this is what else is going to be. Top and middle. Flash comes in. Flash is not deployed yet. Here it comes. There's a chance, but we have got a player with the UMP right in front of them. And he dodges the flashbang and he mows 3 down. I'm not going to get too excited. Pretty standard stuff, but great money coming in there for Astralis. A nice idea from Liquid, like you said. 1 flash over. Hope it has some sort of effect. You get a couple of trades there. They get 1 kill, you know?
Yeah.
That's something.
The main problem, obviously, was that Device was in front of the flashbang by the time it popped.
Indeed.
So just
I think they've obviously got Flash himself, and they needed to be a bit quicker. Probably just flashing off the very get-go. They might have a chance there. Obviously, that's 2020 hindsight. Who knows? Round number 4, no AWP, as we mentioned. No kits, and only 1 incendiary. This is potentially going from bad to worse here. Very difficult round when the Device brings out the AWP as well, and you've got a full buy for Astralis on their very best map. Any other variables you want there?
I mean,
covered most of them.
I would say this though, unlike on Train where the CT aggression can be a bit weird at times, there's a lot of options here on overpass for Liquid to put that in, and Astralis won't really have seen them play it either. So maybe they could, you know, show something interesting
Sonic
here.
looks like he's got a dossier of information. He's got like 4 bits of paper with tactics on them, so I think he probably has been watching the demos and worked it out, but we'll see what happens. The first kill comes in for Zipex there, and that looks like it was towards long. Stanislaw dropped, and let's see if anything else happens here. Dupree is having too much fun here at the moment. Alige finally does step up, gives his position away. And he now has to fall back to the side. No nades remaining for him, and he has to stop this complete commitment to the A side. He gets 2. Actually, this is looking promising now. Alige stepping up finally.
Big couple of kills coming in for him, especially because you saw the bomb as well, so they know what's going on. Zip moving his way around. He's going to get shot down simultaneously. The device going down, so Team Liquid, a bit scary at the beginning, but they work it out towards the end. They save 2 of the AKs here, and they're not out of the woods yet, but it's a good step in the right direction.
Absolutely. It looked like that round was completely done, and Alige out of the bathroom position, finding 3 kills. I thought once he got that trade towards long 8, that was done for. Like, he was going to go down. Somehow gets 3 there and saves the round. Like you said, though, a lot of work still here to do. A scout coming out of the JDM. That wasn't a clean round by any stretch of the imagination. Stannis on the UMP. To get the fuse kits this time is still going to be a very difficult procedure. But the good news, I guess, is Device doesn't have the AWP and gives JDM a bit of freedom to work with him. Runs into the wall, and he's be very careful there. Smoke will protect him for now, and Nitro jumping up at the B wall there. Almost gets taken down by Dupree, who's an absolute nuisance towards this B side of the map.
He's been very proactive, but he actually walks right in. His crosshair is just in the wrong spot, and Nitro had a way better angle there. A good way to get started here for Team Liquid. Something they're really struggling with on train was finding those opening frags. In fact, so many of the rounds started off with Zipex picking up those, and then they just weren't able to really pedal it back. So looks like the smoke is going to land towards the sniper spot, and Astralis looking for a bit of a full execute towards the B bomb site, making their way through the monster tunnel. Twist, he gets a kill, and Kirby with the instant double return, and this is a bit rough here. 3 on 3. And making their way up, hiding inside of the smoke there is Stanislav with just a UMP. How do you make anything happen from this position? They're getting the spray through. He goes down, Alige with the flank. This is a chaotic round, and now we're in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, not clear who's going to be running away. This one, Glaive seems oblivious to the fact that Alige was coming in that flank. Surely that was communicated. But now it's up to Device, who's on 12 HP. Looks like a guaranteed round. But Liquid at this point, with the Molotov deployed as well. Device loses control of the situation. There's the final frag. Alige once again stepping up. Another 3K round for him, Anders. He comes all the way in from T-Spawn, Monster Tunnel, and I can't believe that decision from Glaive. I guess at that point they weren't 100% sure the flank was coming. He obviously had to silence them 4, so they might have got into the intel at that stage, but still, Glaive just had no idea that was a possibility. He could be in the back, and that was the key frag there. 3 for Alige in total, and we do just about have enough for a buy for Astralis here. 3-2. Liquid's had to pull back, but 4.5k in KRB, same story for Glaive and Zipex, and they will indeed be forcing into this round. 2 players will be on Tech 9. That's going to be Device, presumably considering his purchase of the AWP earlier, so indeed it will be, and Dupree as well. So we'll see whether Liquid can hold on here. And this is looking better, right? At least now Alige is performing in gun round. He's actually finding kills there and getting to 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. That's not bad at all. Maybe that can kind of get him in the zone now.
And you have to think from Astralis' point of view, this buy is based on the fact that they've had 2 rounds in a row where Liquid are down to just 2 players left. So they just want to keep the pressure up on the economy. They don't want to let it go right away. Dupree, again, fairly active here with the Tech 9. Trying to see if he can move in towards the sewer area. And, the setup here for Liquid, though, fairly common towards the B-bomb site. And it looks like Astralis think, well, listen, this last time was just a fluke. We can do the same execute again, and maybe it'll work out this time. Nitro going for the spray. He picks up a kill. Stan is there as well. They get shot down. Astralis not welcome on the B-bomb side, and what a round from Team Liquid. I can tell the crowd is loving that. That's going to tie up the scoreline 3-3 here. And this time they survive with a lot of members still intact, and Astralis can't do anything now.
Much better stuff. Like we said, you forget about train, you move on to the second map, and now they're looking more dominant and actually starting to see some decent teamwork coming in, the big names performing, and Astralis with another big execution there, shut down. That was quite a clean round from Liquid overall. 3-3, has to be an eco now. As we said, Astralis, it's their absolute best map, so a lot of work to do here on the CT side. Definitely a CT-sided map, so good news for Liquid starting on the CT side here. And now we have Deagles, CZs, and tries to work. We'll see if that first pick comes in. It does indeed. Glaive gets the first one, but Alige answers back as well. 4-4.
Bit of a bold move from Alige, but at the same time, you can't really take that away from him, can you? No, he's playing a confidence game, and he wants to keep it. Yeah, he wants to keep it going.
Especially when you know they're low money as well. That's how you get your big players fired up. Throw them into the ecos and say, go get picks, right? Because then they're finding 3-4 frags and they keep getting their aim in the zone and feeling like they're the best player on the server, right? That's what you want to be doing. That's actually a cool thing to do. Sure, he only gets 1, but it's not the end of the round. He hasn't given too much away, so it's absolutely fine. But Glaive with an AK-47. Let's see whether we can get anything done with that. Towards B we go once again. No nade to work with. Contact play through monsters, anything I can really think of here. Actually just rush it. See what happens. Twist not the best series for him so far, but we'll see if he can step up here in the B side. It'd be a blunder if he went down with no kills there.
He's in a position where they shouldn't be able to easily rush him down, and he can just maybe defend the side enough. Crouched in, they still don't exactly know where he is, and showing himself not really working out either. Twist getting a good double and turning it into a triple. Denying the bomb pun as well. And more rounds like this is what Liquid needs. It was a bit sketchy early on. Now their economy's really building in the right direction.
Sure.
And Astralis aren't getting bomb plants here for the last 2 rounds, so this is the right recipe. If you want to beat Astralis on this map, it has to keep going like this. And sadly for Liquid, it has to keep going like this for a very long time.
It does indeed. I would say they need double digits on this side of the map just to kind of give themselves a fighting chance of Astralis swapping over. But it's looking good so far. We're going to a real gun round here. Device and AWP, same story for JDM as well. And we'll get into it. Towards middle, we have focus on both sides of the map as well. JDM trying to get the first all pick, but dangerous play there with the AT grenade. Manages to avoid death for now. Trying to challenge Device is waiting on the T steps, and this is looking good. This is what we want to see from... What's JDM up to? I don't want to see that.
Just happened.
I never want to see that again.
Zeeb suffered from an aneurysm. Just ran into
a knife foul. The world's playground. I guess he just assumed he saw one player fall back from T steps and no one else would be there. But that's such an assumption to make, is it not?
Yes. I mean, I just cannot believe what we just saw. I think
if we can get a replay of that, that'd be great. Just to see, just to break down the thought process. Like, I'm assuming he saw one player fall back at the T-steps, but there was 2 boosted up.
Yeah, and Nitro especially is in an interesting position. Stanislav with a really good flank here. Maybe with a bit of timing luck, this could be working out. The bomb has been planted, though, for Astralis, and making a jump down. Nitro with a headshot there. Stanislav looking for the kill. He's just barely got it, but Nitro will get the Coupe de Prix in the meantime. Flashbang comes in from Sipnix. He's going to go and take that fight. Gets a headshot on Stanislav, and that was revenge for missing the frag earlier. Device burns alive there. Nitro coming up with a big triple kill, tapping the bomb. One sips. He's going to have to go for it. They know where he is. He just got the kill from here. Sprays once, and it's going to be Twist at the end to pick up the kill. Liquid will bring it back in a 3-on-4 situation. Yeah, that is very important.
What a weird round, though. My God, that didn't really make much sense at all. But this time it was Nitro. He has a big round. They're actually starting to win these clutches, and that's the play. He watches one go about T-steps. Why is the knife out? That's such an assumption at really early stage of the round as well. There's no other call. There's no other information. He hasn't called there's anyone in B, even anyone towards short, and he's done that. That's insane. But still, I guess it happens. He might have got given some wrong information by his teammate. Someone might have called the wrong thing, and he just assumed at that stage. But that's such a deadly area to walk into with a knife is the point I'm trying to make. Still, Liquid win the round, so it's not the end of the world. It's absolutely fine. Nitro is a player to step in that round, and now we're starting to see big rounds from Elige, from Nitro, and to some extent Twist as well. He's had a couple of decent plays in the B-bomb side. They've got 5-3 here, looking to bounce back on the second map, and what's going on here? The Magician. It's backhanders.
Yes,
you made that up, didn't you? So your meme's coming to life.
Van Dolken.
Van Dolken himself.
The amazing Van
Magnificent.
Dolken. The magnificent indeed. Yeah. But you're right, that is a deadly assumption. I think, is it an under siege too? Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups, I believe. That's something I'll try and live by.
Yeah, I guess we're getting there now.
5-3.
It's past 11 o'clock, I think you're fine. Or 10 o'clock, yeah, it's past 10 o'clock, you can say whatever you like. Yeah.
I checked the time, you know.
Yeah,
just gotta make sure we keep it cool. 9th round is coming up, and JDM this time is down in connector instead, AWPing away, and he's got some backup here, not a ton in Elige. It's one of those positions you've got to be careful about, because you can get trapped in there if you just get sandwiched between sewer and the birthday party. But instead, it looks like Astralis want to take all of their rifles long, just leaving behind Sipex to roam if needed. And right now, Liquid don't really know what's going on, but I love this play over at the B side. That's Nitro moving up. What do you think about this, Hank?
We'll see what he can do here. It's actually quite exciting. If he doesn't find any much information in terms of players himself, he's telling his teammates, go focus on A. No one's going to this beat up the map. A bit sloppy from Astralis, I have to say, but Dupree fighting back there with Elise. Up to JDM now to step up with the bomb down as well. I feel like he's hitting shots here all day long. Takes down Dupree as well. Incendiary on the bomb. They've got time to work with here, and still the flank continues. We'll see whether this works out for Liquid. 5-3, and they have the man advantage here. Huge round, but Glaive is coming towards the A side. Could he be their nemesis? Can he find anything here?
He might need some sort of opening from Glaive or at long. I think he's going to have to pick up a kill, because that will sandwich the other 2 players, Stan and JDM, onto the restrooms. Otherwise, I don't think they can break this open. 30 seconds left. Shot goes through, but actually doesn't hit anyone on the other side. And There comes Glaive with a slight opening, but not enough to take down Stan. He's getting shot at the back. Sip comes in with a kill. 20 seconds on the clock here, and Glaive still trying to clear out the truck. There's a gap there, and Glaive can spot the feet of Twist, and that leaves Nitro 1 versus 2. And now would be one hell of a good time for a Clutch. He's trying long range to get that headshot in, but he's in so much trouble right now. Walking in, and they can just hide. The bomb is out in the open. He's got a smoke. That's the only tool he has to try and lure them in once he starts the defuse here. Smoke goes up. He's going to walk right in and gets taken out by Sipex. A big round here for Astralis, and a bit of a shame for Liquid with that kind of an opening.
Yeah, got great openings, lots of information as well. Like we said, Nitro pushing all the way through, like almost T-spawn, fell back eventually once they started getting the advantages there, didn't want to give anything away, but that's so much intel gathered, considering that information at the very start of the round, saying everyone, you can just get back towards B, towards the A side now. We've locked this down, there's no way they're coming towards B. They get the opening picks as well, but it's Glaive. He's the thorn in their side there, coming all the way up from long as well, finding decent timings. Twist was watching it, but Glaive sneaks by, finds that kill towards the bathrooms area, then takes down Twist as well. It was a little bit of a nightmare in that sense, but they did manage to get 5 rounds in a row, and so shutting this round down, if they win this, Team Liquid that is, they actually fully reset Astralis, so this is absolutely everything. They can forget about the previous one. If they win this, that's maybe a double eco situation for Astralis.
That's got to be the game plan then, and break the economy, see what happens. JD has 3 people waiting on the other side of that peak for Device, so he just stood no chance at all. A pretty big commitment, and you can get sandwiched in sort of like they did last round where Glaive was coming up long, but this time it works out fine. And now, sensible decision, just going back and being defensive. Nitro gets a kill on the bomb carrier. Kirby with 1 refrag, but Twist is still waiting. He's going to shot 1 down, almost gets a second kill. Glaive is on 16 health. Twist will go down. Kirby with a double kill instead. And now the reload is in as well. He's got the time, but they lose Glaive. All on Kirby, 1 on 2.
This is actually looking pretty good now for Liquid. Kirby, surely you're taken out by Stanislaw. There it is, the final frag comes in. A great performance there with the FAMAS. This is the team we wanted to see. Someone who's actually not scared of taking the duels and actually going toe-to-toe with some of the world's best. Liquid's starting to show that aim now, and we can see decent numbers coming in terms of the frag charts. We've got 10 kills to Twist and Nitro there. At least not far behind on 9, and we do really have a game on our hands here. 6-4, and that's going to be a pretty harsh reset for Astralis as well. Probably won't be double eco. They've got about 2k in the bank right now per player. Going to get 1900 next round. And there's another stab there. Why is Twist on 39 HP at the start of the round? Why is he right-click stabbing him?
You're asking the right questions, Henry, but I just don't have the answers.
Why would you do that?
I just... no team damage, another part of the rule. Can't do that. Even if they're not kills.
Just don't slash your knife around in the big games. Maybe just don't do that.
But definitely do that.
Yeah.
That kind of a flick is what we want more out of JDM. And in spite of some team damage, still they should be feeling happy at the moment. They're up against 2 Deagles and 1 Glock here. And I think what's really interesting, and this is important, some of the rounds that Liquid have been, not all of them, but some of them, they've had quite a few people alive, and Astralis don't get the bomb down. That can really help late in the half to make sure that the Danes just don't have enough money to continue to buy. So I'm excited about that part of Liquid's game here.
Oh yeah, we did say Liquid need at least double digits here, making a pretty strong case to get that right now. Nothing really achieved by the Danish side. Luckily, after that, Team Knife coming in at the very start of the round. 5-on-1 now, Device, Deagle in hand. Bomb down, not really much you can do. A consolation frag at this point, maybe. Doesn't even get that. The aim punch takes his crosshair away, and the 7th round is posted for Team Liquid there. Astralis, like I said, a double eco, definitely potentially could force into this, and we're having a look right now. They will just partial into it. Okay, so Tech 9s, UMPs, there's the stab. Thank you very much, production. That's just an illustration for you, Anders, that it was real life. It did actually happen. And sometimes it will, I guess.
Not just one of those things that I make up.
No, yeah, not this time at least.
Not this time.
Let's see if you can start sliding any more this game. I'll see if I can spot them.
All right, 7-4, and we are moving into the 12th round. So Astralis, again, the lack of bomb plants coming back to hurt them a bit. They've invested into this round, obviously, just sort of a half buy in the tunnel here. JDM gets overrun, a bit too aggressive. You wish he would have had some backup with someone that had an actual rifle and not the AWP. Otherwise, that can happen. Now they've given Device an open. I don't know. That can spiral out of control fairly quickly. Although Elige here gonna catch them on the rotation back. He goes down to Device, not even with the AWP. Just the Tech 9 run and gun. What have they done, Henry? Why have they done it? Giving up that AWP. Whoa, come on, what is happening?
I'm loving it. Well, here we go. This is the big frag. Sanistal does step up to the plate, though. Take one down. Zepex will reply with 10. That's an interesting phase, considering such low HP, right? Just to go for that again.
I don't want to even think about it. Glaive spotting out nobody on the B side of the map, and Liquid almost feel like, I think, they have to make a choice and go somewhere, but...
Well, Glaive's, yeah, he's got the full control of B, right? So CT's probably the B side's open. That's probably where they are.
He even has a smoke, so when the bomb goes down, he can smoke the sniper spot, and then they have one more smoke on Kirby and a Molotov on Sip. So if the bomb goes down without anyone from Liquid getting a frag, I don't think they can actually retake this. One of them already on the site trying to make sure that the bomb will be planted safely here. 16 seconds left, and it does go down. And Nitro and Twist, I mean, what kind of call do you make here?
You've got the kit. One player on a UMP as well. There's enough money in the bank to buy up next round to save these weapons, but I think at this point, might as well go for it, see what he can do here. So Nitro's going to flash through and bomb ticking away. Need to start finding kills in the next couple of seconds here. Not going to happen. Nitro drops. Twist now will be causing some damage and farming some cash himself, but I think this one's out of his reach.
And maybe he could take someone with him. We'll get a kill on one at least, so... I mean, in that sense, they make it a really expensive round. He gets a headshot as well on Sip. I mean, won't survive the round, but that's Astralis, yes, winning a round, but it cost them really dearly. Still, I think that's just, again, such a mistake for Liquid. JDM pushes into the sewer, he loses the AWP, and then Elise tries for the flank, and he gets run over by a Tech9.
We've got a meme again. What's this? Oh, okay.
It's fine. It's all fine. They've obviously been practicing that at home, and
maybe
what kind of
needs a bit of polish.
How many marks out of 10 would you give him?
I'd give that a solid like 3, I think.
Solid 3.
Yeah, and the dabbing lost about 4 points for it. Yeah.
You all laugh, but you might not realize that's a lot in Hank's world. That's just a lot in Henry's world.
Well, let's get back into this next round. Round number 13, 7-5 in favour of Liquid. Actually making a convincing case here in the second round. No one thought they could possibly go toe-to-toe with Astralis after that first map performance. Towards long, though. A very fast approach here from Astralis. 4 players on that side of the map. Zepex watching the connector.
Lee's going to be falling back again. He's really not got any backup, so you don't want to linger around there for too long. Someone starts coming out of connector and you're out in the open like that. Tends to not work out so well. We've been seeing a lot of B-sided attacks for Astralis, and it feels like they're changing their mind a bit now, sort of gravitating more towards the A side and clearing out the restrooms too. That's what you want to do if you want any chance of getting into the A side. You've got to make sure you can actually throw smokes from more or less where they're standing here, maybe a bit further up.
Big round here for Liquid. Either side, to be fair, whoever loses this round is almost certainly going to be eco. Long control obtained, mid control as well, full execution potential. This is what Liquid wanted to avoid. That's Elise once again. He's been great in this first half and manages to find a first headshot as well. Needs a second here. He gets it. 3 kills in total for Liquid. Fighting back here after losing a couple.
Dupree will get only 1 in return. 30 seconds left. I'm not sure if that's enough. Device has been sneaking up onto the bomb site. He's got the bomb, but JDM will take him down. And no chance here for Dupree. He has to pick up the kill and get 4 frags. And he's only got 20 seconds. He's isolated in the corner, and Stanislaw will take him down. A big round for Team Liquid. And again, no bomb plant for Astralis.
Yeah, they're not looking as comfortable as I would have thought. I thought they'd be controlling the pace and working out, especially this sort of round as well, right? That seems a bit sloppy from Kiabi. Where's the refrag in that position? You're coming on that sort of corner, you're going to be facing together, making sure there's no 2 for 1 there, making sure they get the instant refrag. And they had long control, mid control, bathrooms as well, full execution, everything you could possibly want, and still can't find the frags or a bomb plant. Very surprising stuff from one of the world's greats.
Did they change the camera so they can catch JDM lounging? Because I think earlier he wasn't even in the frame, but...
That wouldn't surprise me.
It's got to adjust like that. It's good production. I like it. Glaive goes down. Kebu next in line. Dupree, he's picked up 1, and actually a second kill for him. It's a really good job with the Tech9. Maybe they could get a bomb plant and try and get a bit of money into the 15th round. It would certainly help them out quite a bit. There it is, going in. But ultimately, there's no way Liquid should give this up. Like, just everyone take a deep breath now. You're fighting with a pretty big advantage. Make sure everyone's coordinated and ready. Dupree coming in. Oh, he's going to go for it. Turns around, goes in the corner, gets a shot on, and now a lot of damage onto JDM. Up top in the sniper spot. Dupree right now with a triple kill. He single-handedly broken this round wide open. Elise making a lot of noise coming in, and he's going to take down Device. So now it's all on Dupree, looking for the ace clutch here. He's down in the water, and he's making a lot of noise himself. He gets a hit or a shot on JDM, but not enough to win the round. What a performance, though.
I'm actually quite impressed with Liquid here on the CT side. This is much better than what I thought was going to be happening. Astralis there with a decent attempt. Dupree, he thought he'd done quite enough there with that little play from the CT entrance, but wasn't quite enough, it seems. Bomb planted for the first time in a while, I have to say, for Astralis here. We go to round number 15, Anders. And we said Liquid were looking for double digits. That could actually be quite a possibility here. 1 AK, 1 UMP, 3 Tech 9s, the final buy here for Astralis. And maybe we do have a third map, who knows? It's looking promising at least.
Yes, it is. I'll give you that. It's I'm actually very impressed by Liquid. I think they're showing a form that, you know, this is what was really worried me on Train, was just the fact that it looked like they just collapsed as a team.
Yeah,
and
they didn't arrive to that whatsoever.
You can't afford to do that if you want to play the top level. You can't have games like that. Oh,
see ya.
That boost has become maybe just a bit too popular.
I don't even like the boost. I don't like the jump anymore. I think it's done for, especially against Dupree, who actually is probably the most famous player for hitting that shot. Why would you give him a chance to do that?
Now the B-Bomb side's in a lot of trouble here. Nitro trying to hold on, twist with a headshot. He takes one, but that's all he's going to get. JDM has picked up a kill. Elise really quick with a flank. Credit to him for being that fast on it, but he walks right into Sipnix with the Tech 9 there, and now it's on JDM 1 versus 2 with the AWP.
Here we go. The clutch begins.
They're delaying the bomb plant a lot right now.
They're just baiting him out to maybe go check towards the A site. A minute to work with here as well, so in about 10 seconds time he loses track of them completely. There's a player on the side itself, and he's spotted in there. There's no real intel as to where they could be.
He has a Molotov.
Oh, spotted him.
Gonna get the flick then. The grenade gonna land in. Is it gonna bounce back the right way? It will. There's the kill, taking down Kjaerbye. That's a really good use of grenades.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Really cool stuff there from JDM. He's got the kid as well. He had the smoke kid. That'd be so ideal. But the rotation from Zipex goes towards short. The clutch master up against JDM. Looking for double digits here. Team Liquid.
Not going to work out. Gets taken out by Sip, who's hiding in the right corner. 9-6 in favor of Team Liquid here. I still think that's very respectable. We did talk about just how good Astralis are on this map. I think they've done a good job, but they just need a little bit more.
Astralis, just to note as well, they got the 3-0 at the start there as well. They got the pistol working in their favor, right? So that's actually pretty cool. Oh no, was that right? Who won the pistol? I got mine.
I believe Astralis did, didn't they? Yeah, Glaive with the
that's right.
With all the shots.
Yeah, that's true. So they actually did. Yeah,
yes.
They won the pistol.
I'm not thinking that.
It's getting late for me as well. They did. They got the pistol, and we'll see what they can do as we get into second half. Astralis in the second half. It's going to be 5 sets of armor for them on the CT side. Device looking to get the first pick in here. 4 sets of armor for Liquid as well. First pick comes in, equal trade.
Glaive waiting behind the rock with 14 health. That can be a problem eventually, especially if Nitro is going to show up and hit the Glock shot like that. Now they're starting to fall back. Well, going the long route like this, I would say is a bit dangerous on a map like Overpass, because if you end up fighting, you know, from long towards here against the USP, that's a fight you can definitely lose quickly. So I'm kind of glad to see them rotating back around. I think there's going to be just a sinking feeling in Dupree's heart as they're all coming out the door and they take him down quickly. He must have known that was going to happen. If you miss any shots there, you're done for. JDM picking up a good second, or a kill around there. Nitro with 2, in fact, and Device and Sip now in a lot of trouble in this one. How do they possibly bring it back?
Yeah, it's looking rough now for the CT side. Device and Zipex up against them. It's going to be headshots flying in left, right, and center as well. None for the CTs, though, unfortunately. Now this Device, and there it is. I think the only real chance they had in that one was going to be Dupree in that position towards short, and couldn't find a single kill.
What a round. And, I mean, in terms of bringing on a third map like you were talking about, this is exactly what's required. Nitro, I think he got 4 kills in this round. That's just very, very well done. 10-6. This is interesting.
It certainly is. I'm having a look at the bio for Astralis now. They're one of the teams, I spoke to Dupree in length about this, they're one of the teams that really subscribe to the idea that you don't fully force buy on the CT side in the second round. They'll get Deagles and 5/7s, they very rarely get armor here, just to kind of boost their chances. They're one of the teams as well. If you have a Deagle, let's think about it, right? You're going for 1 Deags, right? That's the way you're going to find your kills. So having the armor or not, if you don't find that 1 Deag straight away, it's unlikely you're going to do much of it anyway. So just a Deagle enough, I think, is enough for these rounds, and it still have more money to work with, an extra $650 per player, and those gun rounds means an incendiary or a smoke coming in, maybe even armor itself, and we'll see if that works out for them at all here. Liquid with a huge advantage because they have SMGs up against unarmored players, but looking for round number 11 here. Simple play with the Molotov towards B. Oh, messed that up a little bit. Should be fine still.
Yeah, shouldn't be a big problem. Dupree will get 1 good kill in, but spamming away, not going to be able to make it work. And Sipek gets overrun in the end as well. Glaive goes down. Kirby last to fall. They only lose JDM in the round. 11-6 here in favor of Team Liquid. I mean, this is very impressive. For a team that's already taken out Fnatic to be this far ahead on maybe the best map for Astralis on LAN.
It's quite tantalizing, isn't it? This is the exact opposite I was expecting, right? Train, you think, okay, well, they've got a fighting chance, and we've seen them have a decent performances on that in the past, and yeah, Liquid probably could cause some damage. They're probably not on Overpass though. They don't win a single gun round on Train, and now looking like the more dominant team on Overpass. Like, there's nothing's making sense right now, but I am enjoying it, I have to say. Liquid, we've almost guaranteed round, considering it's the default pistols across the board, ready for, as far as a couple of P250s there as well, but we'll see them just boosting up and connected there, just trying to get something going for themselves, but not really much can be done, I'm afraid.
Liquid, because they've got every entrance covered, which is what you would want to see in a round like this. There's no reason why you'd want to let anyone sneak in anywhere, and they've got time to spend here. I much prefer in a round like this, if you're not going to spot anyone, if you're Liquid in, you know, another 20 seconds go by, you haven't seen anyone, go long. Because on long, you're going to be running into, you know, USPs long range. What are the chances they'll win that fight against even the UMPs? So I think that's what they're gravitating towards. So that it has become pretty much a standard play on this map. Stan will pick up a couple of good kills, and they just cleaned it all up there. Elige picking up 2 as well. 12-6 in favor of Team Liquid. Just 4 more rounds, Henry. Surely, I say, surely they can do this.
Why do you say surely?
Because whenever you do that, it works out the opposite, doesn't it?
I don't think surely is the right word in this particular scenario. Like we said, Astralis not fully forced by that second round. This is their absolute best map. I'm not worried for them at this point. I feel like they just need to win a couple of gun rounds here. This will probably be one of them, considering we've got 3 UMPs up for Liquid. Astralis are building some momentum on the CT side. They probably come back and win this game. I would say, if you ask me right now, Astralis probably come back and win this for sure. But Liquid, very convincing so far. I won't argue with that at all.
Let's find out. Flashing away through the smoke device. I had no idea, but they don't know that Kjaerbye here is going to get the great double spray down. They've lost Glaive in the meantime, and Kjaerbye dropping the bomb, not even reloading his gun. This is just a complete melee up here. Bit of a 2-on-2 now, but what a brutal way to get started in this round.
Not the most beautiful Counter-Strike, but it's exciting. 2-on-2 now. Dupree and Zipex. What a smoke and a flashbang with no sense of the bomb. But look at Dupree's position coming in from T-spawn. If he gets his timings right here, could be the thorn in their side that Astralis desperately needs here. We do have Zipex though in a great position, and that one and done we usually call it towards long. That's all he'll need really. If he just gets 1 kill, that's probably enough to win the round.
And if he gets run down, it gets a bit awkward for Dupree. They don't have any flashbangs they're throwing right now. There's the 1 kill you were talking about, and the follow-up. Zipex stepping it up. 12-7, and that was the first step here for Astralis. Now, just like with Liquid, because they lose 3 players, it's not done yet. You know, they still need to get more rounds on the board.
Oh, yes. That was what we call the bonus round, right? So Liquid, they got the 3-0, and they have residual SMGs coming to that first gun round, meaning you definitely got to keep them, but you're not fully equipped at that point, right? And even if you lose that round, you get AKs out, you're just trying to limit the CTs as much as you possibly can. It's actually unlikely you win that round, but if you do, then you've got such a good chance of running away with the game. And if you lose it, you're going to reset them the next round regardless, if you can actually just keep them modest. And here we go. Kjaerbye towards top of middle. Lots of fire damage coming in, I have to say. You can see that on the top right, Nitro and Twist, down to 35 HP each. That was kind of nuts how quickly that came in. And Kjaerbye by the bench. Stanislaw, though, now duels him, and a 5-on-4 begins.
looked like Kirby had the lineup, and the second he stopped crouching was when he walked in, so very unfortunate. Nitro goes down though, Sipix, and I think that was a wall bang over by that famous spot, over by the sewer, so always interesting. 4-4 and plenty of time left for Liquid to make up their minds, and actually Astralis look like they want to be a bit proactive here and actually find out what's going on the map, though. Elige will pick up the kill.
Through the door.
Yeah, it's impressive. What a way to go down.
Yeah, hole in the door. Finds it. Increases the lead once again, 4-3. Low HP over Twist and Elige. He's still using the door. Going to be opening it up now, but he doesn't seem to know there's a CT player here. Neither does Dupree, and slow reaction, but still manages to get one kill. That's not going to be enough to win the round just yet. Smoke towards Heaven. Twist Molotov towards CT entrance. They've already passed it though. Trying to deny the plant. I don't think he has a chance to do that.
A lot of damage onto Glaive. How is he possibly going to partake in this retake? That's the big question. He's got the defuse kit as well. Device goes down. You've got to think that's pretty much the end of it. He's going to be dropped by Stanislaw. Team Liquid moving ever closer to that third map. 13-7.
And this is exactly what I was describing in that bonus round situation, right? Sure, you didn't win the previous round, but you brought it back to a 2 versus 1. And the fact you kept the CT so modest, and you knew you had a full buy going in, the Zipex with the wallbang, I didn't notice that, as the hole in the door play. The fact that you kept them down to 2 players, you know it. They're going to be weaker in that next round coming up, and if you win that, potential double eco sort of situation. And we're going to have a full all-in situation now for Astralis. 13-7, Deagles 5-7 to an MP9. Not looking great, I have to say, but...
So
this is pretty much it, man. If they lose this round, that's it. It's over. Like, they'll be down to match point.
This is a bold play coming out of Astralis, or slight desperation?
Desperation, I would say. It's not something they're not trying to steal the game away. They're just trying to keep their heads above water right now.
Not the kind of mentality we want to see out of a championship-winning team like Astralis, but Liquid have really pushed them to the limit here in this second map. And that in itself is something I wasn't expecting to say.
From getting battered like that on train, to be in this position against Astralis in their very best map, like hats off to Liquid. That's amazing.
Yes.
I would have never thought this group of players would be able to have that sort of kind of tenacity going forward, but that's great.
I'm very impressed. JDM looking for a shot in the back there. I think we saw Kenny do that earlier today, but
yeah, he did.
Not going to be so lucky this time, but it doesn't really matter. They've got all the grenades to clear out all the corners. They don't need to be surprised by anything. Device is hiding in that corner with the MP9. The smoke is up right in front, and he's just going to try and hide here. 40 seconds still left for Liquid, and they don't really want to commit to it. And, this is fine, but they just have to be wary of the clock.
Yeah. Device in the most overlooked corner in CSGO history. Gets one kill, not really going to be good enough. That's the MP9 god. Now it's up to the pistols, but they do know it's an A-side attack. Time suggests they have to commit. Here come the smokes, and Glaive trying to do what he can.
Taking a lot of damage, 19 seconds left, Twist, and then Nitro and Stanislaw to follow it up. And all of the tension nearly gone here. The pre-long range sniping. Maybe that could have been a way. Wasn't that much time left on the clock, but 14-7 and Liquid, I mean, they're marching forward.
Yeah, this is another force buy situation though for Astralis. They can't allow Liquid to get map points this early on. So UMP's coming out. Deagles 5-7s down to $0 across the board. Last chance, Saloon Anders. What would you like to drink?
What's your favorite, Henry? I'll take whatever you're having.
Gin and tonic, let's go.
Gin and tonic?
We'll get DDK to get it for us, yeah?
I'm down for that.
All right.
Let's make that a plan right now. Elige gonna eat a flash right to his face, and Dupree picks up 2 kills behind it. That's a pretty good return. And Device now again playing these weird smoke games, hiding inside of it. Liquid on the verge of bringing this to a third map. That grenade actually bouncing right off of the barrel and into his face, and Stanislaw has gone down in the meantime. So Astralis making something work here. Not like this, Liquid. Just finish this map.
And once again, when they know the money's weak, they'd love to go for the real fast plays into tight choke points. We saw this from Liquid a lot this tournament, right? Like you're rushing into the side, you know, they've got pistols, and you're going to pay the price, unfortunately. When you know you've got them on the ropes, just play everything you have in your arsenal to take advantage of that. I hate the rushes on these maps. Do you know how tight that choke point is? One of the tightest choke point we have in the game, pretty much. Monster Tunnel, right? Coming through that, run into grenades where that can just land on all 5 players, and then you have CTs on either side of you all over the place. I hate that, and it's such a ballsy call to make. If it works out, it looks great, right? It looks brilliant. But you could walk into a stack or an 8 setup, right? And we've seen that before, and that's just one thing I don't like about sometimes the CSGO, like the players not really considering all financial aspects of the game.
JDM like just one frag to open up this return to the B-bomb side, but that doesn't seem to be happening. And also there's a huge flank coming in from Kerbu, and it's all done here. Another round for Astralis. They pick up all the rifles they could possibly want. 14 to 8.
Do you know what this means? The comeback is on.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about now. This is just such a good grenade, isn't it?
Yeah, they
was that the 2-for-1?
I don't know. I didn't actually catch it. I don't think it was.
I think it was.
Was it?
And we missed it. What a shame.
So when we call them when they don't happen, and then we miss them when they actually come in. That's not bad. Still learning to cast.
She's still working on it, Henry. 14 to 8 here, and yeah.
Let's have a look. Here we go. You tell me. That's
2-for-1.
Okay. Yeah, we could have had an "Are you kidding me?" something like that.
Could have had everything.
Yeah, could have unloaded everything we had in the textbook.
Inhuman 1D.
Yeah, okay. I need a catchphrase, man. I don't have one. I guess my thing is just ranting about things I hate, what to see. And that's all I've really got.
Yeah, but I like that. We'll find one for you. We'll figure something out.
All right.
23rd round is what we're witnessing. And I would say this is another opportunity for us to learn something about Liquid. You know, they must realize too that that was a silly round to be losing, and that they can just finish the game.
It's just one of the things that it's just unnecessary. You don't have to just rush speed just because you know they're low money. Like, that's so dangerous. I love to slow things down, one pick, then execute. Use your grenades to flush key positions out, see what kind of buy they've got. You want to just feel the things out first. You've got all that time, you might as well use it. And sure, the B-rush can work, but it's just not a guaranteed victory. Neither is what my approach is either, but I think it's safer, and it's going to be more efficient at finding the round in your favor.
Liege creeping his way in, sees the gun barrel. That is incredible, the timing there. And Dupree obviously focused on something else. Good reaction, a really good adaptation for Elige. Just a tiny pixel showing, and that was all he needed. Now the opening has been made. I would say that's a dangerous game for Sipix to be playing. Shooting through the smoke with an unsilenced weapon, I mean, they can easily return that fire. Now they're creeping through on the other side. He sees the shadow, he knows they're coming. He goes for the spray, but it's only going to be the one. And Liquid not really slowed down by losing that last round. Now they're in a 2-on-4. Kerby opening the door. They know exactly where he is. They should probably just go back and save these rifles, even though that's a bit of a miserable state of affairs. Liquid now on 15 rounds here. Astralis already backing down. They're not going to try and retake this bomb site.
Yeah.
This is really well done.
It's not bad. I'll give you that. That was Dupree with an interesting decision to push off short like that. Like, I was wondering what... He seemed like he wasn't even looking at short when he came out and focused on the door position, right? Which I'd love to kind of hear his mentality behind that. That seemed like it was almost a gifted kill to Elysia. It opens up, player comes in towards B, and that's another harsh reset. $1,400 for the CT side, but the good news is they saved the AWP in an AK-47 here. It's definitely worth the hunt here to the terrorist side, but they're just making sure they guarantee the bomb. No ninja antics coming in here. There it is. Who would have thought? Overpass. After not picking up a single gun round in the first map, they bounce back here, and they've got map point and against Astralis. So moving to Inferno as well, where Liquid are actually a very impressive team on that map. Astralis, they're decent on it. It's not one of their best, though, so this could actually be, dare I say it, a little bit of a kind of dicey one for Astralis in that third map. If it does happen. It hasn't happened yet. Let's maybe not get ahead of ourselves, but...
It hasn't happened yet. But I'm certainly sold on the idea that we will have a third map at least. I just think Liquid, I mean, especially impressed by the fact that they don't, even when they stumble like in that previous round, they get right back up again. You know, they don't let the whole team fall apart. I think that's a really positive sign, because that happens a lot, even at a high level, even if you've got skilled players. There's absolutely no reason to believe that just because someone has a lot of, shall we say, mechanical skill, that they also have a lot of sort of mental fortitude. Those are two very different things. And, oh, this is a great boost. We don't see this really enough at this point in time. Goes for the boost throw, and Kerby takes down Twist. The boost on Alpend to look all the way over.
I've never even seen that.
You've never seen that?
No.
All right.
That's pretty good. You're the master of the boost. I've never seen that.
No, well, it's not the most fun one. Like I think I've shown you some of the other ones that are possible on this map. But
well, I'm learning.
Just the 2-man boost.
Okay then. Well, something to work with here. We did say it's not done yet. Getting a bit ahead of ourselves perhaps, but it will take 7 rounds in a row for Astralis here. And now 5-on-4, Device, or maybe Deva, who knows?
Deva. I think according to Duncan, that's only when he goes
godlike,
hyper mode. You
exactly.
know,
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what it's implying.
Want the
Building
return of
story.
Deva. He's certainly ready right now, and he goes down immediately. I say that. He's obviously not ready at all, is he?
No.
Gets taken out. That brings it back into a 4-on-4 bomb, going down with 20 seconds left. Good headshot from Kirby. Leaves Liquid in a bit of a weird position. They're being sort of funneled towards the restrooms, but they're boxed in right now. Astralis just have to find the right timing to be able to retake this, and they've got some grenades even to do it with. So this should not be the easiest round for Liquid, although they're hitting some headshots. That's really all they need, I suppose. Sip will get 1 kill, and now it's Nitro alone in a 1-on-2. Trying to see if he can move up. He makes a lot of noise and still gets the kill on Dupree. He's got 2 health left to try and finish this map with. Gonna fall back around the corner. Molotov is up. He can't do a single thing. He's adhering to rule 1, Henry. Don't stand in the fire. He's learned that. But
he is learning.
What a way to lose a round.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's like a guaranteed victory there for Dupree. He knows it's an easy defuses, right? Picked up a Molotov, knows he's low HP, throw that in, he can't actually touch me. Wait a couple of seconds to see if he somehow has got past it. If he doesn't, he's absolutely fine. Lovely stuff there. And this is the boost. Okay, I don't think I've seen I might have seen the boost before. I don't think I've ever seen a kill like that. I didn't think it was that possible to actually find a frag, maybe like spot a bit of intel, but that's actually kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and I think this is one of the reasons why Overpass is such an interesting map. Obviously, we all know some of the triple boosts that Na'Vi have been doing in the past, and even that is underexplored. Like there's more to this map than meets the eye. Let's put it like that. Stan has gone all the way down to 18 health, and seems like Liquid just slowed down for a moment, but they just need 1 more round.
Yeah, but sometimes that's the hardest round to get, Anders. We all know it. We've all seen it. Liquid, maybe synonymous with crushing defeats, you know. They've had plenty of them in their time, and these sort of comebacks have happened to them before.
I can't handle that. That'd be heartbreaking if it turns out to be one of those games.
They've had a lot of them.
Smoke has gone up. Somehow they've made their way onto the site, and actually Astralis are just completely clueless as to what's going on at the moment. They've lost Kirby and Device, and Liquid just managed to funnel their way onto the site. Glaive flashing his way through the smoke and running out with the UMP. Goes down to Nitro, and now Dupree and Sipix are the only 2 left here. 2-on-3. Liquid somehow get into a huge advantageous position here, and this improvised boost not going to give them anything at all. Instead, they're in trouble. They've got no smokes here to lure them out anyway. Maybe Liquid just didn't even need a gun. They just needed to decide. Oh no! What is going on? Is that a form of surrender? Dupree taking down.
I don't want to play this map anymore.
I'm done. I'm out. And Liquid will take it down 16-9 against Astralis on Overpass. What a sentence to have to say on LAN as well.
I just didn't think that would be coming in at all. How can you possibly expect that to be happening? All signs pointed to Astralis. They didn't drop a single gun run on train. Moving on to their best map as well. No one was playing for Liquid whatsoever. Lead was missing. Twist looked awful, and JDM didn't arrive at all. They go on to Overpass, and it's the exact opposite. Who would have thought that they could bounce back from that defeat and close out the game as well? We caught Navy, it kind of slips away towards the end there. They found the map point. We thought, okay, it's going to happen again, but they managed to do it. That was actually really convincing stuff. Looking much better here. And Inferno next, Anders, they have a chance of winning this series.
This is going to be absolute madness. I think it's going to be a real brawl. I hope it's going to go all 30 rounds because I think this could be really interesting. We are going to go to that 3rd map, but not before we get a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If you're a fan of crutches, then get your hands on this. But now let's focus on an even greater product, Taser.com, a competitive gaming platform.
Wow, James, that sure sounds amazing.
It is amazing, Dan. On Taser, you can find the toughest dudes in the galaxy.
I heard it's got all these great features for real gaming.
Yes, it has, Dan. Like a voice communication system. Just post one to your friends.
Wow, James, that sure is cutting-edge technology.
Radios must be within a 10-metre straight line with clear line of sight and sunny weather with no wind.
Do you keep getting wrecked by hacker noobs online. Introducing new Taser security system.
Wow, it's so lightweight. Feels like there's nothing inside.
That's correct, Dan, but there's more.
Behavioral index to keep you from playing with idiots. An easy way to send in your results. Multiple game titles. And here you can see a happy customer.
It's great!
If you sign up within the next 4 minutes, you will get these items for free. James White's best Christmas songs. Watermelon signed by Dan Black.
Fan är det här?
savages. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready with the final map of the day here. It's Astralis versus, do you know it? Team Liquid.
You got it this time?
Yeah, I was ready. I was trying to test you, see if I could throw you off guard.
Well, you got a nice hat on this time.
I found one somewhere backstage.
Joining the Hat Nation in the crowd we've got here.
Yeah, I figured
Yours
it was
a special edition though. Why is it not orange?
I don't know. It's a special one apparently. I don't really have a head that suits. My head is massive, so I look increasingly strange with a hat on.
I think you look rather dashing at it, I do say so myself.
That's the nicest thing you've said all day, Henry.
I think so. Well, here we go then, the third map. Not looking so nice for Astralis, I have to say. This is where things get a bit interesting. I would say Inferno's an okay map for them. I wouldn't count as their very best. They're not like super solid on that. The beach ball's still intact by the seams of things, so that's quite cool, I guess. That's still going strong, keeping some of the memes alive. But Liquid there, and just to reiterate, if anyone's just joining us, maybe saw some tweets and kind of joining in the action, we kick things off on train, right? And with 16-4, with Liquid not picking up a single gun round, winning both pistols, and looking like, okay, this is just not going to deliver whatsoever. We thought this series would be a blowout. It's a veto that's really helped out Astralis, moved on to Overpass. Okay, well, here we go. Astralis win the pistol. All right, now they've got a chance to get that to 16-0. Once again, it's going to be complete stomping. But apparently, some life in the old boy. Yeah, it's going to be 16, I think, was it 11 in the end? Maybe 16-10, I'm not sure. But still, it was Liquid actually finding that map. It got a bit scary towards the end once it got to around 15. A couple of force buys going in favor of Astralis. But here we are on Inferno. Liquid did the impossible and defeated Astralis in 2017 on Overpass. I don't think anyone's done that yet.
No, I think you might actually be right on that statistic as well. Just very impressive, very well done on the Liquid side. And still with the beach ball. I look forward to this map though, Inferno. You said, it's not entirely clear whether or not Astralis have this map down, and, Liquid maybe could have. I feel like all teams are still relearning this map in a strange way.
It's still in its infancy in many ways, as we're seeing new ideas come in every single month and different strategies and stuff that can be done. We're seeing like resurgence of certain strategies that were kind of prevalent in like 2015, 2014, like wrapping through CT spawn on the T side towards the B split, we call that. And we're seeing some really cool stuff in that sense, but it's still the map. Like Astralis still play their very defined roles in this one. Obviously, you have Dupree famously working that boiler area all the time on the T side, and it seems like they're still, in terms of the map overlay, generally like that, it's still very similar. It's not going to change too much in the general approach, but I'm not sure. I'm very kind of scared to say Astralis are the favourites anymore after that. Looks like Liquid fired up, and we started to see Elise stepping up once again. JDM hitting some shots, and it seems like Nitro is having a really decent performance there as well. And Astralis, they didn't look like the same team we saw on Train, which is really weird. I don't think anyone could have predicted that second map going in favour of Liquid. That doesn't make any sense. They pulled off the impossible, Liquid.
And I mean, they had the chances, Astralis. There were some of the times where it seemed like Liquid stumbled a bit and they could have made their way back in the game and they just didn't take them up on it. So that's disappointing as well if you're Astralis. You know, you knew you actually had the chance to maybe make a comeback and you just couldn't put any rounds together, really. So, I'm just really impressed. Look forward to seeing what's going on in Inferno. I think it's such an interesting map. And like you said, some of the new strats are being invented, but also some old ones making its way back in. The one strat that has gone completely missing, and I can't for the life of me explain why this is. It's the classic Envy strat, when they were the best team at some point, where they'd set up in second mid, they'd throw smokes towards Archway and jungle, then they'd rush it. They'd do it with tech lines and everything. Whatever they had, they would just make it work. Sometimes they would sort of wrap all the way around, sometimes they actually rush through their own smoke and arch and just go for it anyway. People don't do that anymore to the same extent. And it was so powerful because it was so fast. And even when teams knew, you look into the sky and you see the smokes coming down, you know what's happening, you still can't stop it sometimes because it's just, you're only one person holding Archway.
Well, we did see Fnatic play up against Liquid earlier on this very map, and you remember some of the godlike plays we saw. Stanislaw in particular, remember him on the CT side, some of those backstabs coming in towards that outside you just referenced as well. The smoke to deploy, the slight gap, and he took advantage of it, got those Volcade spray down the bomb towards Arch. That was really cool. So they definitely know how to play this map, and I'm sure this is going to be touch and go. It's really difficult to say who's going to come on top here. I guess in terms of who's played the better counter-side generally so far, obviously it starts in the first map, but you can't take anything away from Liquid. A map they don't actually play that much in their traditional vetoes, and coming back and being a team like Astralis, maybe they have got something left in the tank here to show us they can make it to the semi-finals and maybe face up SK there where he's waiting for them on the other side.
That'd be a shocking result to me if Astralis didn't go to the semi-finals of this tournament.
We've already lost like G2 and Fnatic, right? They're obviously favourites to get to the semi-finals, like G2 especially, and now we have Cloud9 already waiting in the semi-finals, surely not Liquid as well. 2 NA teams making it past this kind of stacked tournament we have.
It's too much. I feel like life has already been going so well for Moses for a while. He can't have all the American teams playing well too. Yeah, back to Moses.
Bring him back up. He's definitely watching, enjoying the show, I'm sure. Especially you with the lovely hat on. He's having a good time. But there's JDM on screen, a pivotal piece of the Liquid machine. And hopefully he can step up here as well. It's one of those maps, it lends itself to AWPers, I think, not so much on the T side. That's the problem I have for Liquid on this map, I would say. T side AWPing's not that viable. It's not something you aim towards. It's not like first gun round, we can pick up the AWP, you're going to do that. It's something you can pick up at the floor, you can upgrade from, then sure, you give it a go. But it's one of those things, unless you get the opening pick at the very start towards Banana or middle itself, it seems to drop off significantly in the mid-round stages of Inferno. I'm not a huge fan of it. It kind of picks back up again if you get the bomb down and B, maybe get the AWP set up a new box, something like that. But generally speaking, it's not as prevalent. But CT side for sure, we see double AWP setups quite a lot these times, and that's something Liquid can bring to the table. Astralis cannot, on the other hand. They can bring, obviously, Device in the main AWP, but who's picking up the secondary AWP? We saw Dupree. We did see that, but that was more like a necessity, right? It wasn't actually like buying the weapon. It was like, if Device drops, Dupree would pick up the weapon. He had some sick highlights earlier in the tournament, but I think Nitro and JDM's a safer bet, generally.
I would agree with that. I mean, it is funny to see, but you have to assume that won't be happening too much.
It's weird considering CSGO meta right now as well, right? That double AWPs almost in every single map they're viable, like across the board on the CT side especially. And Astralis being one of the world's best teams, they just don't have that available to them. There's nothing that really suggests they've got a powerful double AWP setup, and they have to work around that. And that's why I thought the move when Carrigan left the team was kind of interesting. He was the secondary AWP for them, and also the in-game leader there as well. So it must have been a big call to make thing. We'll bring Glaive in, who's not an AWPer, and we're going to have to try and experiment with different players. I think that Dupree picks that up sometimes, but yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see that coming in. But maybe he manages to recover the AWP again, and maybe we can see some antics there towards the A side.
That could be really fun. Something else that we're missing a little bit, we're just waiting, I think, right now for this sort of air conditioning issue in one of the booths. So
I did hear outside that one of the players saying it was hot in there, so maybe the air conditioning.
Surely you just put Sonic to work at that point in time. Give him a fan and just have him, try and cool him down in there.
He might have other things on his plate right now, but maybe he could just be the fan. Like we said, he's got like 10 pieces of paper in there, presumably with the anti-strats and kind of what he thinks Liquid will bring to the table.
Solution to the very mystery of life. Written down.
Yeah, that might not be that useful in this particular instance, but I'm sure.
just give that away.
Yeah.
So listen, we're not interested. Something we noticed earlier when we were watching Inferno was the fact that there weren't really many. One of the things people really associate, I think, with Inferno, like in the most basic sense, if you're attacking the B bomb side on the T side, you are getting top banana control, then you're setting up, you're molotoving out, look, all the regular positions on the other side, you're smoking coffins, you're smoking towards CT spawn, and then you sort of go for it. It feels like that strategy has really severe flaws right now, and it seems like almost never will the terrorist side sort of get into a position where they can get all of that down. It's a bit weird. Like,
the thing is, it's really difficult to get in that position in the first place. To get all 5 players there with grenades, molotovs, flashbangs in a position where. Hold on a second. We Wimbledon now, boys. Did I read that right? Does that mean because we're going so late? I don't get it. Like,
we are getting kind of. What time is it?
Who knows? It's 11:15.
Oh, and actually, I've just heard we do have some highlights from map 2. So maybe we could just take a look at that in case you missed some of it. And some creative signs in the audience. I do like this. And yeah, I mean, after this kind of a start, this was on map 2 in case you're just joining us and you didn't watch it. You thought, that's great, you know, Glaive winning the pistol round for his team and should be smooth sailing. It just wasn't.
Well, apparently not. It was actually a great performance and twist there. Just got a little highlight from him toward that B bomb site. He was looking very efficient there as well. Leaves and have a great performance from him. Dropped off in the first map completely, but made up for it and then some. Like you said, twist looking decent. Had some decent highlight plays there against the Eco. Getting 3 kills on the side. The Magician. What's his second name again? Van Dolken, the man.
Van
Magnificent.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That's the shot. Why can people stop giving Dupree the opportunity to take that shot?
Yeah, is that your pet hate? Over time, I feel like I accumulate some things some tendencies I see where I think, stop doing that, you know, and then people keep doing it for a long time. I actually have one on Inferno. It was the old version, but I think it still applies to this one. Now on the A bomb side, people tend to just plant on a default spot, but in the past what would happen a lot is people would plant on sort of the first left corner inside the bomb site, and then they would have one terrorist player waiting in the or sort of up in the apartments, and that guy can't stop anyone defusing inside. Sure. I hated seeing that, but seems to be less of a problem on this version.
There's the double kill. We enjoyed that one.
Yeah, and if you could hear the audience in the background saying, "Oh, they're actually talking about the beach ball," and
obviously that's the most exciting part of the entire event. We have got a beach ball here. Maybe we can bring more props tomorrow and have more fun with that. Maybe multiple beach balls. That could be an idea. More fidget spinners, more dabbing, more beach balls, and we might have a real tournament on our hands.
I don't see why that could be. Certainly more fidget spinners, I think, is what's called for here. That's how we rescue this situation.
Yeah, we do need. Well, I think branded ECS fidget spinners is probably the way forward.
Yeah, I would be interested in that.
I saw you tweeting about kind of an idea you've got working on. Is that something we could see tomorrow, perhaps?
I think it's going to be too soon to reveal. We're going to make sure we got the patent down first, and you know, no one steals any of our intellectual property and all that stuff. So maybe then, you know, revised fidget spinner.
Let's stop mentioning those. They're getting way too much traction here on this broadcast. I'm going to ask you for a prediction here. From what you've seen so far, getting late in the evening, obviously a long day for both of these teams. Do we feel like Liquid can actually pull off this best of 3 and take Astralis down on Inferno? Big question, I know, but give me something. Give me some sort of an answer.
I think they cannot do that.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer.
Yes.
That's all I needed to know.
That's all you needed to know. No, I think Astralis will have woken up in the meantime, and I think they're going to be on a different level.
Okay.
So, I don't know. There seems to be sort of a back and forth every once in a while. There's also another thing. We've had a bit of a delay here, which is unfortunate, but also, you know, Liquid played their first game much earlier today, and that was like a bit of a slog to get through. Now. They've played 2 maps. There's the third one coming up here. That's just a long day of Counter-Strike, you know, to keep a good level all throughout it. If you're a team that's done this many times, if you've been in many situations like that, but Liquid haven't necessarily with this kind of a lineup, you know.
Yeah, especially with Twists and Stanislaw in the lineup. Obviously, we have had major semi-finals with them before and grand finals, right? So there are some experienced players there. We've obviously got Nitro and Elige and JDM as well. We've all been in that position, but this lineup as it is right now is still kind of inexperienced in that sort of sense, and having these kind of stressful games and the best of 3s. First map, it seemed like that was exactly the problem. They were just exhausted and they didn't turn up whatsoever to the first map, which was Train, and didn't really happen for them whatsoever. But they brought it back, you know. What have we got now? Okay, yeah, all right.
Cameraman doing his job as he should.
Yeah, he's reaching now. Anything he can find just to get a cheer out of the crowd. There's an Astralis sign.
And the beach ball is obviously
and the beach ball. Keep the beach ball coming. Love the beach ball. Love the dabs. There it is. Yeah, keep doing that.
Yeah, it's a good improvised ripping off ends, I believe, but so it's all right. Now, I made a prediction. I said I think Astralis will take this map. What about you, Henry?
I really do think Liquid can do it. I think Inferno is a great map and the finishes off. I think a lot of people would have said, looking at that veto, the only chance they've got is if it gets to Inferno. And that's a massive if considering it's training over past first. But they've done it. They've got here. And I'm not sure what's going on now. I assume it's a 10 o'clock. Here we go, press the beach ball. And if it does, or if we do start soon, like Astralis, they're not looking amazing from that second map. I think it's anyone's map for sure, but I'll just say Liquid just because it gives us a rivalry, right? We've got to keep that going.
Yes, it's true. We've been agreeing on too many things today, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Let's start mixing it up. You can cheer for Astralis, I'll cheer for Liquid. It makes sense in many ways. And we've lost it. That's the end of the beach ball, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for taking part.
Your hoping is reaching here, Henry. Okay, so something I want to talk to you about. What do you think of pistol rounds on this particular map? Especially on the T side. What kind of... Because there are some maps where we see the T side. I think Train comes to mind, where you see sort of fairly execute-heavy T side. You invest in 2 smokes and flashbangs to try and get onto a site. What do you think about like Inferno? Would you buy just all armor and Glocks and go for it, or would you want some utility?
You need at least 1 smoke, I think, for either side. So let's talk about the 1 smoke and the possibilities there. You're getting 4 sets of armor usually, then you get 1 player on a smoke, flashbang, and the idea is, so if you go towards B, you obviously have the smoke for CT spawn, that's required. Yes. You don't need the coffin smoke, need being the operative word, you do need the CT spawn play, right? On the other side of the map, you have towards A, we have that really nice library smoke that comes in to continue the bomb site library itself, flashbang over the site. 2 very good options right now. It seems to be the most common these days in CSGO T-side Inferno on the pistol round, and I'm sure that's what we're going to see. Like, it's very rare to see 5 sets of armor on Inferno. I think there's too many risks there. You could rush Banana short. You get the first 2 picks, that's great, but you still need the smoke, I think. If you even have the smoke, it just boosts your chances so much that the retake not being possible, locking down the CTs with long-range USPs deep in CT spawn. So that makes sense. We have got a huddle coming in there now.
Yes.
Sonic just rallying up the troops. Could you give us an insight as to what he'd be saying? Maybe some inspirational Danish quotes?
I'll try not to do it in Danish just because I think that would be, it would be more authentic.
I think that these guys would like to hear you speak Danish.
Yeah, I'm sure they would, but that's. I think we'll leave that to another time. I would say that the main call here, I think, is just one that says, listen, we're better than these guys, and we know it. They're scared of us, and there's no reason we should be scared of them.
Okay.
And we just do what we're good at, and that they can't, keep up with that. I think that's the kind of talk that's going on here.
Well, thank you very much for humouring me, at least. That was quite nice. I feel inspired.
That's good.
Yeah, that was quite nice. So Zeus, I'm sure, will be giving equal sort of speaking to his boys, his young team. Obviously, being the coach, we've talked about this a few times in the tournament, but obviously coming from SK Gaming, got a few majors under his belt as well. Came back as a player for a while. That didn't really work out for him. That was actually a bit of a nightmare. But coming back as a coach and seems to be finding his place, quite nice, his team. They're evolving and looking better and better as time goes on. The headsets have been deployed, and maybe we'll be getting into this.
I've never heard anyone say headsets that excitedly before.
Well, I'm just getting ready here. I want to see this map get underway. It's the final map of the best of 3. I'm going to look on the server before I start getting the room hyped up. We have all 10 players on the server now. I've seen ready being typed.
And right, device is ready. We're just waiting for the rest. Certainly, they are setting up, and I think Liquid are more or less in place as well. This could actually end up being, I think, one of the best maps. We've sort of said, you said you think Liquid win. I think Astralis is going to win this one, but I think it's going to be close. I don't think this is going to be a stomping. Also partly hoping that it won't be, but we'll see. They are readying up, I believe. Henry, you still awake? You still good for this?
Of course. I never sleep. This is fine. We have a knife round first, so we won't get too nuts just yet. Knife round, I guess, in this sort of best of 3, when it's the end of the day, getting a CT start, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that sort of setup. We normally don't talk about that too much, but I guess after you're playing, like we got here, like 10 o'clock this morning, this has been more than a 12-hour day, and the fact is, you're getting in here, fatigue to be setting in, you just want to get the comfortable CT start, apply the pressure to the T side, and we'll see whether this knife works out for either side. But looking quite happy, Liquid, much happier than they were after the first one, I have to say. And we'll see if we can get into this one as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's always exciting to try and win that knife round just because you get a little bit of an edge. Maybe you can start on the CT side. It does help out. And Astralis will be able to do that. So some strong reactions coming out of Liquid. And there it is. Astralis staying on the CT side. Liquid going to be on the terrorist side. So if you're just joining us, you're in time for the final map of the final game here. Astralis versus Team Liquid. So thanks for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. Invite your friends and get everyone hyped up. This could be a really interesting event. That kind of hype is what we're looking for. That's everything we needed.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Anders has set the scene perfectly here. Inferno to finish things off. The players are saying, good luck, have fun. The buys are coming in. We have got 2 smokes, Molotovs. This is looking quite technical from Liquid generally. We've still got some die-hard fans here in the stadium. Guys, you still with us? Is the beach ball still with us? No, it's gone. It actually died.
No, is that?
It's back.
I
It's
see
back.
it.
It's good. Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the final map of the evening. Let's make some noise. Astralis take on Team Liquid. Winner going to the semi-final where SK are waiting for them on the other side. We'll see what happens here. 3 sets of armor. Liquid with smokes as well, and the duels begin. Glaive facing down towards bottom of middle. There's a little bit of damage there towards JDM, and this is quite fast here. Towards the apartments we go. 3 players, thick and fast, and they go towards the boiler room as well. Alish, spotting towards that area, decides to jump out, just clearing and pushing CTs back and back towards second mid, it seems.
I wonder if that was like an audio fake. They run in there and make that much noise, and then they go back into the middle. Maybe they were hoping that if they jump down into second mid, someone from mid would go and peek. That seemed very intentional, almost sort of choreographed to me. Device having a bit of a weird fight, shooting through the wall up there, not really connecting with anyone. There's 2 smokes, and now there's just 1 left. 1 has already been put out. They're going to land behind Dupree. He's not quite sure. Are they really going to do this? We just talked about this kind of a setup, pushing towards Archway. 3 men trying to run down Dupree, and he is in a lot of trouble here, trying to stay behind the corner and fight, but Nitro comes flying in with a headshot there, taking him down. And Sip has got 1 in return. Device clicking randomly through the smoke to take down JDM. Now 4 versus 3. Device is ready and waiting, falling out of the sight. He's got Sip in the corner still, so this is a pretty good defense. Sipnix gets a kill, and Liquid, they're just slowing down a bit too much here. It's all falling apart towards the end of this round. Nitro low on health, Twist even lower on health, and that's a bomb drop, and no way out. Glaive will get the kill, and Astralis, they seem to almost absorb that whole push.
Just Dupree doing as much as he could just to delay them as much as possible, out the reactions from his teammates to come in. It was looking very promising there, and as we actually said coming into this game, that banana split, we call it, through CT spawn has become very prevalent tactic these days, but doesn't really work out for Liquid. No plan coming in either, so this means the force buy for the second round. A nice start for Astralis here, but these second round anti-egos have not been smooth settings for any team in this tournament, really. It's been very difficult to find these 3 zeros, but let's see what happens here. Liquid bring Tech 9. PT50s, head armor as well, a couple of smokes to work with. To me, that suggests going back towards B. It's a default at the start of the round, but we'll see what they can do here. Let's Dupree with the MP9, an interesting choice for the second round. Not a single rifle here, Anders. Not a big fan of that. Good nade, though. I do like that a bit.
Yeah, much better than Dupree's, which did 1 damage to Nitro. It's impressive, you know.
Guess that's something.
Yeah, every bit matters. So again, the 4-1 split, we saw that earlier today as well, but you've got to have some confidence in the player on the B bomb site, which is Sip at this point in time, just to make sure that he doesn't give anything up unnecessarily. Stanislaw has gone down, now they're trying to rush onto the site. They do stack up an awful lot, enough for a lot of damage to get in here from Kirby. Twist and JDM, can they get the bomb plant down? That'd be so huge if they could. JDM has got a kill, but now it's in pit instead. JDM 1 versus 2.
Not really much he can do with that. Has a chance. Kiabi finds him. 2-0 comes in. Wasn't the most comfortable of rounds, but the SMG purchases there from Astralis pay off, and they get the 2-0 coming in. Once again, no plan for Liquid, so suggests they have to be full eco here. They've got 3 kills in total, but only Glocks, maybe a couple of P250s can be brought into round number 3. They focused towards the quad area and couldn't get the bomb down. So here we go. There we said P250s, 3 of those. No nades whatsoever. Liquid's just aiming for a couple of frags. If we get the bomb down, I'll be very impressed indeed. But here we go. Let's see if there's any aggression coming from Astralis. Usually on the CD side, you can push right down, and that's what we're getting. And is this what we've come to know on this map? And you know, against nothing but blocks, get in their faces, start mowing them down. It's going to be Device. Great job there. The AWPer farming some cash with the MP9. 2 kills in total. His teammates chime in as well. A very quick round. That's exactly what you want. Is get in their heads and show them this is a possibility. We could be pushing down and finding these aggressive picks. Clean sweep. This is a bonus round in its very essence, right? You've got 3 SMGs going into the first gun run. He just showed an aggressive play. You might want to get rid of the MP9, I would say. We'll see what happens. So MP9, 2 UMPs. The buy coming for Liquid now, round number 4, of course. No bomb plants as of yet, but 5 AKs. Liquid fans.
Yeah, we've heard this earlier before. I'm loving it. This is maybe going to help them out a bit. Liquid certainly need to get fired up. I think you're dead on as well. Astralis taking away some of the momentum from Liquid in that round, just trying to make sure that they really prove to them that they're not afraid at all to fight them. JDM's taking a lot of grenade damage here. And now the battle for Banana seems to have been won early on by Astralis. That doesn't mean they can keep it forever. But Liquid now funneled back towards top mid instead. There are 3 men holding by the quad side. This is so hard to read if you're Liquid. If you try and rush this side, you're going to be expecting 1, maybe 2. So if you run into 3, you're just going to eventually run out of grenades, and maybe you'll even stop looking at all the corners there. They're back on the site though, trying to see if they can buy more time. That Molotov doing a bit to Nitro. And still the bomb is not committed anywhere. Just ticking past the minute mark. And Liquid, they've spent almost all of their utility and they've gotten nearly nothing out of it.
That's absolutely right. 1 smoke remaining, and you can see on the minimap, no one's got any map control at all. They haven't got mid presence. All the things Banana, but the first pick, that certainly helps. That's from the boiler room. And Liege finds Dupree, 5-4 now. Something to work with. Still a lot of work to do here. Nothing gained really as of yet in terms of pushing towards a bomb site. Kiabi and Glaive, you can see their crossfire setup. One player focusing towards Quad and Arch, considering they've lost that part of the map as well. The B side is open, Anders. Look at this. Device and Zipex actually taking a huge gamble here and is opting to focus on the A side. That's unfortunately well, the bomb will not be heading. Device now ready with the MP9. Gets one, going to the double spray down. Can't find it. Up to Zipex now to recover the situation.
They're going to realize now they made a terrible mistake. Zip, he's got to get this kill really quick, otherwise then it's not even worth retaking. I think at this point you just have to give it up. 4 versus 3. Twist. Trying to see if he can keep them back in CT spawn for the moment. He's going to be going down, but it's still just a 3-on-3, and because they don't have any grenades, how do you expect to retake this? They actually get JDM. Somehow he's just trapped in the open. I know he just put the bomb down, but why did he not get back to safety? Liege, make sure you win this round. It'd be devastating if they lose it. They've done so much, Liquid. They made the right call. They got the right kills. Liege gets another headshot in. That's a quad kill. And now Glaive goes down to Stanislaw, and Liquid, just a little bit of hesitation there at the end, but they make it work. And Astralis, big gamble and absolutely no payoff.
Yeah, massive gamble there, leaving
Has
the
that ever
B side
happened
open.
to you, Henry?
A few times. I'm sure you're aware of some of the stories. But that's not the time or place of that. Anyway, Liege, amazing round from him, coming and from that boiler room to strike towards quad at the start, and then I love this play from him. You can see how coordinated it was as well. Even when the flashbang comes in, he knows what he has to do, commits to the spray, finds the final frag there. 3-1, that was a heavy bonus round there for Astralis with MP9s and UMPs. They're going to have a buy here. It will be 1 max 7. That's like caveat, I guess, to this round, but still going to be fighting strong end. Device on the AWP. He's with Banana with Zipex as well. Significant damage inflicted to the players at the start once again. Nitro and Stanislaw feeling the brunt of that. Number 5 now, and pushing down Banana with the smoke intact as well. The player's trying to cover Zipex. He spots one of T steps, hoping he gets another opportunity to take him down. Might be coming in. The tension rises, and doesn't get gifted the opportunity just yet. That's going to be the bomb as well.
Very interesting. Yeah, the crowd is certainly ready for him. They're warming up that shot, but it hasn't come through yet. And now the smoke is going to obscure it for a while. Dupree playing with the Max 7 here. I mean, I don't think this is a bad choice at all of weaponry. The only problem is if you retake later with the Max 7, that's not necessarily good. But as long as he can stay in quad here, this can work out just fine. Flashbangs are in, and he's done a bit of damage. Tries to fall back, and Nitro will go down. Strong start for Astralis. Team Liquid now is not the time to be losing around. Build the money and make sure Astralis' economy is going to be broken really early on.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the rounds that can certainly do that. Once again, though, 30 seconds remaining, and there's no real mid control coming in. 1 player in apartments, and they have got smokes, and they will be deployed. It's a little set piece coming in. There will be smokes towards Arch. That's one for Library as well, brought by JDM. So they'll be focusing, I assume, on the Arch and quad side, but there's JDM. Got himself a nice path here to wrap towards the bomb side.
This is the thing that I was actually talking about earlier. Finally, someone's managed to do it. Been missing for a while. Elise gets a kill, but Sip will line up 2 big frags, including the bomb there. And with 4 seconds left, this round is already done. No amount of magic will save Van Dulken in this position. It's going to be alone, trapped in the corner, and the round is going to be running out here. So Astralis picking up just a big win, 4-1. That's a bit gut-wrenching.
I wanted to
for
see
Liquid.
this from Zipex. I was going to say, he was in Library, and yeah, he got him through the smoke. I was going to say, that's nuts. We saw that smoke being deployed, and he gets 2 wildly spraying through. Doesn't look too happy about it, but still, he managed to pull it off. That was actually really cool. Maybe a bit of a lifeline there for the Astralis side. They were looking a bit dire there with the shotgun on the site itself. Oh, is this the force fire? I believe it is. They've got a chance to potentially reset Astralis here. So going to be going all in. They've got 1 AK UMP, 3 Tech 9s, a couple of smokes to work with as well. Faster play towards middle. This is not a default. They're going to be trying to maybe push through this smoke. They're right there at the top, but subsiding for now. Free adjust back towards the apartment position, and you can see some adjustments being made on the CT side as well. Device takes his AWP over towards B, joining Zipex, and it will be Glaive that's rotating back with the UMP.
Those kind of rotations and having AWPers that can be mobile is really crucial on the CT side. You want that.
Absolutely, that's what Device does so well.
Sip waiting towards CT spawn right now. Some grenades are here on Liquid, but they can't really fake anything. And once they throw these smokes, they really have to go on it. And the question is, will Sip fall back, or is he just going to challenge them at the edge? I bet he's going to try and fight them. Great counter grenade coming out. Liquid trying to see if they could maybe get something happening behind it now. 45 seconds here. And Device is just steadily waiting. They're finally going to come running through the smoke. He takes down one, and there's Sip picking up one more shot as well. And CT spawn Stanislaw goes down. Maybe they can get a bomb plant in if they're quick here. No one can challenge him. So 2 versus 4. This would be a heroic effort if they could win this one.
Absolutely would be, with only 1 AK and no nades and 4 angry Astralis players heading that direction. I don't think it's possible. That's a good start. Twist takes down Glaive, a smoked out of position now. Both players on the wrong side, but they can boost above that smoke. There is a gap, not necessarily requiring a boost, but it's like this. It's nice dynamic play.
Going to be hard for Astralis to read this, I think. Already taking quite far. There's the first kill coming in. Twist taking it down, a double for him and running through the smoke. Elise dies. They know exactly where Twist is. He's already got the kill. They nearly line up for him. It could have been a really good double, but instead, Astralis is going to turn around and defuse the bomb, and that's 5-1. So, I don't know. Really good effort for Liquid. That's a good round to have.
Yeah, not bad at all considering the buy they brought to the table there. Tech 9s, a couple of AKs. That was about it. Getting towards that B side, just about the bombs planted. A 4-on-2 situation. Like we said, the boost actually almost works out for them. That boost is so cool, especially when you're trying to get into the B side generally. Not even on that sort of position where you actually got the bomb down. Just trying to get the first pick. It seems to be overlooked sometimes, just boosting behind it and trying to get their first opening kill. They get it, but leaving Twist in a pretty awkward situation. Could have got the double spray down, and there is a world where he actually pulled that off and he was the hero, but not this time. We go to round number 7, tactical timer. You can see Zeus is chatting to his team now, and we'll see what kind of buy they have here. They only have second stage loss bonus. That's $1,900, meaning they have to take an eco here, and this is looking more logical now. Overpass, so for me, that's a huge curveball. I love the fact that Liquid, in terms of the storyline for this best of 3, managed to pull it back, but it didn't really make so much sense to me, considering what they did in the first map and playing Astralis in the very best in the second, like winning that didn't really work out. But little partial buy here. Tech 9s, 1 P250, couple of smokes and some flashbangs as well. B rush by the looks of things. Let's get in there. Zeus has made the call.
Glaive has fallen back, leaving Sip alone, top banana, and he goes down right away. This is great trade for Team Liquid. You want to do this all the time, and I would say some missed coordination there between Glaive and Sip. Maybe they just try to fake it and leave Sip in the corner, but you need some sort of backup, like throw a Molotov or anything in front, just so that he doesn't have to do everything on his own. Stanislaw nearly losing his life. That's the right play. Smoke up and buy time.
He goes down to 4 HP from the grid. I thought he was certainly dead there. A chance for Liquid here. The B rush, could it actually work out?
Got him trapped in the corner, but Device takes both. C-set 75 action working just fine for him. That'll be another round for Astralis. These rounds are so scary. If not for Device and all of that action, who knows what would have happened. Great triple, really good sequence for him. 6-1 the scoreline, and moving into the 8th round. I mean, there's definitely a gap and opening at that. Surely Liquid will have felt as well towards that B bomb side.
Absolutely.
That's a bit weaker than the A bomb side, right?
Getting in there nice and quick, bomb planted as well, finding trades, finding a couple of rifles that could have actually been much more problematic for Astralis, I guess, if those pushes towards CD Spawn didn't come in and Device stepped up with a CZ. But still, we do go into round number 8 here. The AWP still rolling, but still keeping Astralis modest. One round will break them. That's great. So that eco, or partial buy, if you will, does pull off somewhat. They'll be now challenging the apartment. Doesn't do any damage just yet. This could be a little bit of a scary exchange for him. He lands on the lead, takes him down to 60 HP. Banana Control coming in once again for the CTs, but these rounds don't look comfortable so far for Astralis.
Look at the adjustment for the Danish side. They actually put 3 players in B early in this round, and I think they were maybe thinking, well, Liquid have almost won 2 rounds where they had almost nothing. Maybe they're going to try a third time with full rifles and see how that works. So they would have been ready for that, but Liquid not really biting on that. Instead, now it's going to be more of a default setup, except for Astralis being really far back on the map. They have almost no information about what's happening right now, and I'm not a big fan of that kind of situation. And Nitro, is he setting up for a flashbang? Could be trying to flash Twist out of apartments.
Could be. Twist there by himself. They've got a plethora of utility. Push the CDs right back into a crossfire setup. 2 on the bomb side, 1 in the pit. That's Kiabi and Twist now trying to find his way out as the Arch wrap comes in once again. That's where the bomb's heading.
Nitro gets a kill on device. That's really big. Kiabi, he needs to hold on to this. Debris inside of the site gets 2 big spray downs, but that's also all they're going to get on the A-bomb side. Glaive and Sip, they're pretty close by. If they can get the first frag, JDM catching Sipix mid-air. Glaive has to fall back right away. That was very well done by Liquid. I mean, there was quite a lot of attention, I think, towards Quad and even the apartments, and Twist was sort of up there. He couldn't get out because there was a Molotov waiting for him, so he couldn't actually run through that. But ultimately, works out just fine anyway.
Yeah, I actually really like that from Liquid, I have to say. 4 players at the Arch. That's like classic Inferno strategies at that point as well. There's nice calculated smokes, 1 in the Arch, 1 in the library. You got 1 player in the apartments as well. As soon as the aggro gets taken away from the pit area, you got 4 coming around the Arch and wrapping the bomb site. That's when Twist, he can really strike. He can come out there and find the players on the bomb site, just as they're all looking at Arch as well. So if timed correctly, that's such a powerful play from Liquid. It works out quite nicely though, Glaive. Last player surviving here. We did say the money wasn't in a fantastic position for Astralis generally here. So saving the M4, they might have to take an eco on the chin here. 6-2, Liquid got themselves back into this map. After a couple of partial buys, keeping Astralis modest in terms of finding 3 or 4 kills every single time. They have now broken the money. And okay, just as I said that, here we go. Getting a bit spicy now. 3, we'll make it 2 UMPs and a Max 7. That saved M4 as it picks down to just the pistol.
Is that really necessary?
It's definitely not necessary, but they're just trying to shut down Liquid before they have a chance to develop their own economy, right? So they can't actually get to that 5K mark and have a few rounds in the bag. Let's try and answer back straight away. Definitely a gamble, but I guess that's what's required sometimes.
I would say that's a big risk for Astralis. I'm not sure if I agree with this. I actually think this is a mistake on the Danish side, because so what if Liquid get 3 rounds? If you have all the weapons you need for the next one, you're going to be in a good position.
Well,
I mean, the pattern's been working out for them, right?
You begin to get yourself in a rut now. This is how we've seen this fall apart. Kelly looks like he'll be going down here. Shotgun. That could have caused some serious damage. Twist actually created in the pit as well. So 3 on 3, still a possibility here for the Danish side.
Broke his legs landing, didn't he?
Yeah.
What a way to go. Now the wrap is going to be happening towards Quad. They're all in the pit. That could be a bit weird because there are smokes and Molotovs here on the Astralis side. If they realize early on that that's the case, they could be locked out of stopping that defuse. JDM, though, moving up fairly aggressively. He knows that someone is underneath the canopy there, but just not quite sure how to find the angle. But he gets the shot anyway, flash in his eyes, still able to pick it up. Sip goes down, and Device coming in at one angle, but they're just all over the place. He's going to get the kill on Stanislaw, but now almost no time left, and Elise will take him down. Liquid finding a 3rd round. Great play from the American side here. I mean, they really don't break so much right now. They've been sort of bent out of shape quite far, but this is impressive.
Just had a replay of the crater. You don't really see that too often in CSGO, so it's always a bit entertaining when it comes in. But yeah, Liquid, that's a massive round for them to pick up, right? That's the force buy from Astralis, designed to try and shut down the money of Liquid, generally speaking. And Liquid actually jumping through smoke and managing to find the trades required, and another clean round from them means a full eco from Astralis here. 2K per player, 6-3, and now we really have got a 3rd map on our hands here. This is going to be super close now. Liquid coming to life here in the first half, not getting run over. And we go to round number 10. A couple of UMPs up, a couple of AKs, and JDM back where he belongs on the AWP.
Free fire there, I think, from Dupree almost. He has a Deagle in apartments, but he's not going to try and really go for anything. 3-man stack on the B bomb site. Not too impressive given the weaponry, so Liquid can just relax for a while here. Almost certainly going to get a 4th round. Dupree's very unhappy at the current situation. They're falling way back. This is just really good and calm play. You almost have to assume that a lot of this comes down to Zeus again, lending his influence and his authority to the team and making sure that they really stay cool.
Well, they have struggled against these pistol buys. They've had lots of questionable rushes when they know the money's broken, found themselves in really awkward situations like that. No refracts coming in, but this is looking much better. Calm, calculated, and actually getting the first pick there. It's going to be towards Archer once again. They're loving this two smokes. This is this classic Counter-Strike, right? Two smokes going down, stick to the unit, trade frags, and Device finds one in return, but it looks like Twist should be able to shut this situation down. There is a bit of a bait and switch. There's another player at the back right there. It's Glaive. Only got the default pistol though, so that's all he'll find. And there it is, Liquid finding their fourth round. So money's still not great for Astralis. We'll be able to buy into this one. There is a possibility. I don't think it will come out though. Device is more than competent with the M4A1.
FaZe fan still lingering around the arena. I have to appreciate that.
Do you want them to get out?
Just that was what I meant.
Yeah,
that was,
okay.
that was
the tone in your voice, it sounded quite hateful. But
that was the implied.
No more FaZe fans.
6-4. You know how I feel. 11th round is coming up, and I think this might be the deciding round of the first half. If Astralis win this, there's a good chance they can come back and do a lot of damage to Liquid. But if Liquid turn this around, it's anybody's game. And Kirby and Glaive opening up. There was a big chance there for JDM. Nitro going to go down. It's unraveling towards the quad, and Elise drops. I just said it, Henry, but they play a flawless round. That's big for the Danish side.
That was just a change of pace for Liquid, though. That's just a play like we know they've got that in their arsenal. The fast plays every now and then, try and get that initial pick and just try and stun Astralis there. But you can see running through the smoke, that's never going to be a fun game for anyone. Stanislaw taking down there. His teammates going up towards Arch. Just great aim and great spray control from Kiabi. Generally takes all the aggro away for Dubry to come into face. I don't mind that from Liquid. Let's experiment those ideas and see what happens when you throw in a faster round into the mix. But we're going to round number 12 now. Force buy from Liquid this time. 3 AK-47s, 2 Tech 9s as well. Lacking utility. That looks like a nice nade. Doesn't do too much damage. Could have done a little bit more perhaps if Elise went quicker. But still, Dupree goes down to 45 HP. So something to work with there. Still within a shadow this round. Tech 9s, very viable weapons in CSGO, accompanied with the AK-47s.
Yeah, incredibly so. And especially on a map like Inferno, where you can almost always get that close range.
Run through smokes as well.
Run through smokes. It's a favorite, isn't it?
Yeah, you love to see that.
And Twist is up here, and he's got some backup. They could try and see if they could just catapult their way out of apartments, maybe rush down into that pit. They don't have the best weapons for it currently. Stanislaw will get a kill on Glaive. That's a really big frag to open up. And again, you get them early on in a round like this, you can afford to wait a couple of seconds to see if Astralis is going to try and respond to that in any way possible. It seems like the Danes are just very locked in. This is something that I always wonder about. You know, right now they've got 2 on A, 2 on B. That means either bomb side is going to be 5 versus 2. I'm not sure I like the math on that. Don't either. Going to try and see if they can push their way through. Twist has got one. Kill Elise with the next one in. They've cracked it wide open. Bomb will go down, and Astralis, are they really going to try and retake this? They're far away. And they're coming in from opposite sides. A good little position here for Elise, just waiting. He's going to turn his back. Why would he not check Banana walking out there?
That's nuts, isn't it?
Slightly lost his mind at that point in time. Now the smoke goes up, and they're actually both in construction. If the defuser starts to happen here, they have to try and react to it by pushing through the smoke. This could be very awkward. The defuse is happening right now. They're trying to get the boost up on top, shutting down Dupree. That's a great way to improvise. What an enormous risk, but it actually pays off just fine. And Kirby has to back off here. Liquid winning a 5th round.
I don't think the boost allowed him vision there. I think there was a little bit miscalculated.
Maybe not, no.
I think like they thought the boost would give them the sight of the bomb. From what I could see on my screen, he couldn't actually see him. It was just like a little bit, not lucky, but it was fortunate that he actually managed to take him down there. But still, let's have a look. And here's the Arcades, one of the opening picks from the start of the round. That's Glaive going down towards B. I want to see, could he actually see him there? I don't think he could. No, he couldn't. It was just an educated guess. So that was really dicey. And it's going to be 7-5 now, as we do have a bit of a difficult situation for Astralis. He won the previous round, only getting $1,400 into this one. So now the boost in the other foot. They're going to be on the force pipe. Saved a rifle in the previous round. He got an M4, 2 of those. Pistol for Glaive and fast play towards the point again. I'm loving this fast play. This time it works out. JDM takes down Kiabi. Dupree, what have you got for me? Because you've got a lot of players in front of you. They actually start on the pace. That's not bad from Liquid, you know. They get the first pick, and most teams would go all in at that point, try and rush the remaining rotating players down. But Liquid waiting for the reactions at this point. Still with their smokes, their flashbangs, Molotovs to work with as well. 3 in the apartments, 2 towards middle. Presumably watching Banana this time.
I think consistently this is something the American team has actually been good at this tournament, is not overextending even when they have the advantage.
It's something Zeus is probably trying to drill into them, you know, like just good discipline, good fundamentals in Counter-Strike. You don't
got them on a tight
We used to call
leash.
this like the 30-second rule, right? Especially on a map like Inferno, you get that first pick, then you don't do anything. Everyone just holds up, wait for the CTs to do, drop their grenades, and at that point you can kind of see and kind of feel out the map a little bit more and see what the reactions are.
Oh, and they were trying to boost up on the rooftop there, but he made a bit of noise, and they realized if that's heard, then that position is pretty much useless. Now they come running out of the apartments. Sip picks up one. Dupree actually gets a kill, following it up, dropping the bomb. Still with 30 seconds left here. Device hit a 1-on-2. If there's anyone you wanted left in a 1-on-2 like this, might just be Device. See if he can win this one.
You'd prefer him to have a kid in a rifle, but we'll take the UMP.
At least he has a smoke. Maybe he could make the pit player irrelevant for a moment. Just trying to find the angle. There's a good headshot, taking down JDM. Gonna go for a really high flashbang, but Elige, he moved up into that. Otherwise, maybe he would have gone down. That's a really smart move from him.
That's such a massive round as well. Comes down to the 1v1. I have no idea how Device gets that first kill on the bomb side. That's just sick stuff from him. At that range, having no idea where he was to find that pre-fire, and the flashbang as well looked super good. But Ali comes out on top just about, and that cripples Astralis into round number 14. They have to take an eco here. The 4 spies finally subside. I think so we have some PG-50s and a 5-7 and a Deagle. But Liquid could still win this half, Anders. They were actually 6-1 down.
Yeah, but I would say even if they don't, you know, if this finishes 9-7 in some miraculous way in favor of Astralis, I think Liquid just shrug and say, listen, this is all fine. We can still make this work. I'm very impressed by Liquid right now. They're playing a great game of Counter-Strike, and again, it's been a long day for them. They've had already a tough opponent in Fnatic. Now they're taking on the best in the world, and it's you've got to say it's working out really well for them at the moment. JDM, a bit overextended, but there is some backup here. Make sure they don't lose too much. Stan actually falls 4 health. Oh no.
How has that happened?
It's another rule, Henry. Don't shoot your
Breaking all the
teammates.
rules. Not a good way.
An interesting one-way smoke attempt here from Dupree. I think they're going to find this very suspicious, and yeah, as soon as he misses the shot, they're just going to pepper all of that. Device and Sip left, 2 versus 4.
Well, 4 on 2, you're absolutely right, and Device and Zipex. Pistols, no nades, no defuse kits. Looking unlikely is what I'm trying to say.
No hope.
No hope, but still, Liquid looking very good here. That's actually going to be 3 rounds in a row for them here on the T side. Astralis feeling the burn somewhat, I have to say. Here's the replay of how this actually happened. So, takes that shot. Okay, so we didn't see it from his POV. It's a little bit more forgivable in that sense, but it's still frustrating, you know. And we go into the final round of the first half. Zeus has got to be so happy this comeback. 6-1 down.
Frustrating, but also hilarious.
But also hilarious. You do love to see that sometimes, you know?
Got to look at the right side, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
15th round is up, and we do have M4s, a UMP, and not that much more. You'd wish they had more smokes and Molotovs here on the Astralis side. Currently not available to them. Liquid have been very fast some of these few rounds, especially to get the opening frags. This time, they're slowing it down before they even get into the apartments. Instead, they're trying for some top banana control, and they actually get the kill on Device just as I say that. So that's a very, very good beginning. Liquid have been doing a great job at this.
It's Zipex and Device that don't know they're doing a great job in terms of the synergy there. Here's a reaction. We'll get into that later. 2 players in the apartments ready to fight. It's going to be Glaive and Kiabi actually working very efficiently together. That's a recovery and a half. Back towards B we go though. Now we've got the cool 2 players. So that's Zipex alone on the B side. Drops a really nice incendiary. That's great play. Might not find many frags, but he's bought some time for the rotation. You can see Dupree now getting in towards coffins. This is looking very good.
They're committing to this Liquid. They're already walking in. Now they've been spotted out. A great flashbang. The bomb is down as well. Astralis, basic teamwork, but it's working out perfectly. Nitro should stand no chance here. And he goes down, making it 8-7 in favor of Astralis for the first half. I doubt they're going to be celebrating very much. I think Liquid, they have all the momentum right now. Such a poor start for them. It looked like they were about to get completely crushed by Astralis, and they find some of that strength back again, and now it's really interesting.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Liquid this tournament. Just the way they've been able to bounce back. North American teams not known to have that mental fortitude historically. Once they start getting crushed and they lose maps and stuff, it seems like they'll drop off completely. But I have to say that the way they keep coming back into this and they're having huge defeats, and like Cloud9, the same story as well. And they've gone down like 8-1 in games and managed to come back. This is looking very promising for these particular NA lineups, but still a long road ahead of them as we go into round, or half number 2, I should say. It's Astralis now on the T side with the lead, 8-7 for now. 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, as we discussed in the pre-game, very common strategies here. Smoking towards Banana would make sense to me. Smoke the coffin, smoke towards Spawn, flash over, and that's looking like exactly what will be coming in. And as they get the Banana control,
you've got to feel bad for Nitro, don't you?
The smoke is coming. He might want to go to emo. I would reposition at this point.
I mean, oh, he's even tagged through down to 9 health. Holding this alone. He's got a smoke in a kit, so I mean, at least someone maybe can pick that up, or he can try and see if he can make his way through on his own. But this is everything Astralis could possibly want. There's going to be a 3-man retake coming in from Banana. As soon as Astralis realize that, they should be able to group up and try and take it down. A lot of footsteps here, and Device realize they line up. Oh my God, Device going to pick up 2 big kills, and Sip trying to follow it up, but not successfully. So JDM takes him down instead, and we find ourselves in a 3-on-3. The bomb is ticking, but it hasn't been ticking for that long. Problem is, Nitro so low on health. He has to kit 1 bullet through the smoke, and he's gone. Elise gets a headshot. Elise gets another one, and now all on Dupree is going to go down. The retake has happened. Liquid out of nowhere. How do they win around like that, Henry? You've got to help me figure this out.
Well, Nitro, like, for all he got overwhelmed there, he stays alive. Right? That's the key thing. He was on 9 HP, but he could have fallen back to the back right of the site. He could have gone and tried to challenge over the smoke, but he goes back towards the ruins area, buys some time, and JDM, I think he has to be the MVP there. Sure, Elite gets a lot of frags as well, but he opens up the possibility there. JDM has been great with the silent USP, but Elite has been great throughout this tournament. What a tag team duo that's been throughout. 8-8. Now things start to get real interesting. Nays down towards bottom middle. No force buy from Astralis, of course. Bomb down. We're expecting AKs in the third. Looking at their Liquid buy, they've got 1 rifle to work with. That's in the hands of Elite, and 4 UMPs as well. A couple of kits and some smokes and incendiaries. This is looking like a faster round from Astralis. Objective: just get the bomb down. That's all you really can hope for here.
What a type of event. I mean, I would argue that if you could rewind time and replay that round again from that early position where they're sort of retaking from Banana and Device gets those kills, you lose that, 9 out of 10 times, or maybe even more than that. Seems very unlikely that you can make that work, but a lot of credit to them here. I don't know if we've been sort of subtly underestimating Liquid in this tournament. I would say they've certainly been outperforming my expectations for them, which is always, I think, a pleasure to see. JDM hiding towards Little Pip, and just very, very relaxed defense here for Liquid. They're holding far back on the map, and why wouldn't they? Nothing much to gain in pushing up at this point, but they will allow Astralis to run in through Archway. So that's a headshot on JDM, rocking his world. Long range fight coming in, and Elish will get the kill. He realizes there's another guy in the corner still, so trapped there. Twist will take down Sip, and trying for more. It was looking good for just a minute for Astralis, but then Liquid managed to get a grip of the round, and that's going to be the end of it here at 9-8.
Yeah, well, it's where things start to get a little bit more uncomfortable for Team Liquid. The AKs are coming up for sure. Round number 18. 4 AKs should be the 5th from ZipX momentarily. Thinking about it.
And Astralis actually with the tactical timeout.
I guess it makes sense, right? Like, you've got them to use. They've got 3 remaining. This is their first, actually, this map so far. And maybe using them that first half when things started to drop off, that could be more beneficial for them. But this is a chance now work out what kind of buy we're up against. What have they saved? They had a plethora of SMGs, right? Only got 1 M4, maybe 2, and we're up against it with the AKs right now. Where's the best place to play? Who plays what?
And I think this will put a smile on your face as well, Henry. I think if you look at the scoreboard, I believe Elise and Twist are the two top fraggers right now for
That's what we wanted to, that's what we were missing in the first map, right? Those guys dropped off, and this has been the duo. It was historically it was Elise and Nitro working together in tandem, looking so good and so aggressive, and that was the entry guys, and on the CT side as well, they played together. But now it's Twist who can step in, as Nitro's kind of not necessarily dropped off, just not as powerful as he once was. I guess Nitro doesn't have to be with Twist there. He can take up the majority of the legwork there, but still, we go to round number 18. The unpause comes in. Of course, the AK is coming for Astralis across the board. It's not the strongest of buys, but it's certainly looking pretty powerful here. And the JDM sitting around the smoke atop the middle. Dupree, though, as we mentioned, loves the boiler room and normally finds a couple of kills there.
And Device went really low over by bottom. Banana, I wonder if that was a double nade coming in, because it looked like it could happen in sort of really quick succession. So down to 28. Liquid can wait all day for this to work in. I mean, those UMPs, they haven't really invested much into this round. They can afford, even if Liquid lose this round, I don't think they're going to be panicking. They know they've got a pretty big upper hand.
We'll see how this works out for them. We hit the 1 minute mark. Nothing really obtained by Astralis just yet. They've got apartments control. That's about it. That's normally a first objective. Look at this little stack coming in. The bomb dropped the lead, stepping up once again. Takes down Glaive. Bomb going down. Now Astralis looking a little bit discombobulated. We'll see where they can recover from this one. Device is low. Zipex wounded as well. They do get top of Banana control, but Liquid falling back, holding a deeper line. Looking very promising now, but we're adjusting back towards the A side. Astralis there with Dupree ready to find this pick. But at this point, it's Liquid with the lead, considering the weapon they have. Let's keep it close range, get the crossfire set up, and they still have an incendiary as well. There it is, Stanislaw ready to drop it. Perfect timing, I love it.
Yeah, that's really well done. 25 seconds left, and they have to wait for that to extinguish itself before they can realistically make a push on the side, but Sip opens up. That's a great headshot on JDM. Might have just bought them a way to get back in. Stan almost caught jumping, but it still makes it work with a UMP. Wants that AK, but he can't pick it up. Twist will get a great triple spray down. And that's everything you could ever want.
Sure, Twist gets the 3 kills, but Stan makes that happen, right?
Yeah.
The fact he gets that first kill and jumps in the corner where they can't even see him, they're so kind of tunnel visions at that stage just to try and take him down. Everyone's trying to swarm him. Twist probably can't believe his luck. 3 players not looking. I'm sure we're going to replay from Twist POV to see how impressive it was. Here we go right now. So you can see, as soon as Stan gets that first kill, everyone's just focusing on the bomb side itself. We did have the last play, I'll be looking at him, but Twist stepping up, and it's just a great crossfire. That's what you want to see, though. We've got the UMP, close range, get behind those boxes, make things uncomfortable, dodge and weave, and 10-8, the first team to reach double figures on the final map of this best of 3 is Team Liquid. That's kind of nuts, isn't it? I think if you said this would be one of the most important games of the tournament at the start here, Astralis versus Liquid, and Astralis could go home at this point, I don't think anyone would believe you. That's kind of insane, isn't it?
No, definitely not. But they are actually in a position where they could realistically knock Astralis out of the tournament. And it's not like they haven't fought for it. They've certainly put in the work here for this one. They will lose the bomb side, and that's similar to what we saw in the first half. So a little bit difficult to hold that B bomb side, even against pistols sometimes. Bomb goes down, and wait, look at where Dupree is. Stan, they sort of need his flank here from Banana, but Dupree's hiding in a really interesting position. Is he going to go and check it? Stan moving up, looking for the corner, walks right into the deagle. He's out.
Now for the count, it seems. Yep, 4-on-2 now. I think they just have to save their weapons. Sometimes you just have to kind of cut your losses and think, well, falling back at this point, we might have had a chance in this round considering it's low HP there, but we might as well keep AKs into the next round. We still have the lead. We can still buy into the next as well. As you can see, 5k on a lead. And if they do save these AKs, they'll still have a full buy here. They can distribute the wealth accordingly. But still, Astralis recovering there. This was looking a little bit desperate for them. Pistols into the B side. Absolutely right. All it takes is one misplay, one person stepping out of line and taken down, putting pressure on his teammates, and his Tech 9s and P250s can be troublesome. We're going to round number 20 here. An old purchase for JDM, of course. We did save 2 AKs, like we said. We're certainly able to buy into this one. We're getting to the deeper stages now of this final map in the best of 3. Winner goes on to play SK Gaming. Loser is going home.
I think an advantage for Liquid right now is they've been winning these rounds on the CT side without actually doing too much out of the ordinary. They haven't tried any crazy pushes. There hasn't been anything like wild that they've done. You could even smoke middle and just go for, or like smoke second mid and go for a fight mid or anything else like that. There it is actually, JDM pushing up, but oh no! The backup should have been there and Device takes him down instead. So that's one of the sort of tricks that Liquid could throw out. It doesn't work this time, but they must have more. So there's still some stuff that they can sort of try and run through to make this work.
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble there. No smoke deployed that time. It was just JDM looking towards second middle, I think. Device got in there from the underpass and through to the smoke. That's even better. Glaive finds the lead. He's one of the key scalps for Team Liquid. So this is looking good now. This is the exact same methodology we were talking about in the first half, though. You get this lead, you have to fully commit. No one has to panic. Just hold up as a team. Wait for the reactions to come in. You can use the 30-second rule I was describing earlier. Just hold up, get some basic map control, and finish it off as a 5-man unit instead of trying to pull in some fakes or maybe just keep blowing everyone's head off. That works as well, Andrews. That's absolutely fine.
What was Twist doing in the library? I mean, traditionally, you go there to read. He was just having a chill. Not sure what was going on. Stan just needs to save the rifle, but that's not even going to be a possibility here. That's a worrying sign. No reason to panic, but still, that's a big hit to the Liquid economy. In fact, so big that they can't really buy in this round. And Astralis got that slightly smug smile on their face, thinking maybe they can make the comeback.
Sick round from Glaive.
Yeah.
You have to say that. That shot he got in towards Library, very impressive indeed. And he's had a rough tournament, Anders. He's been struggling in the earlier stages. I almost dropped off completely. And it's good to see him back and hitting some key shots there. And obviously, one of the most important rounds of the tournament so far. Round number 21 here, 10-10. It's an eco for Liquid. The Mac 10 coming out. Dupree is always very good at reading these situations and knowing when a team will be completely shut down without armor. He can actually afford to farm some cash now. And this should be Astralis taking the lead once again on the T side of Inferno.
You know who's currently holding their breath, Henry?
Who's that?
It's got to be Lil Momo.
Lil Momo, little man.
Lil Momo. Moses, obviously, for anyone not queued in.
For anyone that's not involved in our inner circle, the 4 people.
Which is the majority of people, I suppose.
Yeah, got to cater for the...
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
They are heading towards the B-bomb side, and I'm obviously not an expert, Henry, but I think this will be a good B attack. I think this is
looking promising, yeah. You've got no players there on the defense. And yeah, you'll get a plant down. I think this could be one of those unicorn rounds where no one dies whatsoever. I've only seen it once in my casting career.
It really rarely happens, but I mean, if you're Liquid, yes, you could look for exit frags here, but I don't think this is such a bad idea, but they are running into the Mac 10, and 3 of them go down. There's just so much money in favor of Dupree. Hopefully nobody stands up, no more team killing, please. And it will be Dupree at the end, picking up 4 of them. It's not bad at all, and Astralis are now back at the lead, 11-10 here. This game is suddenly getting very intense, and I can't help but feel, I mean, I hope this is just in my mind and not in Liquid's, but I feel like a bit of the steam has sort of run out here. Where's all the power coming from, Henry? How do they find a way back? They've got tactical timeouts left.
They do indeed, but this is like, we haven't had that many gun rounds, right? They got the 3-0, and that was great from the pistol, but since the gun rounds started, yeah, sure, Astralis have had the majority of the round victories here. We go into round number 22, Anders. This is where it'll be indicative as to where the rest of this half is going. We've got the all-power for JDM. Glaive there, somehow avoiding the flames. Doesn't actually take any damage whatsoever. And Dupree changing his position. I'm not bored of this time towards the end of the apartments. No one challenging the CT side towards top and middle. This is becoming more and more prevalent these days in terms of the CT setup. Not actually having anyone facing at all. And JDM will be positioning himself towards court side of the AWP. Stanislaw very passively in the arch. And you can see the bombs and T-spawn, boys. So you need to be careful there. Still have a minute to play, which is absolutely fine, but they've realised that now. Back they'll go.
Yeah, always a big indication. Whenever there's a spectator you see that on the minimap, you know that they're just scouting around for a frag and they're going to pick it up on Elige. That's such a big player to be taken down early on here. 50 seconds on the clock, and I think they might gravitate towards B while making a bit of noise with Dupree over at A. Or are they going to go the other way? That's a big question here. Yeah, they're going to wrap it the other way. That's interesting. Is he going to draw it right out? Actually, Liquid are playing this really well. They're not getting drawn out of position. Astralis are changing their mind almost every second here, going back and forth, and eventually Sip goes down. Now they're back towards the B-bomb site, and finally Stanislaw starting to realize he wants to rotate over, but he hasn't got the call yet. Nitro, now he hears someone and they can start rotating in. This is a really awkward round for Liquid. Nitro goes down and Stan is not quite there in time. This is like classic Inferno. So much back and forth in that mid-round, and it's almost impossible to tell who at any one given moment has the information to actually make a real call.
I really like this from Astralis, so this is looking dominant. Kiabi with 3 kills, all the kills so far for Astralis. And we'll see. It'll be Twist and JDM desperately trying to hold on to their weapons here, but Dupree trying to shut that down, but can't do it though. Twist finds him, and now I guess that gives his position away. They have left the bomb site open, but there won't be an issue here. Both players for the CT side towards a JDM watching towards Library. Spots one jumping over, nails that shot. Never going to miss that. And now at this point, they're trying to work out, is this worth it? We're actually losing everyone here. Quite an expensive round, all things considered. That was a clean sweep. They didn't go hunting. Still with plenty of money in their arsenal, I guess, but if they had got those kills in the CTs, that would have been really beneficial for them. So it'll be round number 23, 12-10 now, as Astralis extend their lead. Here's the replay of Kiabi. Gotta love that. Through the smoke, of course. And there's not a jumping shot, but as good as Kiabi holds towards the ruins as well. Lovely round by him. Liquid timeout. So, Manders, we've saved the AWP, we've saved the AK. We've got about 3K per player. I'd say almost certainly a buy coming in here. Won't be the best. That'll be a mixture of M4s and UMPs. But this is the chance now where Astralis, they win this next round, then money's not going to be great for Liquid. They get maximum loss by this next round. Zeus firing them up right now, giving them the big speech. Can you give us an insight? You kind of told us what Zonic was saying. What do you think Zeus is saying right now?
Man, I think he is just trying to remind them that, you know, they're on the more favorite side. All they need is one big round, and they're going to be right back into it. I think this is where the fatigue really starts to set in.
Absolutely. Third map, and it's past midnight.
Yeah.
Like, you've had some long games here today already. Like, it definitely sets in. It's part of the game for sure.
Yeah. That's why timeouts are so important here. Just get the coach in. He's probably got a bit more energy.
Force, by the way, just to know. I thought they almost certainly would. Two players can drop. Well, they can drop an M4. They can drop UMPs. Like, will that be happening?
Instead, they go for the boost in the middle. Astralis forgetting about that possibility, and that could have very easily been a kill on Glaive, who was just carelessly walking into the middle with the bomb and everything. A bit scary. That also does reveal the fact that the AWP is on this A side of the map, and they certainly know that the boost is in, so they have to know there are two people here. Now, are they still going to try and push it? It seems like it. Grenades raining down all over the A side of the map. JDM gets one kill with the AWP. He needs a lot more, and it's just not going to be allowed. At least will bring up one frag with the C-set 75, but that will be the end of it. Need to save the AK again here. I don't think there's any point in really pushing this.
I would agree. Doesn't look like it can do much. Save the AK. Stanislaw just that PT50. A nice execution there from Astralis, generally looking very composed, refragging. That's how Counter-Strike should be played on the bomb side together. But Stanislaw's encroaching on the site. PT50, they've got no kill. I don't think they can win this round, but maybe it can cause some damage to the economy, which is actually very strong for Astralis. Wouldn't make that much of a dent. Maybe he saves a weapon. Who knows? We'll see what he can do here, hoping to find an exit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to realize. It's a really good headshot. I mean, any kind of damage to the economy is going to be valid here.
No, if they can still survive in that pit right, he'll be the one that goes down.
Oh, Kirby's gone too.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent, but like we said, their money's like 10k per player. Doesn't really make any impact. He gets an extra $600 for those two kills, I guess. That's something.
Well, I mean, at least it doesn't yet, but I suppose if they want to build a full comeback, then, you know, if they win the next 3 rounds in a row, Astralis will wish that they had won some of these rounds, but the one where they hunted and this one with, you know, 5 players alive, because that's another couple of rounds that they could keep going in. Now, 13-10 on the scoreboard here. We're moving to the 24th round. Liquid need to come up big. Now, something's got to work out here. They've had the tactical timeout. They had a bit of a moment to breathe. Now is the time to really answer back. A lot of grenades raining down. Banana control is going to be in favor of Liquid early on. Astralis just going to concede that to them. And it looks like actually they want to keep going here.
We'll see. JDM, bottom banana, doesn't get anything for it. They do gain some control where they can actually just leave one player there. We talked about that all day, how strong that can be. It will indeed be JDM with the AWP, but Astralis back towards middle. Lose the play style now. Smoke's coming in, looking towards the outside pick, and all might just find it. Nitro lucky to be alive, I have to say. At least stepping up, and there it is, the aforementioned Nitro steps in as well, 5-on-3.
Smoke making sure that Dupree can't really find a kill, and Stanislaw jumping down in the pit, joining Twist, who's in there. So sure, they're on the bomb side, but almost no chance for an actual bomb plant here. Molotov might force a kill at least, and Twist will go down, and Dupree will follow up. Deep breath here for Liquid. Just make sure everyone is there. Don't retake this 2 versus 2. Get the rest in. Oh, I'm getting worried here, Henry.
Yeah, I think Astralis can do this. Look at the HP of Elige and Nitro as well. JDM and the Orb, he can't do too much to help them out. They're biding their time, but Device, he's the key player in this. Strikes towards middle, finds one. JDM takes him down. After Dupree now, bomb ticking away.
He's got no grenades, but he just has to buy a bit of time. Elige has got the kit currently picked up. He's just 1 bullet away from death. And there it is, Elige going down. Dupree looking for the shot, hiding behind the box, goes for the spray, hits a headshot, and he's going to take it down. And look at Sonic, so excited to win that one. 14 rounds for Astralis.
They've called a timeout. I could see him like just he's signifying that let's just calm down maybe. Let's work out what we're going to do to finish this game off, work out their money. So the timeout does come in. That's a great thing to do. People kind of associate timeouts with when you're losing, right? They definitely can be helpful when you're winning the round as well. Especially in a clutch like that. Not only do you let the other team kind of stew over what just happened and kind of work out, okay, why are they taking a pause here? But you just kind of have a chance to calm down, work out, not get carried away for the next round, work out what the financial situation is you're up against. Do they have the orbs or they have grenades? Do we go for a rush here? Do we try and close this out as fast as we can? So I like this, and we'll see what happens as we do get into the next round. Round number 25, the buy comes in.
I feel like this is gut-wrenching right now for Liquid. I mean, we've reiterated this a couple of times already, but they really have played an impressive tournament. And I thought actually, especially during the start of this second half here, that they could pull all the way through. It really looked like it. This is going to be a tough comeback for them now. They're four rounds down. They don't have the economy with them. Astralis have so much money to work with still. And the Danish team seem to have sort of woken up towards the end of this.
Yeah, they absolutely have. They've got 6 rounds in a row, and so that's testament to that statement, absolutely.
What is it? Dupree top fragging at the moment, 22 kills?
Yeah, 22 kills, KRB 18. So Dupree's looking much better. He just won that huge clutch as well, which is okay, JDM. And when he finishes that sentence, he finds a lovely shot on Glaive. 5-on-4. This is a difficult buy. You can see Famuses, UMPs, and that AWP for JDM opening things up, cracking open the 5-on-4.
Oh, not that much defense on A, though. That flashbang in, and Twisty just gets his vision back to get the kill with the FAMAS. Stan on the bomb side. The crossfire's been broken with a smoke. He gets a good headshot in. I mean, that's important. But Elige also goes down. They know where Twist is. He's going to get dropped, not even seeing him. Taking him down right through the smoke. Another big round here for Liquid. They had the man advantage, but just get ripped away from them immediately. And this position from Kirby is so hard to counter if you're Liquid. It's very hard to spot it coming in. Maybe actually from the angle that the apartments play. I think that's Nitro coming in up there. That might be the one thing they need. But oh, he's ready and waiting for it. Kirby completely heartless. Nitro still gets the kill. That's a really big frag. And now Device has to go aggressive. Takes down the AWP. Pulls out the Tech 9. Hiding inside of the smoke. Nitro can't wait for this. He has to go quick. Spotting him out a little bit. And not that much time left. And there's a headshot. Device going to clutch it. Astralis back-to-back clutch rounds coming in here to just rip the last hope out of Liquid. They've got no mercy at all.
You can see an exasperated Team Liquid there, looking like they're out of it now. Clutches back-to-back, they're big clutches, I have to say. That looked like a recoverable situation there for Liquid. But Device going wild there. He actually dropped his AWP, picks up the SMG, finds the first kill. Luckily, it was the AWP on the other side. He missed the first shot, then is playing with Nitro. He had the bomb ticking away, hoping Device made a mistake, but he didn't. Dancing around the smoke and finding a very key round in more ways than one. Not only does he get match point, but he breaks the money once again. 15-10, and it's another pause for Liquid. The last one, all 4 used here, and potentially the last round of their, I have to say, great run in the tournament so far. I think they've turned a lot of heads here, Team Liquid. But not over just yet. We'll see if they've got anything left in the tank. 2 UMPs, 2 M4s, a FAMAS, no kits. Team Liquid, potentially their last round.
Yeah, they've certainly proven that. If they go back to the drawing board and just mold this team slightly more, a bit more experience, a bit more sort of cohesion in it, that they can make a huge amount of damage on even the international scene, which is really impressive, and maybe they already have. Dupree trying to make the jump up here, and Liquid last chance. They are fighting to get into overtime here on map 3. They're 5 rounds down. They need to start the run somewhere. Why not just get one of the opening frags? We've seen Elige be so good at that in the past. I'd love to see him try and go for it. I realize it's crazy because they're so far behind, but Now's the time to step it up. Instead, now the flashbangs are raining in here for Astralis and pushing towards the archway. With the bomb first, a bit dangerous for Glaive to try and do that. So much map control here for the Danish side.
Lots of work to do, but that's a good start. Stanislaw from the apartments finds Dupree. Smokes a player out as well, but Kiabi, deadly as ever, finds a lead. That's towards the Banana as well. They're continuing the assault, doing damage there. It's going to be down to 6 HP. This round is everything. Oh, look at Glaive. This is very scary indeed. This frag could be it. Damage inflicted, but Stanislaw, another intelligent play, drops the bomb in the apartments, but this is just back and forth, and there's no one running away with it just yet. We'll see whether Astralis now, picking up the bomb with 40 seconds remaining, can finish the game off. 2 UMPs and a FAMAS, the last line of defense. The B site is open as well. That could be the blunder.
But it's a fake. Look at the bomb.
Oh, you're
this
right.
is the next level. They don't just want to defeat Liquid, they want to send them home crying. Oh no, they are just going to throw the grenades. I thought they might actually commit to it. We've seen that in the past, but ultimately it's going to be up to Twist. He's in the pit now. He's out on the open. That's really dangerous. He's going to hear the footsteps. He's going to call him for backup right now. A little bit of damage already being put in. That's a good shot. Twist takes one. Still leaves his team in a 2-on-2. Astralis, they've won this clutch. The last 2 rounds in a row now. Can they do it for the 3rd time?
Both in the pit. Got a Molotov as well. That could be the difference maker here. No kits available for the CTs. They need to operate so quickly, Islanders.
What an angle. Glaive just barely showing himself. Gets the headshot on JDM, and now Nitro 1 versus 2. There's no time, no kit, almost no chance in the world that he could do this. Trying to see if he could swing wide out by the hay cart, but they're just waiting for him, and Glaive gets the kill. 16-10, and Astralis send Liquid packing after a great tournament for them. It looked like they had it going on. They defeated them on Overpass, which in itself is such an amazing accomplishment, but this is where it ends. Astralis are going to move forward instead, and Liquid, I mean, I don't know. I know for sure I'm going to be excited to watch the next Liquid game.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to be getting better and better. The firepower they have available, some key mistakes being made. I think they're still struggling with the whole anti-eco situations most of the time. Sometimes the synergy's not quite there as well, but you cannot deny the skill this team possesses. And it seems like Twist is a great addition. Unfortunately, could not overcome Astralis today, but you're absolutely right. The tournament as a whole, I think it's really positive for this team. I think they can take a lot away from these games, and that's one of the world's best teams, if not the best team in the world right now. Take it into a 3rd map. Astralis did not look comfortable there either, so that's great news for Liquid generally, I think.
Yeah, what a game and what a end to the day. 4 best of 3s. It's become just a bit late, but tomorrow, as they say, is where the real action really kicks off. Those games are going to be incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got SK Astralis in one semi-final. Wow. And then Cloud9 and FaZe in the other as well. We've got a great day at Counter-Strike. Been a pleasure, Anders, I have to say. We've had a fun day. It's getting late.
Yes,
still got the hat on. You're enjoying yourself?
Yeah, listen, I just thought it's growing on me slowly. Yeah. Sometimes I like to turn it on the other way. Backwards.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that in some pictures before.
Yeah. That did turn up at one point or another. Yeah. We're just waiting for the analysts to get into position. I do in fact think that they are. No. Oh, we're friend of Rachel. So he's going to be backstage. Oh, I wasn't aware. I didn't realise.
This is our first time. We're still getting used to this whole casting thing. Like, we're kind of getting our chemistry together, working our production works, you know. So we'll get there. We'll be better tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Did you see SK and Astralis? That could be fire, couldn't it?
That's an absolute game we'll have coming out tomorrow. That's going to be one of the sickest semi-finals we've had in a long time, I think.
And luckily we do have Rachel down on the stage, so take it away, Rachel. We're ready for the interview.
Thanks so much, guys. You take a well-deserved rest. And Dupree, I'm going to let you do the same in just a minute. But first, you have to answer for this long and very close match you guys just had.